Chapter 496. Rock Dragon Wind Lightning Sword. You are from the Chung family. Eagle King Gong Dao's expression changed drastically as he recognized Shengnan's background. His expression darkened as his ferocious aura filled the sky. In a short moment, his 5 fingers formed a claw as energy erupted like a flash flood. Swoosh! The claw print enveloped the night sky. Terrifying energy distorted the space, causing faint arc-shaped indentations to appear in the space before the claw print. With a low, muffled sound of spatial energy, it finally tore apart a large area of sword light. Vigorous rune energy, force, spread out in all directions like waves. Whoosh! The mighty energy spread across the sky as the runes shattered. Eagle King Gong Dao blocked the sword light. Deng deng! On the other hand, First Princess Shengnan retreated slightly. Even with the Rock Dragon Wind Lightning Sword, she could not do anything to Eagle King Gong Dao. Let's talk nicely. Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly appeared between the two of them. He looked at the two of them with a bitter smile on his face. There is no way to talk nicely. Eagle King Gong Dao deceived my aunt and left in the end, causing my aunt to wait bitterly for 15 years. She was hurt by love and had no medicine. In the end, she died of depression. Shengnan glared hatefully at Eagle King Gong Dao. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved as he was surprised to hear this. He had heard from Medicine King Yi Wuming that Eagle King Gong Dao was a fugitive from the Stone Dragon Empire. One of his eyes was injured by an expert from the Chung family. He did not expect it to be because of love. Sigh, Eagle King Gong Dao sighed as he looked at Shengnan and said, 25 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I did not expect the girl from back then to have grown up so much. Speaking of which, I even hugged you when we were young. You know best what happened back then. If not for your Chung family looking down on me for not being strong enough and wanting to marry your aunt into the Gu family, I would not have been forced to leave. When I returned, I was all ready. With a long sigh, Eagle King Gong Dao's single eye rippled as he sighed. Looks like there's quite a story behind this. Hearing about the Eagle King's Gong Blade, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. There was definitely a lot of inside information and secrets. I can't beat you, and I can't do anything to you. As a member of the Chung family, I've done my duty. As the Eagle King Gong Blade's voice faded, First Princess Shengnan put away the Rock Dragon Wind Lightning Sword. Immediately after, half a jade pendant appeared in her slender hand. She tossed it to the Eagle King Gong Blade. Her red lips parted slightly, and there was a complicated expression in her eyes. She said, My aunt secretly gave this to me before she left. She asked me to return this jade pendant to you. She also asked me to tell you that I will not let you down in this life. In this life, I didn't let you down. Eagle King Gong Dao took the jade pendant from Shengnan's hand and held it in his palm as he softly chanted the words. Phew! Seeing this, Du Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. He then said to everyone, Okay, everyone, let's eat the barbecue. Begin. Du Xiaoyao was the most impolite. She immediately pounced on the bare paw. The little tiger knew how delicious the barbecue was, so he didn't hold back either. Du Xiaoqing smelled the aroma of the meat and couldn't hold back. Naturally, she wouldn't be slower than Du Xiaoyao. Let's do it. Du Xiaofu used his dagger to cut off a few pieces of meat. The aroma of the meat was overflowing. An energy-fluctuating bare paw was wrapped in a large piece of vanilla. He handed it to First Princess Shengnan, Yi Piaoling, Li Shui, Hua Fankong, Bai Qi, and Xiao Wenqing. Only then did he go to Medicine King Yi Wuming's side. Oldie, try it. Du Xiaofu smiled and handed a piece of barbecue to Medicine King Yi Wuming. It looks good. Medicine King Yi Wuming didn't hold back. However, when he ate, he still had to take into account his dignity. After tasting the first bite, Medicine King Yi Wuming's eyes lit up. He immediately forgot about his image and dignity. He wasn't much slower than Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao. At a corner of the mountain, Eagle King Gong Dao sat quietly on a rock. The moonlight shone brightly in the sky, revealing an indescribable silence. The Eagle King Gong Dao's palm held two halves of a jade pendant. When placed together, it was a complete round jade pendant. The sharp gaze of the single eye that made people's hearts palpitate was rippling at this moment. There are some things that I am still young and don't understand, so I don't know what to say right now. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Eagle King and sat directly next to him. He held a large piece of barbecue meat in one hand and handed it to Eagle King Gong Dao with the other hand. He also had 2 gourds of wine. His gaze was fixed on the moon in the sky. However, my cooking is not bad. If you miss it, it will definitely be a loss. Eagle King Gong Dao glanced at Du Xiaofu and immediately put away the jade pendant. He took the barbecue meat and wine from Du Xiaofu's hands and stuffed them into his mouth. He took a big bite and his eyes lit up. He opened the wine cork and drank a large mouthful of strong wine. He let out a long breath and said, "The wine is good. The meat is even more fragrant. If I miss it, it will indeed be a loss." Luckily, I didn't miss it. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He quietly ate and drank with Eagle King Gong Dao while looking at the moon in the sky. Occasionally, he would touch the wine gourd. You must become strong. In this world, strength is everything. Everything around you needs to be protected by strength. Eagle King Gong Dao suddenly said softly, as if he was talking to Du Xiaofu, but also as if he was talking to himself. I will definitely become strong, a true strong person. Looking at the moon in the sky, Du Xiaofu seemed to be replying to Eagle King Gong Dao, but also seemed to be talking to himself. When Du Xiaofu and Eagle King Gong Dao finished their barbecued meat and got up to get more, they were depressed to find that the huge bear paws and bird wings had already been cleaned out by everyone. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and even Medicine King Yi Wuming had greasy mouths. Hua Fankong, Bai Qi, and Xia Wenqing reeked of alcohol. They were still chewing on the barbecued meat in their mouths. They definitely ate a lot. Li Shui and First Princess Cheng Xingnan were relatively better off. However, the current appearance of these 2 women with greasy mouths was probably beyond everyone's imagination. However, everyone had one thing in common. Their faces were glowing red. The energy contained in the flesh of a beast, lord, realm demonic beast, was a great supplement. Although the bear paws and bird wings had been greatly affected by Du Xiaofu's barbecue, they still contained a shocking amount of energy. It was enough for everyone to obtain a lot of benefits. Looks like we'll have to get more next time. Eagle King Gong Dao's face was filled with regret. He could only drink alone. Late at night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. In a small hall in the courtyard of the World Gathering, there was a pearl shining brightly. Many people were sitting inside. That brat is really impressive. He actually said that if we don't show up tomorrow, we'll punish them severely. If it weren't for us, would the World Gathering have been able to unify Chaos Demon City? Would they have been able to compete with the 1 pavilion, 1 castle, and 2 sects? That Brett really thinks that he's the president and wants to ride on our heads just because he has some talent. He probably has some relationship with Medicine King and Eagle King. In the small hall, a thin man in his 40s had an unhappy expression on his face. The aura around his body was slightly rippling, and it was extremely vigorous and sharp. This proved that this person's strength was definitely not weak. There was also a faint smell of blood in his aura, which proved that this person was definitely not a good person. Commander Ho is right. Although Du Xiaofu is somewhat extraordinary, rumor has it that he's already a marquis in the Stone Dragon Empire and has defeated the human king of the Tianhu Empire, Lu Kuan. However, if he wants to ride on our heads in Chaos Demon City, I'm afraid he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This is the Dark Forest. That brat Du Xiaofu is a marquis in the Stone Dragon Empire. Don't tell me we'll be considered people of the Stone Dragon Empire in the future. I didn't expect the president of the World Gathering to be a brat. If I had known, I wouldn't have joined in the first place. Am I supposed to work for a brat in the future? What a joke. As soon as the thin man finished speaking, everyone in the small hall echoed his words. Their emotions were extremely intense. In the small hall, an old man who looked to be in his 70s was sitting at the head of the table. He was tall and thin, and his body was thin and frail. He wore a long robe that gave off a feeling that he was wearing a cloak. The old man sat upright at the head of the table and watched the quarrel without saying anything. Commander Chow, you used to be the head of the Qingshan sect. Are you really willing to let a brat ride on your head? If it was the Medicine King, it would be fine. But what's with that brat? The thin man called Commander Ho looked at a burly man of about the same age as him and asked. This burly man's figure was much stronger than Commander Ho's. He wore a brown short robe. His short black hair was trimmed at the temples. The short robe revealed a pair of ferocious beast tattoos on his arms. His entire person exuded a ferocious aura. In the dark forest, this person was definitely an illustrious figure. He was the head of the Qingshan sect, the largest human faction in the Demon Chaos City. Chow Yu was a peak martial marquis. His violent and ferocious style was enough to make his opponents tremble in fear. Hearing this, Chow Yu's eyes moved. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then he said, I think we should go tomorrow. Even if it's to give the Medicine King face, we still have to go. We'll see when the time comes. Today's update has arrived. I also recommend Eternal Overlord. The modern assassin Luo Han died in an accident. His soul crossed over and was reborn in the Eternal Continent. Let's see how he breaks through the void, cracks the earth, and aspires to the peak of the firmament after obtaining the shocking inheritance in this foreign land. Readers who are out of books can go and see if it's to your liking. Chapter 497. Hermit, what do you think? We'll listen to you. Commander Ho turned to the side and looked up at the tall, thin, long-robed old man who looked to be in his 70s. Commander Chow is right. Even if we have to give face to the Medicine King, we still have to make a trip. Since the president is here as a member of the World Society, how can we not see him? The long-robed old man said to the crowd, Everyone leave first. We'll go see the president tomorrow morning. Commander Ho, Chow Yu, and the others raised their eyebrows when they heard the long-robed old man's words. However, they couldn't say anything else. They nodded and left. Early in the morning, everything was silent. The first rays of the morning sun shone on Chaos Demon City. The World Society's drill ground was bustling with noise early in the morning. There were no less than 10,000 people in the huge and vast square. Although the World Society hadn't risen for long in the past half a year, it had gained quite a number of members after subduing many small and medium-sized factions. In front of the crowd, the leaders of the World Society were all present. Hua Fankong, Li Shui, Bai Qi, Xiao Wenqing, and the others were all present. On the other side, the tall and skinny old man in long robes, Chow Yu, and the others were present. However, strangely, they did not see Vice Chief Ho. In the crowd, Bai Qi's expression changed slightly. She glanced at the long-robed old man and the others and said softly, Ho Bumming's group doesn't seem to be here yet. His good days should be coming to an end. Hua Fankong smiled faintly. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, there was the sound of wind breaking in the air. Then, several figures appeared in the air. Everyone looked up. In the lead was a purple-robed young man with a purple broadsword on his back. On his left and right were two beautiful women. On the left was an innocent young girl. There was also a pale, golden macaque on his shoulder. Behind them was a small black cat. Lastly, the Eagle King, Gong Dao, and Yi Pialing followed. The 5 of them landed in the center of the drill ground. Greetings, President. Hua, Fankong, Bai Qi, Xiao Wenqing, and the others bowed when they saw Du Xiaofu. Greetings, President. When the other World Society disciples saw this, their expressions changed slightly. After looking left and right, They saw that the people around them were all bowing, so they could only chime in. Only the tall and skinny old man, Chow Yu, and many others with extraordinary auras stood quietly. They sized up Du Xiaofu and the others without much respect. No need for formalities. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across his surroundings as he faintly nodded his head. The World Society currently had quite a number of members, especially those at the Martial Marquis stage, with even more at the Pulse Spirit stage. This scale could not be underestimated. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart. So many people had gathered in such a short period of time. Moreover, they were all from various factions and factions. It was no wonder that the world seemed to be on the rise on the surface, but in reality there were many malignant tumors and endless hidden troubles. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on a tall and thin-robed old man standing in front of the crowd. Yi Piaoling raised his head and looked straight at Hermit Wu Zhen. He said indifferently, "Hermit Wu Zhen, why aren't you bowing when you see the president?" "So this is the president. This old one is getting old and my bones are getting old. My old waist can no longer play. I seek the president's forgiveness." Hermit Wu Zhen did not reply to Yi Piaoling's words. Instead, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu as he spoke softly with a smile on his old face. "Hermit Wu Zhen, you're being too serious. We're all members of the World Society, so there's naturally no need for you to be so polite." Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. His expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. His gaze did not linger on Hermit Wu Zhen for long. Instead, he looked at the World Society disciples around the drill ground and said with a faint smile, "I reckon that everyone is still unfamiliar with me. Therefore, let me introduce myself. I'm from Tianwu Academy, and my name is Du Xiaofu. I'm currently the president of the World Society." As expected of Tianwu Academy's Du Xiaofu, he's the champion of the Tianwu tournament and the #1 on the martial ranking. Du Xiaofu. Rumor has it that he's the Courage God King of the Stone Dragon Empire. As Du Xiaofu's words fell, the hearts of the World Society disciples trembled. Although they had heard that the president of the World Society was Tianwu Academy's Du Xiaofu, the Courage God King of the Stone Dragon Empire, and Du Xiaofu's deeds had spread throughout the Chaos Demon City overnight, they were still shocked when they heard Du Xiaofu's words. However, Hermit Wu Zhen's old face was secretly pale. He originally wanted to take advantage of his seniority, but he could sense that Du Xiaofu didn't care about him at all. He was a 6-star mystical talisman master and a talisman master. He was one of the top experts in the entire Dark Forest. If he joined any empire or faction, he would be treated with the greatest respect. Even in the entire Middle Continent, he could be considered an expert with his cultivation, strength, and status. However, Du Xiaofu didn't seem to care about him at all. This puzzled him and made him feel uneasy. Hermit Wu Zhen thought that there were only 2 reasons why Du Xiaofu didn't care about him. The first reason was that Du Xiaofu only had talent and strength, but he was arrogant and unruly. It was difficult for him to achieve anything great. Such a person would fall sooner or later. The second reason was that Du Xiaofu didn't care about a 6-star mystical talisman master like him at all. However, even Hermit Wu Zhen did not believe in the second hypothesis. He was a 6-star talisman master, and an array talisman master at that. If he were to leave, wouldn't the World Society beg him to stay? Haha, I'm sorry. I was meditating last night and was delayed this morning. Please forgive me. I almost missed the meeting with you. At this moment, a laughter was heard from outside the drill grounds. Soon after, a middle-aged burly man led 20 figures as they slowly walked over from outside the drill grounds. Upon hearing these words, the gazes from all around the drill ground turned to look, each of their expressions changing. It's Commander Ho and his group. They are clearly trying to embarrass the president. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch later. Some people in the crowd discussed. The World Society disciples were naturally aware of the actions of Commander Ho and his group in the World Society. Du Xiaofu's gaze also fell on the group of people. They walked over slowly, neither too fast nor too slow. It was as if they were doing this on purpose. "This is Ho Bumming." Eagle King Gong Dao's voice transmission landed in Du Xiaofu's ears. The leader, Ho Bumming, looked to be in his 40s. His aura rippled slightly. It was extremely vigorous and sharp. There was also a faint smell of blood in his aura. This proved that he wasn't just an expert. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. After a while, Ho Bumming leisurely walked to Du Xiaofu's side. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the president to be so young and promising. I heard that you are the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire. I wonder if you can lead our World Society disciples to the Stone Dragon Empire to be conferred the title of Marquis and King in the future?" As Ho Bumming's voice fell, the 20-plus people behind him revealed malicious smiles. However, the entire square around the drill ground fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Anyone could hear the insinuation in Ho Bumming's words. In the dark forest, everyone was hostile to the surrounding empires. Now that Ho Bumming deliberately mentioned Du Xiaofu's identity in the Stone Dragon Empire, his meaning was self-evident. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on Ho Bumming. Then he swept his gaze across the group of people one by one. All the gazes in the surroundings were focused on him. At this moment, all of them wanted to know how this young president who had appeared out of nowhere would react. However, the numerous World Society disciples present only saw that after a short moment, Du Xiaofu instead revealed a faint smile towards Ho Bumming. He said lightly, in sense, "Lord Ho has been adjusting his breathing for the entire night. It's normal for him to forget the time." Du Xiaofu's voice was as calm as ever. No one could hear any emotion from it. As Du Xiaofu's words fell, Ho Bumming's eyes twitched without leaving a trace. Ho Bumming was definitely experienced and knowledgeable. At this moment, when he looked at the calm and resolute face, he felt that this seemingly young president was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. The situation that he had originally prepared to face did not develop in the direction that he had predicted. Ho Bumming could only lead his group toward Hermit Wuzhen. When he looked at Hermit Wuzhen, he realized that Hermit Wuzhen didn't have any reaction. It was as though he didn't see him. Ho Bumming could only stand behind Hermit Wuzhen silently. "I've called everyone here today because I want to meet everyone. Secondly, as a student of Tianwu Academy and the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire, I'm afraid that I'm not suitable to be the president of the World Society. Therefore, I want to choose a new president from everyone." Du Xiaofu looked around the drill ground. His voice spread out along with his profound energy, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. "Boom! What's going on? Choosing a new president? You're not joking, right?" When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the entire drill ground was in an uproar. Hermit Wuzhen, Ho Bumming, Chao Yu, and the others were completely stunned. At this moment, even Yi Piaoling, Bai Qi, Eagle King, Gong Dao, and Li Shui were looking at Du Xiaofu in confusion. Eldest Princess Cheng Xingnan had been standing with Du Xiaoqing all this while. She wasn't a member of the World Society and naturally couldn't say anything. However, when she heard Du Xiaofu's words, her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Chapter 498. "President, you can't." Hua Fangkong's expression changed drastically. He immediately stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu, "I've already decided on this matter." Du Xiaofu said to Hua Fangkong and the others. At the same time, he looked around the drill ground and said to all the World Society disciples, "Now, everyone can choose a new president. Does anyone have a suitable candidate in mind?" The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at each other, their gazes filled with confusion. "Commander Ho is strong and has been in the World Society for quite some time. He is the most suitable candidate. I recommend Commander Ho." "Commander Chao is experienced and has been in chaotic Yao City for a long time. Commander Chao is the most suitable candidate. I recommend Commander Chao." In the crowd behind Ho Bumming and Chao Yu, After a short period of silence, someone finally spoke up. Then, someone loudly agreed. The voices of agreement were mostly in support of Ho Bumming and Chow Yu. There were even a few voices in support of Yi Piaoling. Hermit Wuzhen's face alternated between pale and pale. He actually couldn't hear any voices in support of him. This caused him to be filled with resentment. In the world society, Hermit Wuzhen was a hidden expert. Only a few of the leaders knew of his existence. Ordinary disciples didn't know of his existence. Moreover, although Hermit Wuzhen's position in the world society was high, he didn't have any real power or title. When he joined the world society with his cultivation and status, he naturally couldn't be a commander like Hua Fankong, Chow Yu, Ho Bumming, and the others. The Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Dao didn't know what to do with Hermit Wuzhen either. Therefore, they only let him control the general direction of the world society. As for his status, it would have to wait for the president to decide. Back then, Hermit Wuzhen didn't care. With his cultivation and status, he naturally didn't have to worry about his status in the world society. Therefore, even now, Hermit Wuzhen didn't have any real status in the world society. In fact, not many people knew of his identity and existence. Therefore, although Hermit Wuzhen was a hidden king-level expert in the world society, he couldn't compare to Chow Yu and Ho Bumming's influence in the world society. As more and more people voiced their support, the crowd chimed in. Instantly, more and more people supported Chow Yu and Ho Bumming to become the guild leaders. These were the forces that the two of them had nurtured. However, around the drill ground, half of the world society's disciples were looking at each other with puzzled expressions and complicated gazes. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd, a faint smile still on his face. I think it's better for a respectable hillman to be the president. Ho Bumming raised his head and recommended Mountain Man Wuzhen. However, a strange light flashed across his eyes. I also recommend the hermit. He is a man of virtue and prestige. He will definitely be able to bring the World Association to greater heights. Chow Yu did not miss the opportunity to recommend Hermit Wuzhen. How could he not know what Ho Bumming was thinking? How could he really hope for Hermit Wuzhen to become the president? It was just a polite remark. Besides, if they were to choose a president, they would not choose someone old. This was not a selection of elders. The two of you are too kind. The most important thing for a new president is to have enough strength to lead the World Association to greater heights. I am already old. Only then did a faint smile appear on Hermit Wuzhen's pale face. Although his words were polite, the meaning behind them was that he was retreating in order to advance. He purposely mentioned strength and was undoubtedly reminding everyone that he was the strongest. To become the president, one naturally needed absolute strength. Old fox. Ho Bumming and Chow Yu couldn't help cursing in their hearts when they heard Hermit Wuzhen's words. Du Xiaofu slowly took 2 steps forward. However, he only glanced at Hermit Wuzhen from the corner of his eyes before his gaze landed on Ho Bumming and Chow Yu. He said, "This old man is right. The most important thing for a new president is to have enough strength to lead the World Association to greater heights." It seems like the 2 most recommended candidates are Commander Ho and Commander Chow. This is making things difficult for me. At this moment, Hermit Wuzhen's face suddenly darkened. Du Xiaofu had directly called him old man. There was no doubt that he did not place him in his eyes. Du Xiaofu stopped and looked at Ho Bumming and Chow Yu. He said, "How about this? Between Commander Ho and Commander Chow, whoever is stronger will become the new president. How about it?" Ho Bumming and Chow Yu looked at each other at Du Xiaofu's words. They looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile, but for some reason they felt a chill in their hearts. It was extremely uncomfortable. "President, I'm afraid that this is a little difficult to compare." Ho Bumming hesitated as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Although he was also puzzled by Du Xiaofu's actions, he could not help but think that he had been unhindered his entire life. How could he be played by a brat who was still wet behind the ears? That's true. The two of you are both at the great circle of marquee cultivation. If you really want to compare, it will not be easy unless you fight to the death. If that happens, it will inevitably affect the harmony between the two of you. Du Xiaofu's expression became troubled when he heard this. After pacing around in thought for a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Ho Bumming. He said, "Commander Ho, Commander Chao, how about this? The two of you will each exchange 3 moves with me. This old man will determine who is stronger and who is weaker. The stronger one will become the new president. How about this?" After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he looked at Mountain Man Wu Zhen and asked, "Elder, can you be the judge for us?" Humph. Mountain Man Wu Zhen let out a deep snort. He could not say anything after being called an old man by Du Xiaofu time and time again. He glanced at Ho Bumming and Chao Yu before nodding at Du Xiaofu. However, there was not much joy on his face as he said, "It is naturally not a problem to be a referee. Commanders, what do the two of you think?" Du Xiaofu smiled in satisfaction when he saw Hermit Wu Zhen nod. He continued to ask Ho Bumming and Chao Yu. Ho Bumming and Chao Yu looked at each other. They felt uneasy, but they could not figure out what was wrong. They both nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. As the smile appeared on his face, all the surrounding World Society disciples could feel a domineering aura sweeping out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the surrounding space to tremble with a loud bang. Chi! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered. He stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. A vast aura surged as he floated in the air. He looked at Ho Bumming and Chao Yu and asked with a faint smile, "Commanders, who will make the first move?" Ho Bumming's expression changed as he looked at Du Xiaofu in the air. While Chao Yu was still hesitating, Ho Bumming's aura surged as he leaped into the air and said, "In that case, let me exchange 3 moves with the association head first." Ho Bumming did not underestimate his opponent. He had his own plans and confidence. Although it was said that Du Xiaofu had defeated Lu Kuan, a martial king, in the Stone Dragon Empire, it was only a rumor. The nobles in the Stone Dragon Empire were probably exaggerating it to show off the might of the Stone Dragon Empire. Judging from Du Xiaofu's aura, Ho Bumming did not believe that this brat could contend against him at such a young age. If Chao Yu defeated this brat first and became the president of the World Society, Ho Bumming's gains would not make up for his losses. Du Xiaofu looked at Ho Bumming and smiled. "That's fine. I heard that Commander Ho's strength is extraordinary. However, don't hold back just because I'm the president of the World Society. You must show me your full strength." "Don't worry, President. I will do my best." As Ho Bumming's voice faded, everyone around the drill ground could feel that the atmosphere in the surrounding space had suddenly solidified. In the air, the two of them faced each other. Their auras fluctuated slowly as they looked at each other. However, everyone below could see that although President Du Xiaofu was young, he had left behind many legends in many places. As for Incense Master Ho Bumming, he also had a fierce reputation and had been famous for a long time. These two people were not easy to deal with. "Commander Ho, you only have 3 moves." Du Xiaofu stood in the air. His purple robe fluttered under the strong wind formed by faint golden xianqi. His clear eyes stared at Ho Bumming. He raised his head slightly and his aura gradually became overbearing. "Make your move. If you want to become the new president, you must have absolute strength." The expression in Ho Bumming's eyes suddenly changed the moment Du Xiaofu's word sounded. He had finally found an opportunity. He took a step forward and a sharp, cold glint shot out. In this short moment, the profound qi in his body erupted without any reservation. A sharp ripple spread across the sky with a bang. "Then I won't be polite." As soon as he shouted, Ho Bumming's figure turned into an afterimage. His figure moved like lightning, and the afterimage was like a ray of light. Like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, he carried a terrifying aura and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. "Commander Ho is so fast." Many people in the drill ground sighed. They stared at the sky and didn't dare to blink. In a short moment, Ho Bumming's figure appeared. He waved his hand and threw a punch directly at Du Xiaofu. Boom! Mysterious runes wrapped around his fist, and profound energy surged. The air suddenly trembled, and waves of terrifying, profound energy erupted. The fierce, terrifying force was like a storm, and the ripples of energy spread out in a ring shape to the horizon. This vast force pressed down on the sky and made many people in the drill ground tremble in fear. Chapter 499. Ho Bumming's attack was cunning and vicious. It was clean, fast, accurate, and ruthless to the extreme. Not only was it enough to prove that he had gone through hundreds of battles and had rich experience, but he was also very powerful. The vast and mighty aura suppressed the vast sky. Although Ho Bumming was at the perfect martial marquis level and his cultivation had yet to reach the peak of the perfect martial marquis level, just by relying on his speed, accuracy, ruthlessness, craftiness, and viciousness, it was sufficient to cause very few people within the martial marquis level to be able to contend against him. A terrifying aura swept out. Ho Bumming's figure and palm print also rapidly expanded in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Walala! Although the terrifying palm print had not actually landed on Du Xiaofu's body, the terrifying force that the palm print carried was enough to crush an ordinary martial lord of the Nirvana realm into pieces. However, Du Xiaofu was still as steady as a rock, with a faint smile on his face. Not good. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air for Du Xiaofu. Just as the terrifying palm print appeared in front of Du Xiaofu under many dumbfounded gazes, a strange, mysterious rune suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. Chi! At this moment, it was as if there were rays of light shooting out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. The light from the mysterious runes overlapped, and finally, like a ray of light, enveloped Ho Bumming, who had appeared in an instant. In this short moment, Ho Bumming seemed to have suddenly felt something. His gaze changed greatly, but it was too late. He wanted to retreat and struggle with all his might, but he could not. No one in the drill ground below knew what was going on. All they saw was that Ho Bumming's eyes, which were still sharp a moment ago, had suddenly turned dull. Then, the terrifying palm that could suppress everything dissipated in front of many shocked gazes. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire sky trembled. The strange light in Du Xiaofu's eyes dissipated. Then, a green-gold sword appeared in his hand. Runes flowed around it. It looked like it was formed by nature. Then he slashed out with the sword in a flash. Swish! The sword light swept out, and a mighty pressure swept across the sky, stirring up the energy of heaven and earth. It was as if a spiritual python had attacked, and a flood dragon had soared into the sky. The azure gold brilliance shone brightly, as if it was about to drown Du Xiaofu. The sword light swept past Ho Bumming's body with lightning speed. Rumble! Wherever the sword ray passed, a long crack appeared on the ground of the drill ground below. It was as if an earthquake had broken the ground. It was horrifying. The disciples of the world society who were close to it retreated in fear. This sword strike was enough to shake mountains and rivers, shatter mountains and crack the earth, and destroy everything. Chi-la-la! When Ho Bumming regained his senses in the air, his body had already begun to crack. However, before he could even let out a miserable shriek, his skinny body had already split open from the middle in the air. While fresh blood spurted out, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body. Within the golden light, talismans and mysterious markings flickered, and it was like a golden-winged rock had flapped its wings. Grand light suffused the air as it soared into the 9 heavens, and a pressure swept through the sky, causing the veins and souls of everyone below to tremble violently. Bang, bang! Ho Bumming's body exploded within the golden light, turning into a bloody mist and disappearing. He couldn't be more dead. Even when Ho Bumming died, he probably didn't expect that he would end up like this. Silence. Silence. There was a deathly silence all around. Everyone's eyes were glued to the sky. Only Eagle King, Gong Dao, Yi Piaoling, and a few others revealed faint smiles on their faces. To them, this outcome wasn't strange at all. Du Xiaofu floated high up in the sky. The ancient and elegant azurite long sword in his hand exuded a mighty pressure. High-grade Dao artifact. Hermit Wuzhen's old face turned pale. Ho Bumming had been killed in a single move, and he didn't even know how he died. This made him tremble. At this moment, Hermit Wuzhen finally understood Du Xiaofu's true goal. How was it to abdicate? It was to intimidate. That terrifying azurite long sword made his heart tremble. It was definitely a high-grade Dao artifact. Hua, Fankong, Bai Qi, Xiao Wenqing, and the others were also stunned. However, they soon recovered from their shock, and joy appeared on their faces. Chao Yu looked at the sky, and his body was trembling violently. When Ho Bumming's body turned into a bloody mist, even his soul was trembling. Goo goo! After a moment of dead silence, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. As a disciple of the World Society, how could the people present not know that Ho Bumming, was a perfected martial marquis and was not far from the martial king realm? However, at this moment, Ho Bumming, who was a perfected martial marquis, was killed on the spot in one move. How shocking was this! I intended to give the position of president to Ho Bumming, but I didn't expect Ho Bumming to be so weak. I overestimated Ho Bumming's strength. Du Xiaofu looked around and sighed. Then he pointed the tyrannical shadow at Chao Yu and said, "Chao Yu, it's your turn. I hope you won't disappoint me." The guild leader is going to eliminate Chao Yu after eliminating Ho Bumming. A World Society disciple with extraordinary eyesight trembled. At this moment, the president was going to eliminate Chao Yu to intimidate the rest of the society. Bang! However, as soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Chao Yu's knees trembled as he knelt on the ground. He shouted to the people behind him, "Kneel!" Chao Yu's followers were already trembling when they saw Ho Bumming killed in a single move. When they heard Chao Yu's shout, they shivered and immediately knelt on the ground in panic. "Chao Yu, why are you doing this?" Du Xiaofu hovered in the air. A cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at Chao Yu and asked, "President, please forgive me. How would I dare to covet the president's position? I was muddle-headed and was instigated by others to be disrespectful to you. However, I would never dare to betray you. President, please forgive me." Chao Yu knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this moment, how could he not know that the president wasn't planning to abdicate? He was clearly luring the snake out of its hole. Ho Bumming's fate was a precedent. If they fought, he and Ho Bumming were equally matched. If Ho Bumming was killed in a single move, his fate could be imagined. "President, please forgive me." Behind Chao Yu, many people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this moment, Chao Yu had already proven his position. They were even more terrified. "President, you are so mighty. I don't know what rule Commander Ho has broken, but President actually wants to kill Commander Ho. Isn't this a little too vicious and merciless?" Just as Chao Yu and the others were about to express their stance, Hermit Wuzhen's voice rang out. He raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu in the air, his eyes suffused with a malicious glint. Ho Bumming being killed in a single move and Du Xiaofu not placing him in his eyes at all. Hermit Wuzhen finally began to worry about himself. Rather than waiting for this brat's momentum to settle, he might as well find an opportunity now. In the entire world assembly, only the Medicine King could contend against him. Even the Eagle King's gong blade was slightly weaker. At this moment, it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance. The Medicine King hadn't shown himself today, so perhaps this was his chance. As Hermit Wuzhen spoke, everyone's gazes fell on Hermit Wuzhen and Du Xiaofu. At this moment, even the Eagle King's gong blade frowned. On the other hand, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Yi Piaoling, and the others quietly stood to the side without much change in their expressions. Elder, Ho Bumming died in a single blow. How can you say that I killed him? From the looks of it, Elder wishes to seek justice for Ho Bumming. Could it be that you wish to replace Ho Bumming to exchange pointers with me? Du Xiaofu looked at Hermit Wuzhen. He didn't seem surprised by Hermit Wuzhen's appearance, but a cold glint flashed through his eyes without leaving a trace. President is a young hero, but since you wish to give up your position, this old man won't be courteous. As soon as Mountain Man Wuzhen spoke, a mighty ripple swept out from his tall and thin body like a hurricane. What a powerful pressure! My soul can't resist it. As Hermit Wuzhen's aura surged out, the surrounding World Society disciples retreated and circulated their Xian Qi to resist. The terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone's soul to tremble. President, are you really going to fight with Hermit Wuzhen? That's a 6-star Mystic Realm Talisman Master, comparable to a Martial King Mystic Realm expert. The few leaders of the World Society who knew about Hermit Wuzhen's identity were all shocked when they saw the scene. The president was only 17 or 18 years old. Could it be that he had reached the stage where he could fight against a martial king? Du Xiaofu looked at Hermit Wuzhen and waved dominating shadow. He looked down at Hermit Wuzhen and said, "Since that's the case, please make your move." When Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a faint golden light flickered in his clear eyes. Golden light surged around his body, and a terrifying, profound qi spread out from his body. His purple robe fluttered, and faint golden talisman inscriptions overflowed and flickered on his exposed skin. Haha, you asked for it. You're too arrogant. You're not suited to be the president of World Society. Hermit Wuzhen sneered, his eyes sinister. As soon as he spoke, his figure floated in the air like a bolt of lightning. A pair of withered hands reached out from his robes. Energy rippled as if it could distort space. Chapter 500. In an instant, waves of heaven and earth energy surged over. Hermit Wuzhen seemed to have been secretly prepared. In a short moment, 21 array flags were formed in his palm. Without a doubt, Hermit Wuzhen had been secretly preparing for this. He was extremely cunning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to form 21 array flags so quickly. If you have the ability, then break my 1,000-blade soul-killing array. Hermit Wuzhen sneered. The array flags were already formed. Even a martial king would find it difficult to forcefully break out of a 6-star array. No matter how extraordinary Du Xiaofu was, he was still too inexperienced to be feared. Swish, swish, swish. 21 array flags flew into the sky, turning into dazzling rune-light pillars and disappearing. In an instant, the wind whistled high up in the sky, and dazzling runes spread all over the sky. A powerful rune array appeared in the air and directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Rumble! The array was terrifying. Endless energy rune light distorted the space. Finally, countless blade lights swept across the sky. The blade lights were like living creatures, tearing the sky apart as they gathered to form a terrifying array. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu's body was already enveloped by the terrifying array. The terrifying array swept across the sky. Even the entire Chaos Demon City was stirred up. The pressure spread, causing the entire city to tremble. At this moment, countless figures in Chaos Demon City were trembling. The World Society disciples around the World Society's drill ground were trembling in fear. Under that shocking pressure, those with weaker cultivation paled, and blood flowed out of their mouths. What a terrifying array! This is a 6-star array. No one in the entire Dark Forest can set it up. Hua, Fankong, Bai Qi, Xiaowenqing, and the others had grave expressions. The profound qi in their bodies seemed to stagnate as their hearts trembled. Even Yi Piaoling's brows were slightly furrowed. Only Hermit Wuzhen's face was pale. However, there was a cold smile in his eyes. That brat could kill Ho Bumming in one move. He was indeed extraordinary, but he was still too inexperienced. The blade array swept across, its might sharp and murderous. Its power made one's heart tremble. Voila! At this moment, a golden stream of light rushed out of the terrifying sword matrix. The light was like a 5-fingered mountain with golden talisman patterns flashing on it. There was a fluctuation in the air, and there was a strange energy that seemed to be able to distort the void. Chi! A golden figure suddenly appeared in front of the pale-faced mountain man Wu Jin like a bolt of golden lightning. How could this be? This is impossible. The sneer in mountain man Wu Jin's eyes was now replaced with shock. All of this had exceeded his expectations. Du Xiaofu's figure had appeared in front of him without a single ripple. His saber array had not reacted at all. Not good. A sense of unease crept up from the depths of mountain man Wu Jin's soul, and he hurriedly tried to retreat. Swish! But it was too late. The sword glow exploded, and the azure gold light spread out, instantly appearing in front of mountain man Wu Jin's chest. Hermit Wu Jin was shocked. However, he was a 6-star mysterious talisman master after all. He was not a weakling. There were not many people in the dark forest who could fight against him. Amidst his panic, mysterious runes erupted from his body. They turned into a dazzling, circular shield formed by mysterious runes. It blocked the sword light in front of him like water. Chi! After all, a technique condensed in a hurry could not last for long. The sword glow destroyed the shield condensed from talisman runes, but the sword glow was also completely blocked. Mountain man Wu Jin took this opportunity to retreat. I originally thought that you could secretly set up a 6-star mysterious spirit talisman array, but it seems like your strength is insufficient. You can only set up a 6-star beginner talisman array. You've disappointed me. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure drifted like a god, appearing like a ghost. At the same time, a fist imprint with the momentum of a bolt of lightning suddenly landed on the chest of mountain man Wu Jin, who had thought he had just escaped. Boom! With a muffled boom, mountain man Wu Jin staggered backward. The terrifying saber array in the air began to crack and shatter, transforming into runes that scattered in the sky. Humph! After stabilizing his body, mountain man Wu Jin groaned. A smear of blood seeped out of the corner of his lips as he maliciously stared at Du Xiaofu, the corners of his eyes twitching. The surrounding sky once again fell silent. This scene appeared too quickly, and before the crowd could recover, they had already witnessed this shocking scene. Even the strongest person present had not been able to clearly see what had happened. Mountain man Wu Jin's defeat had been far too inexplicable. Du Xiaofu floated in the air, his tyrannical aura spreading out as he coldly stared at mountain man Wu Jin. Mountain man Wu Jin, you are a 6-star mysterious spirit talisman master. In front of me, you don't have much right to be arrogant. If you are truly willing to stay in the World Assembly, I will welcome you. If you are unwilling to stay, I will let you go on account of Medicine King and Old Yao. Mountain man Wu Jin stared at Du Xiaofu with a frighteningly malevolent gaze. He had never imagined that things would turn out like this. At this moment, mountain man Wu Jin finally understood. He had thought that this brat was too inexperienced, but who would have thought that after fighting eagles his entire life he would be pecked in the eye today? This brat was clearly using him to show off. And now, mountain man Wu Jin truly did not dare to casually make a move against Du Xiaofu. In his eyes, Du Xiaofu was currently unfathomable. His 6-star initial ascension talisman array was completely useless, and he had lost his greatest backing. Moreover, the World Assembly still had Eagle King, Gong Dao, and Medicine King Yiwuming. If he were to make a move, he would not have any advantage. As for continuing to stay in the World Assembly, Mountain Man Wu Jin could not bring himself to do so. In the future, he would not be able to raise his head in the World Assembly. When Hermit Wu Jin joined the World Society, it wasn't because he valued the society's future. Instead, it was because of the existence of the Medicine King, Dr. Wuming. He wanted to obtain benefits from the Medicine King, Dr. Wuming. If he wanted to join any power, his future would be limitless even if he went to the central region, let alone the dark forest. Kiki, Mountain Man Wuzhin's pale face, was now alternating between green and white. After a while, he suddenly flicked his sleeves and sneered, shouting, "Back then, I only joined the Tiny World Assembly because of the Medicine King. Since you are so arrogant and conceited, if you don't want me here, there will naturally be a place for me. This old man will leave today. Is there anyone who wants to follow me? Leaving this Tiny World Assembly. Anywhere is better than the World Assembly." Hearing Mountain Man Wuzhin's words, the people around the plaza looked at each other. In the end, the 20 or so martial marquises and pulse spirit realm cultivators who had followed Ho Bumming immediately walked out, intending to leave with Mountain Man Wuzhin. Ho Bumming was already dead, so it was not difficult for them to imagine their own fates. Then the crowd became restless. Another 100 or so people walked out from the crowd, trembling in fear. They followed behind the martial marquises and pulse spirit realm cultivators. These 100 or so people were the trusted aides of the first 20 or so people. Now that the leader wanted to leave, they naturally could not stay and wanted to leave with him. However, it was only these people. The rest of the world assembly disciples looked at each other, but did not walk out. Seeing that so many people were willing to leave with him, and that most of them were leaders of various ranks, Mountain Man Wuzhin revealed a somewhat complacent, cold smile. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, slowly deal with the silver-winged demonic condor. Goodbye." Looking at Mountain Man Wuzhin, who was about to leave, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a slight smile. He opened his mouth and slowly asked, "Seems like there are quite a few traitors. I wonder how the traitors will be punished?" Replying to the president, "The traitors will be killed without mercy." Li Shui raised her head and gently opened her mouth. Her clear voice, accompanied by profound energy, reverberated around the drill ground. As Li Shui's voice fell, the 100 or so people who had just walked out immediately turned pale. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and a feeling of unease climbed up from the depths of their hearts. "The traitors will be killed without mercy," Du Xiaofu said indifferently. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he looked directly at Mountain Man Wuzhin. "Mountain Man Wuzhin, on account of the Medicine King, I will spare you this time. You want to take away the traitors of my World Assembly? Do you think that I won't dare to kill you? I guarantee you that if you don't get out of Chaos Demon City within 3 breaths, I will definitely make sure that you die without a complete corpse. If you don't believe me, you can try." His voice reverberated in the air, causing a chill to fill the area. Anyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. Mountain Man Wuzhin's face alternated between red and green. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, Mountain Man Wuzhin really did not dare to make a move now. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of his talisman array at all. The World Assembly also had the Eagle King, Gong Dao, and the Medicine King, Yi Wuming. If the 3 of them joined forces, they might really be able to keep him here. It would be difficult for him to stand alone. "Good, good, good." After shouting good 3 times in a row, Hermit Wuzhin's expression became extremely ugly. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Kid, the mountains do not move, the water moves. The mountains do not change, and the rivers flow forever. We will meet again." Swoosh! Mountain Man Wuzhin immediately leaped and left. He did not dare to stay any longer. His figure disappeared into the distance, but he did not pay any attention to the 100 or so people who wanted to leave with him. At this moment, the 100 or so people who wanted to leave with Mountain Man Wuzhin all turned ghastly pale. Chapter 501. Traitors kill without mercy. In the sky, Du Xiaofu shouted. He waved the tyrant shadow in his hand and instantly transformed into an azure gold sword whip. Dazzling azure gold talisman patterns bloomed, and its aura was domineering and terrifying. Its dazzling brilliance scattered across the sky. Chi-la-la! The azure gold sword whip transformed, agile and dazzling. It was like a spirit python or a flood dragon soaring into the sky as it swept down at the hundreds of people below. Ah, the terrifying aura made people's souls tremble. Then screams and wails rang out in the drill ground. Chi-la-la! The sword whip was like lightning, killing everything in its path. A World Society traitor was easily killed. The stronger martial marquises resisted with all their strength, using talisman patterns and extraordinary auras. But in front of the tyrant shadow, they were still invincible. All resistance was destroyed by the domineering aura. Chi-la-la! The azure gold sword whip was bewitching. In the end, it turned back into a natural, simple, and elegant azure gold sword and returned to Du Xiaofu's hand. More than 100 people, including several martial marquises, were all killed in a short period of time. A bloody mist spilled across the drill ground, and the aura was intimidating and fierce. The entire drill ground was dead silent, and everyone's hair stood on end. This method of luring the snake out of its hole, making the traitors jump out of their own accord. How could this person be a rookie with such decisiveness? This was clearly a malefic star that did not match his age. Chao Yu and the others were still kneeling on one knee, not daring to get up. Even when Hermit Wuzhen attacked, Chao Yu gritted his teeth and did not get up, looking at the fierce killing before him. Chao Yu knew that he had made the right bet. If not for absolute confidence, why would the purple-robed youth before him start to purge the world society? If he had chosen Hermit Wuzhen, he would probably have ended up in a similar state. The eyes of all the world society disciples trembled as they looked at the bloody scene on the drill ground. All of them felt their hair stand on end. More than 100 people, including martial marquises and meridian spirit realm cultivators, were killed by the purple-robed youth without even blinking. His actions were clean and efficient, and his personality was decisive. It was a complete contrast with his face, which looked like it was only 17 or 18 years old. Just last night, some of the members of the World Society were secretly discussing how their mysterious guild leader was actually a young man who was still wet behind the ears. Even though he was Du Xiaofu from Tianwu Academy, he was still a young man who was still wet behind the ears. In a place like the Dark Forest, how could he possibly have the means and capability to lead the world society to fight against the various powers? And now, seeing Hobuming and company killed and Hermit Wuzhen leaving in a sorry state, the world society disciples finally understood that the purple-robed youth was not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Traitors kill traitors. Du Xiaofu floated in the air and looked down at the kneeling Chao Yu. He asked, "Vice Leader Chao, why are you still kneeling? Vice Leader Ho has unfortunately fallen. Why don't we invite Vice Leader Chao to become the president? President, please forgive me. How can I be worthy of the position of president? Only the current president is worthy of it. President, please retract your order." Chao Yu knelt on the ground and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said respectfully, "From today onwards, Chao Yu will follow you to death. If I betray you, may the heavens strike me with lightning. We are also willing to follow you to death." Behind Chao Yu, many people were trembling as they swore to follow Chao Yu. The death of Hobuming and the others had already made their hearts tremble and their hair stand on end. Hua Fankong looked up and a smile appeared on his face. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee. He said, "President, please retract your order. Only the president is qualified to be the president of the World Society. We will definitely follow you to death. President, please retract your order. We will definitely follow you to death." Bai Qi, Xiao Wenqing, and the others also knelt on one knee and said loudly. Their voices reverberated in the air. "President, please retract your order. We will definitely follow you to death." Around the drill ground, many World Society disciples looked at each other in dismay. They then knelt on one knee one after another. Their shocking voices reverberated in the air above the drill ground. Eagle King Gong Dao looked around. His single eye moved slightly as he looked at the sky. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes before a smile appeared on his face. In the air, Du Xiaofu's expression was still indifferent. He looked around and said loudly, "Since this is the case, then I will announce one thing. From now on, the World Society will appoint Vice President, Incense Master, Banner Master, and Branch Master to be in charge of the external affairs of the World Society. In addition, there will be consecrators, elders, protectors, and deacons to be in charge of the internal affairs of the World Society. Yao Wang and Yao Lao will be consecrators, Eagle King will be World Society's Grand Elder. Hua Fankong will be Incense Master of the World Society's 6 Incense Hall and Yellow Earth Hall. Li Shui will be Incense Master of the World Society's Moon Shadow Hall. The Incense Masters of the Sharp Metal Hall, Greenwood Hall, and Scarlet Fire Hall will be temporarily appointed." After a pause, Du Xiaofu looked around and continued, "In addition, the World Society will appoint Heavenly General Guards. Yi Pialing will be the head of the Heavenly General Guards. The Heavenly General Guards will not interfere with any of the World Society's matters. They will only listen to the President. They will be in charge of all the punishments of the World Society. They can punish anyone who violates the rules at any time." When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Yi Pialing looked up at the sky. Her eyes moved slightly, and there were some fluctuations in them. As Du Xiaofu finished speaking, his figure slowly descended and landed in front of Qiao Yu. As Du Xiaofu approached, Qiao Yu's entire body trembled inwardly for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, especially the terrifying pressure on the azure gold longsword. It caused the profound energy in his body to stagnate and his meridians and soul to tremble. As Du Xiaofu approached step by step, his heartbeat also accelerated. Swish! When Du Xiaofu arrived in front of Qiao Yu, dominating shadow returned to his body. He helped Qiao Yu up with one hand and said, "Commander Qiao, please dispense with the formalities. From now on, you will be in charge of the mysterious water hall. I will leave it to you." "Thank you, President." Qiao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. His life was saved. He had made the right choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died like Ho Bumming. "Everyone rise." Du Xiaofu immediately said to all the disciples who were still kneeling on the ground. His brows were slightly relaxed, and there was a slight smile on his face. His aura was as light as the wind and clouds, as if nothing had happened. President is wise. The World Society disciples all stood up and their voices echoed in the surroundings. After a while, in a side hall of the World Society, Du Xiaofu, Yao Wang, Eagle King, Yi Piaoling, Du Xiaoqing, Li Shui, and Hua Fankong were all present. Today's results seem to be good. The World Society can be considered to have taken shape. In the side hall, Yao Wang looked at Du Xiaofu with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Yao Wang did not show up at the drill ground, but everything that happened there was clear to him. Today, not only did they completely remove the real, malignant tumor of the World Society and intimidate the members of the World Society, they also achieved a combination of kindness and authority. They also completed the embryonic form of the World Society. The next thing to do was to stabilize and develop the World Society. I only took the opportunity to remove some malignant tumors. I didn't do much, but it has been hard on everyone during this period of time. Du Xiaofu smiled, but he didn't relax too much in his heart. Although he had intimidated some people today and removed some malignant tumors, the current World Society hadn't completely merged together, and its foundation was still extremely weak and not firm. However, he could not reach the heavens in a single step. He could only take it slowly in the future. "Big brother, why did you let that annoying old man go in the beginning?" Du Xiaoqing pouted. If not for the fact that she had been told not to casually make a move, she would have already killed that mountain man Wu Jin. "He is still useful to me." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and then said to Du Xiaoqing, "Little Qing, Big Brother has something that I need your help with." "No problem." Du Shaoqing nodded. Her innocent eyes rippled with a smile. She looked harmless, but Eagle King, Gong Dao, Hua Fankong, Yi Piaoling, and the Medicine King all knew that Du Shaoqing was the most terrifying person present. "I'm afraid you didn't kill Mountain Man Wujin because of me," Medicine King Yi Wuming said to Du Xiaofu. "Actually, you don't have to worry about me. I don't have much of a relationship with that Mountain Man Wuzhen. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The Medicine King was indeed one of the reasons why he did not kill Mountain Man Wuzhen. After all, Mountain Man Wuzhen had come to seek refuge with the Medicine King. If he was killed in the world society, the Medicine King's reputation would naturally be damaged. It would also cause others to misunderstand the world society. However, this was only one of the reasons. Du Xiaofu also had his own plans for not killing Mountain Man Wuzhen. First, Mountain Man Wuzhen was at the 6th star, mystical realm. If he was angered and made a move, it was inevitable that some innocent people would be harmed in the world society. Moreover, Du Xiaofu also had other plans in mind. Hermit Wuzhen should be a narrow-minded person. This time he had been completely slapped in the face in front of the World Congress. He probably wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. If Du Xiaofu's guess was right, he would probably react. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not kill Mountain Man Wuzhen today. If it was as he expected, then Mountain Man Wuzhen would be of great help to him. It wouldn't be too late to kill him then. Everything would depend on himself. "What do you plan to do about the silver-winged demonic condor?" The Medicine King raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "You injured 2 Beast Lord realm monsters yesterday. I'm guessing that the silver-winged demonic condor will be enraged. In less than 3 days, it will launch a large-scale attack." "I was just about to talk about this." Du Xiaofu smiled at the Medicine King and said, "I want to meet the silver-winged demonic condor alone." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the Eagle King Gong Dao immediately frowned and reminded Du Xiaofu, "President, the silver-winged demonic condor is not an ordinary demonic beast. It has recently broken through to the Nirvana realm of the Beast King realm. Its bloodline is not even inferior to the ordinary demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. With its talent and gathering of demonic beasts, I'm afraid that even a Martial King realm expert at the peak of the consummate realm would not dare to break into the Chaos Demon Cliff alone." Chapter 502. The Medicine King frowned. Although he knew that Du Xiaoqing's strength was terrifying the silver-winged demonic eagle, blue flame red leopard, and subduing tiger mastiff were not to be trifled with, especially the silver-winged demonic eagle. "Are you confident?" After a while, the Medicine King asked Du Xiaofu seriously, "I plan to go to the Chaos Demon Cliff to take a look." Du Xiaofu shook his head at the Medicine King and said, "I'm not confident. Let's go take a look first. If the silver-winged demonic eagle leads the beast horde to attack the city, I'm afraid the world meat won't be able to withstand that kind of attack. If we can make contact with the silver-winged demonic eagle, we might have unexpected gains." "If you really want to go, Gong Dao and I will go with you," said the Medicine King. "No need, old Medicine. You and the Eagle King have to guard the Chaos Demon City. Let me, Little Qing, and Du Xiaoyao go." Du Xiaofu said, "With Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao, even if they couldn't do anything to the silver-winged demonic eagle, it shouldn't be a problem to escape. Then you be careful." Hearing this, the Medicine King and the Eagle King both frowned. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had made up his mind, they didn't say anything more. In the afternoon, a huge black tiger flapped its wings and flew out of the world meet. 3 figures followed and instantly disappeared into the sky. In a pavilion, the Eagle King, Gong Dao, looked at the huge black tiger in the distance and asked the Medicine King beside him, "Medicine King, with just the few of them going, can they safely escape from the Chaos Demon Cliff?" "It shouldn't be a problem to escape safely. Little Ching isn't an ordinary kind of strong. That kid isn't a reckless person either. If he dares to go, he naturally has some plans in his heart. The Medicine King looked at the sky and said softly he has no choice but to go to the Chaos Demon Cliff in such a hurry. If he's slow, I'm afraid the trouble will get bigger. Is the King of Medicine talking about one pavilion and one castle? 2 doors? Eagle King Gong Dao naturally knew the current situation in the dark forest. 1 pavilion, 1 castle, 2 sects, and 4 great powers had been eyeing them covetously. If they didn't get rid of the silver-winged demon condor soon, the situation in World Meeting would only become more and more difficult. The Medicine King smiled bitterly and said, "That's not the most troublesome thing. Don't forget that Xue Tianqiu of the Black Fiend sect is still looking for him all over the world. If Xue Tianqiu knows that he's in the World Society, I'm afraid it won't be long before he comes to chaotic Demon City. If that's the case, then it's quite troublesome." Hearing this, the Eagle King's gong saber's single eye twitched slightly. The Chaos Demon City was an extremely large area. If the entire Chaos Demon City was added together, it would most likely be even larger than the Dark City. In fact, it might not even be smaller than the land area of several counties in the outside world. This was especially true for the area occupied by the demonic beasts. It was extremely large. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and the peaks were connected. Mountain peaks rose steeply from the ground, and they were not connected. Strange peaks were spread out. In the sky above the deep mountains, a ferocious black tiger flapped its wings. The surrounding ferocious birds did not dare to approach at all. Their ferocious eyes trembled as they trembled in fear. "Be careful later. I told you not to follow me, but you just had to follow me." On the little tiger's back, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman beside him. His eyes revealed some helplessness. First Princess Cheng Shengnan smiled slightly. Her slender legs and slim waist made her already tall figure even more slender. She looked at Du Xiaofu with a charming smile. Then she intimately wrapped her arms around Du Xiaofu's arm and said, "Since you want to come, I naturally have to follow. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Besides, I'll be worried if you come." Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. Under the faint fragrance beside him, he could not say anything more. "Roar!" The little tiger roared in a low voice. More and more ferocious birds appeared in front of them. However, under this roar, a large number of ferocious birds flapped their wings and fled, not daring to approach. It was likely that without the aura emitted by the little tiger, it would not be easy to smoothly pass through this area. Many of those ferocious birds were at the Pulse Spirit Realm, and ordinary martial marquis cultivators could easily surpass them. A moment later, a slender white line appeared in the mountain range, as if it wanted to cut the entire mountain range apart. As the distance closed, one could see clearly that it was a long cloud of mist, like a river of clouds in the low sky. Under the cloud of mist, there was a bottomless abyss. It was unknown how long it was, as if it extended to the end of the mountain range. It was extremely shocking to see. Behind the cloud of mist was a huge cliff. This cliff was like a heavenly wall pressing down on one's face. It was so tall that it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Rocks stood tall on the cliff, and strange rocks were rugged. At the top of the mountain, there were lush trees and lush green trees. At this moment, the sun was slowly setting in the west, and the amber sunset gradually retreated from the horizon, causing this cliff to be even more shocking. That should be the Chaos Demon Cliff. Du Xiaofu looked at the huge cliff and spread out his mental power. His mind spied on it. There were many demonic beasts gathered in this mountain range, especially on the cliff in front of them. There were many terrifying beast clan auras spreading out. The Chaos Demon Cliff was the most feared existence in the Chaos Demon City because it was the headquarters of all the demonic beasts in the dark forest. the silver-winged demon eagle, the blue flame-red leopard, and the subduing tiger mastiff. These three terrifying demonic beasts occupied the Chaos Demon Cliff. Swish! The little tiger landed, and its huge body shrank. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and Cheng Xingnan also landed on the ground. They raised their heads and looked at the huge cliff. It was so tall that it was frightening. Squeak, squeak! Roar! In the sky and on the ground, ferocious beasts surrounded them from afar. The ground trembled, and the mountain forest rose and fell, surrounding Du Xiaofu and the others. The number of demonic beasts was still increasing. In a moment, a dense wave of demonic beasts had gathered in the surrounding mountain forest. The ferocious beasts in the air screeched and flapped their wings, like dark clouds covering the sky. Many ferocious auras shrouded the mountain forest. There are some extraordinary demonic beasts coming. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Suddenly, her spiritual eyes fluctuated and she looked at the cliff. There are really many demonic beasts. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the surroundings, and then he looked at the cliff. There were many powerful auras there, and demonic beasts were rushing over. Squeak, squeak! After a few breaths, a large group of ferocious beasts flapped their wings and flew over from the cliff. Waves of air swept out like a gale blowing. Many demonic beasts stood in the air at the front. At the front of the group of ferocious demonic beasts was a huge yellow python. It was circling in the air, and its entire body was covered in yellow scales. A cold aura spread out from its body, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate. The huge python was suspended in the air, and half of its huge body was hidden in the clouds. It was like a huge dragon floating in the air, causing people's hearts to tremble. Commander Yellow Python, it's him. It's the human who injured Commander Lai Xiong and Commander Tai Jiu yesterday. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and Cheng Xingnan, a beast lord stage demonic beast immediately said to the huge yellow python, "Roar! Ji ji!" As these demonic beasts arrived, the surrounding ferocious beasts roared continuously, like thunder that resounded in all directions. A perfect beast, lord stage, golden, demonic python. Du Xiaofu looked at the giant yellow python that was floating in the air, and his eyes were also moved by it. The golden demonic python was not bad. In terms of talent, it was even stronger than the king-scaled demonic tiger on the Earth Beast ranking. Of course, after the little tiger's evolution, only the demonic beasts on the Heavenly Beast ranking could compare to it. It was not even comparable to the ordinary demonic beasts on the Heavenly Beast ranking. Damn human, are you the one who injured Lai Xiong and Tai Jiu? I didn't expect you to dare to come to the Chaos Demon Cliff. Today I'll tear you apart. The golden demonic python coiled in the air, and a cold aura surged. Its cold eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu, and the scarlet tongue in its mouth flickered. There were runes surging, and a vast pressure stirred the wind and clouds. The golden demonic python was at the perfect beast, lord stage. Even a human expert who had just reached the Martial King realm might not be able to do anything to it. All the experts in the Martial Lord stage would have to retreat. Du Xiaofu looked at the golden demonic python. He cultivated the cultivation method of the Golden Winged Rock clan, so he would not be intimidated by the golden demonic python. He said, "Golden demonic python, we're here to find the silver-winged demonic condor. Lead the way." "Humph! Do you think you can meet the commander-in-chief? Since you injured Lai Xiong and Tai Jiu, I'll tear you apart first." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden demonic python exploded with a terrifying aura. Its yellow scales spread with runes, and its huge body swept out from the clouds in the air. Its dragon-like body was like a meteorite, and it charged straight at Du Xiaofu. Hiss, hiss! The golden demonic python opened its bloody mouth and spat out its scarlet tongue. It exploded with a terrifying cold aura. Under the pressure of this cold aura, It was enough to freeze the profound energy in the body of an ordinary cultivator. The cold aura spread out. Looking at the golden demonic python that was charging at him like lightning, Du Xiaofu did not frown. Just as he was about to make a move, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a delicate voice, "Brother, you can leave this little snake to me." Boom! As soon as the delicate voice fell, a strong green rune light burst out from Du Xiaoqing's graceful body. Then an extremely terrifying aura suddenly rippled out, causing the entire space to tremble violently. At this moment, the golden demonic python that was charging straight at him seemed to have suddenly felt something, and its fierce eyes trembled. Roar! Gee! Gee! At this moment, the countless ferocious beasts in the surroundings trembled for no reason. The birds in the sky almost fell from the sky. They all felt an unbearable pressure descend on their souls and bloodlines. Chapter 503. Du Xiaoqing completely ignored the golden demonic python's meteorite-like terrifying charge. Her fair and slender hand clenched into a fist as a green glow erupted. She unbelievably punched the golden demonic python's huge head. Bang! The small fist contained a terrifying amount of power. It instantly collided with the golden demonic python's ferocious, hard head, following which the enormous golden demon python's body violently shot from the air into the mountain below, like a cannonball in front of the stunned, fierce eyes of quite a number of demonic beasts. Immediately, quite a number of miserable roars suddenly resounded. Rumble! Dust filled the air as gravel shot out. The golden demonic python's body was blasted into the mountain's ground. Cracks immediately appeared on the hard mountain surface. Many demonic beasts suffered an unexpected calamity as they were heavily injured by the golden demonic python's body. Seeing that the golden demonic python was actually blasted down with a single punch, the ferocious beasts in the sky were even more shocked. At this moment, the aura on the beautiful green figure's body had already been restrained. It directly filled the air with an aura that was enough to make their souls and blood tremble. Crash! Large pieces of gravel on the mountain trembled as the huge golden demonic python struggled to climb up. When its gaze once again looked at the beautiful green figure not far away, the gaze in its eyes was also filled with fear. Under the aura just now, it clearly felt the existence of a supreme demonic beast's aura. Just that aura alone was enough to make it unable to resist. Du Xiaoqing looked at the golden demonic python. Looking at the huge, dragon-like body of the golden demonic python, she did not put it in her eyes at all. She berated, "Quickly bring us to the silver-winged demonic eagle. Otherwise, I will destroy you." "Okay, I will bring you to see the great commander." The golden demonic python trembled as it nodded. It felt that it could no longer resist these people. It could only let the great commander and the others come out. It just so happened that the great commander was also looking for these people. Swoosh, swoosh. Then the golden demon python and the demon beasts around it turned around and dashed towards the top of the cliff while trembling faintly. Du Xiaofu and Shengnan glanced at each other, and then, together with Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger, they also jumped and followed. The cliffs towered into the clouds. The center of the cliffs was misty, and the top was verdant and lush, like a fairyland. Above the precipice was a cliff, but above it was another world. Half of the giant peak appeared in the eyes of Du Xiaofu and the others. At this time, it was gradually evening. The sun was setting in the sky, and a soft mist rose from the cliff. The mountain range was smeared with a layer of soft sunset color. The fiery red sunset fog rendered everything hazy and illusory. Half of the giant peak was covered with lush vegetation. A clear stream flowed from the top of the cliff to the bottom of the rock crevice, and finally flowed into the cliff. At the top of the cliff, there was no lack of flat and spacious land. On both sides of the cliff, there were flying towers inserted into the air. The carved and embroidered sills were all hidden in the verdant green. Roar! On the chaotic demon cliff, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the rocks in the forest. After the golden demonic python and many other demonic beasts climbed up the chaotic demon cliff, they shrunk their bodies and landed on a huge square. There were many huge rocks piled up in the surroundings, and the square was vast. What a beautiful place! Eldest Princess Chung Xingnan slowly descended from the sky. Looking down, she could see that on the chaotic demon cliff, the clear stream flowed like jade and the rocks pierced through the clouds. It was a beautiful scene. Du Xiaofu was also quite surprised. He did not expect that on the chaotic demon cliff, where the demonic beasts were entrenched, there would be such a beautiful scene. Especially within the chaotic demon cliff, there were many majestic buildings. They were all built according to the architecture of the human race. However, compared to the human race's buildings, they were much larger and more magnificent. Follow me. The first commander, second commander, and third commander are already waiting for you in the main hall. The golden demonic python, which had shrunk in size, was still 30 to 40 feet long. Its entire body was covered with yellow scales. It seemed to be wriggling on the ground, but it was actually floating on the ground. Its body immediately slithered and swept into the majestic main hall in front of the square. Roar! On both sides of the main hall, there were many ferocious demonic beasts entrenched. When they saw Du Xiaofu and the others approaching, they growled and hissed. However, these demonic beasts seemed to feel the auras of the little tiger and Du Xiaoqing. They seemed to be suppressed by some kind of force, and they faintly prostrated themselves, not daring to make a sound. Let's go in. Du Xiaofu said to Qing Xingnan, Du Xiaoqing, and Du Xiaoyao. His toes tapped lightly, and he strode up dozens of steps and entered the main hall. The main hall was magnificent, as if it existed in an epic. The huge main hall was even larger than the Golden Dragon Palace in the Stone Dragon Empire. There were huge stone pillars on both sides of the hall. At this moment, there were many terrifying demonic beasts standing between the stone pillars. Many of them were even demonic beasts on the Earth Beast list. There were no less than 20 demonic beasts at the Beast Lord realm and dozens of Spiritual Pulse realm demonic beasts. The Raging Flames mountain-splitting bear and the iron-armored demonic vulture that had been severely injured yesterday were probably still recuperating, so Du Xiaofu did not see them in the hall. Although the Raging Flames mountain-splitting bear and the iron-armored demonic vulture's claws and wings had been broken yesterday, with the Raging Flames mountain-splitting bear and the iron-armored demonic vulture's cultivation and strength, they would be fine and could even regrow. In the main hall, dozens of terrifying demonic beasts stood there, looking ferocious and majestic. Just their auras alone were enough to make ordinary people unable to step in. Under the fierce auras, dozens of terrifying demonic beasts stared at them. First Princess Chung Xingnan couldn't help but change her expression. At the head of the main hall, there were a total of 3 figures sitting upright. On the right was a burly man in red clothes with a red face. His body couldn't be considered majestic, but he looked extremely vigorous. There was a scarlet light flickering in his eyes like a flame. On the left was a burly man in his 30s. His body was majestic and his eyes emitted cold stars. Sitting upright, he looked like he had strong bones and tendons, as if he was a tiger that could shake a lion. Although the 2 burly men restrained their auras, the pressure they exuded was much stronger than the surrounding demonic beasts. The surrounding demonic beasts were in their beast forms, but these 2 men were in their human forms. There was no doubt that these 2 men had already reached the Beast King realm. Only after reaching the Beast King realm could they completely condense into a human form. Sitting in the middle of the main hall was a young man in his late 20s. He was dressed in white, and he was extraordinarily handsome. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and his deep eyes revealed a domineering and devilish aura. It made his temperament noble, but it was also complicated. His entire person emitted a kind of majestic aura that could shake the world. At this moment, the young man's gaze was fixed on Chung Xingnan and Du Shaoqing. His evil and handsome face was filled with an unrestrained evil smile. That smile was as if he had seen his prey. 3 commanders, that's the kid who injured Lai Xiong and Taijiu. He even injured me, just now. I'm not his opponent. The golden demonic python respectfully said to the 3 of them. At this moment, it was looking at the girl in the green dress from the corner of its eyes. There was fear and dread in its eyes. Human, who are you? The red-clothed and red-faced man on the right of the seat of honor in the hall was currently staring at Du Xiaofu. Within his eyes there was a scarlet light that seemed to be dancing like flames, and an astonishingly hot aura began to surge. Du Xiaofu looked at the red-clothed and red-faced man. He could faintly sense that this man should be a Beast King who had just reached the Beast King realm. If he guessed correctly, this man should be one of the 3 Beast King realm monsters, the Blue Flame Red Panther. He opened his mouth and said, "World Society, Du Xiaofu. I know about the World Society. There's the Medicine King Yi Wuming and the Eagle King Gong Blade." The Blue Flame Red Panther looked at Du Xiaofu and didn't pay too much attention to him. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "You were sent by the World Society. Did the Medicine King agree to our conditions?" "No." Du Xiaofu directly shook his head and said to the Blue Flame Red Panther, "The Medicine King doesn't intend to agree to your conditions." Humph! A human kid who's still wet behind the ears. He dared to injure the commander of the Chaos Demon Cliff. Now, he even dares to come here without agreeing to our conditions. Third brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with these humans. Just kill them. After that, we'll destroy the World Society. The Medicine King, Yi Wuming, will have to agree, even if he doesn't want to. Hearing this, the man on the left, who looked to be in his 30s, shot a cold glare at Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura fluctuated. There was no doubt that this person was ready to attack Du Xiaofu and the other 2 at any time. Second brother, why is your temper still so irritable? It's not good for your cultivation. The white-clothed youth, sitting at the head of the table, stood up. He was extraordinarily handsome, but his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaoqing and Chang Shengnan. He had a faint evil smile on his face as he said indifferently, "Leave these 2 women behind. Just break an arm and a leg for the man. Let him go back and tell the Medicine King that if he doesn't agree to our conditions within 3 days, we'll kill everyone in the Chaos Demon Cliff." The white-clothed youth's voice was indifferent and casual. There was a faint chill in it. It was as if everything he said was a matter of course. It was as if what he said should be so. "Then we'll listen to Big Brother. Since you dared to touch the commander of the Chaos Demon Cliff, you'll have to pay the price first." As the white-clothed youth's voice fell, the Blue Flame Red Panther immediately stood up and rushed out. There were materialized flames on his red clothes that soared into the sky. Then the flames danced. In a short moment, his figure had already appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the others. A terrifying heat suddenly swept through the hall and spread out from his body, causing the surrounding spatial fluctuations to evaporate and become illusory. Just as the Blue Flame Red Panther attacked, the dozens of powerful demonic beasts at the Martial Marquis and Pulse Spirit stage in the hall immediately became restless. The aura on the Blue Flame Red Panther made them feel fear and dread from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 504. Humph. Du Xiaoqing's delicate body leaped out like a ghost as a green aura surged out from her body. She raised her delicate hand, and the green talisman engravings on her palm exploded. Her aura was noble, and her noble aura could intimidate thousands of beasts. Her palm slapped towards the Blue Flame Red Leopard. "You are also from the Beast Clan." The Blue Flame Red Leopard was shocked. The green-dressed young lady who suddenly attacked was clearly from the Beast Clan. He could feel the terrifying demonic beast sovereign aura, causing his bloodline and soul to tremble. That pressure came from the depths of his bloodline and soul. There was no doubt that this young lady's original body was an extremely terrifying existence. She was the most terrifying existence he had encountered in his life so far. All of a sudden, the blazing flames around the pale flame red leopard turned into talisman runes. Finally, they surged out from its body and rapidly turned into countless pale flame scales. In a flash, they covered its body, forming a pale flame barrier that protected it within. At the same time, Du Xiaoqing's green light runic palm landed on the blue flame scales. Bang, bang! With a low muffled sound, the green talisman engravings destroyed the ice armor easily and turned into runes before disappearing. Bang, bang! With a low muffled sound, a powerful and invisible wave spread out from Du Xiaoqing's palm like a ripple in a ring. Under such a powerful force, the blue flame red leopard scales were directly shattered. Uffed! Fresh blood spurted out from the mouth of the ash flame red leopard. Its body was sent flying, after which it landed heavily on the floor of the main hall. The impact caused the entire huge hall to sway. Cracks spread out on the ground. Roar! At this moment, all the beasts in the hall were trembling and hissing. The invisible demonic beast sovereign aura caused all the demonic beasts to tremble. Pairs of fearful eyes looked towards Du Xiaoqing. At the top of the hall, the white-clothed young man and the burly man beside him were also shocked. On Du Xiaoqing's devastatingly beautiful face, her pure and innocent temperament was cold at this moment. Dazzling azure light overflowed from her body, making her look pure and noble. She stared straight at the young man in white and berated in a delicate voice, "If you dare to look at me with that gaze again, I will tear off your wings and pluck them from your body." "Who are you guys?" On the white-clothed young man's handsome face, his eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Du Xiaoqing with fear. The aura from before made him tremble. "We said that we are from the World Society." Du Xiaoqing looked at the white-clothed young man and said, "From now on, if you guys dare to go to the World Society, I will destroy you guys." This girl is really arrogant. Hearing Du Xiaoqing's words, Du Xiaofu and Cheng Xingnan looked at each other. They did not expect this girl to be so arrogant. "Humph, you are really arrogant. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Hearing Du Xiaoqing's words, a sneer appeared on the handsome face of the demonic youth in white. His eyes turned sharp. He was the king of the Chaos Demon Cliff, the king of the demonic beasts in the entire dark forest. He was also from the silver-winged demonic Condor clan and had recently broken through to the Beast King realm, the Nirvana realm. How could he be scared by someone's words? "It seems like you want me to tear off your wings." Du Xiaoqing looked at the white-clothed young man with a faint smile on her youthful face. She was like an epiphyllum in the world. She was so beautiful that she could fall into people's hearts. There was a kind of holy beauty in her demonic charm that could make people remember her at first glance. However, looking at Du Xiaoqing, the group of beasts in the hall could not help but tremble. The blue flame red leopard struggled to get up from the ground. Its scales were covered in blood. Its eyes were filled with fear and did not dare to approach. "Humph, I want to know where you come from, little girl." The silver-winged demonic condor's eyes were filled with a domineering aura. As a member of the silver-winged demonic condor clan, it was said that the blood of an ancient supreme beast flowed in its body. How could it be so easily intimidated? On the surface of its body, a white light began to spread. At this moment, the silver-winged demonic condor's face was indifferent. Its eyes were awe-inspiring. A terrifying aura spread as it quickly pounced on Du Xiaoqing. Boom! A claw print formed in the silver-winged demonic condor's palm and pressed down on Du Xiaoqing. The claw print spurted out mysterious talisman patterns. Its aura was like raging waves crashing on the shore, capable of collapsing mountains and splitting the earth. Chi-chi! The vast light in the claw print distorted a large area of space. Accompanied by a shocking rumbling sound, it suddenly spread in front of Du Xiaoqing. Eagles, condors, falcons, geese, these demonic beasts were the fastest creatures in the world. It was said that only the rocks and the top beasts in the world could surpass them. The silver-winged demonic condor was an extraordinary existence in the Condor clan. It was one of the top beasts in the Earth Beast list. Its speed was definitely as fast as lightning. The claw print was about to envelop Du Shaoqing. The silver-winged demonic condor wanted to subdue Du Shaoqing. The pressure of the claw print was terrifying. The energy impact was monstrous. Instantly, it caused the surrounding space to boil. Like a tide, the waves rushed to the sky and drowned Du Shaoqing. Its demonic power was terrifying. At this moment, under the silver-winged demonic condor's attack, even Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. The terrifying and fierce pressure spread. If it wasn't for the golden rock technique and rock blood in his body, his chi would have been stagnant and unable to resist. An ordinary martial Lord Realm cultivator would have no power to resist under such pressure. The silver-winged demonic condor at the Nirvana realm of the Beast King realm was so powerful. Humph. Du Shaoqing let out a soft snort, accompanied by the release of a dazzling green brilliance. Her pitch-black eyes that were as clear as a stream revealed a strange expression. It was as if something had suddenly exploded. The green light became more intense, and her aura erupted like a tsunami. Boom! With a move of her delicate hand, Du Xiaoqing's speed was even more terrifying than the silver-winged demonic condor. A fist print suddenly struck out, as if it could blast open the space and hit the demonic condor. The fist and the claw collided. Suddenly, endless dazzling light flooded the main hall, causing the demonic beasts and Du Xiaofu in the main hall to be unable to open their eyes. Boom! The fist collided with the claw print. The two forces of energy collided. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in the main hall. Endless runes exploded, causing the entire main hall to shake. There were crushed stones and cracks in the main hall. Roar! Under the spread of the terrifying pressure, all the beasts in the main hall hissed and crawled. This kind of pressure was something that even the ordinary beast kings could not resist. Humph! When the light dissipated, the silver-winged demonic condor's body staggered back. Wherever his feet passed, the ground cracked and turned into dust. His eyes were filled with shock, and a muffled groan came from his throat. It seemed that he had suffered a great loss just now. Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure stood there, and her delicate figure only swayed slightly. Her ink-black hair was smooth like a waterfall, and it extended all the way to her slim waist and perky buttocks. Her hair swayed slightly, and it added a sense of youthful charm. The commander has suffered a loss. The remaining muscular man, who had strong bones and muscles, looked like a tiger that could shake a lion. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock. The silver-winged demonic condor, who had transformed into a white-clothed young man, stared at Du Xiaoqing and the others. His eyes rippled with terrifying runes. Then he looked at the muscular man beside him and suddenly said to Du Xiaoqing, "If you have the ability, come with me. Let's fight outside." Chi. As soon as his voice fell, the white-clothed young man and the muscular man turned into streaks of lightning and rushed out of the main hall. Humph! I must tear off your wings today. Du Xiaoqing snorted. Her figure flashed out like a ghost and instantly disappeared from the main hall. Du Xiaofu and Cheng Xingnan looked at each other. Their eyes moved slightly, and they immediately followed behind. When Du Xiaofu, Cheng Xingnan, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger arrived at the plaza, Du Xiaoqing was already standing in the air. Her legs were long and slender, making her body look enchanting and graceful. However, Du Xiaoqing's drop-dead gorgeous face still revealed a kind of immaturity at this moment, and it didn't really match her naturally charming and alluring arc. However, the aura she emitted at this moment was sufficient to make a myriad of beasts tremble violently. The white-clothed young man and the muscular man stood side by side in the air. They looked at Du Xiaoqing with fear in their eyes. "You are also a demonic beast. Why are you with those puny humans? Why don't you join us? When the time comes, The entire dark forest will be ours. How about it?" The silver-winged demonic condor looked at Du Shaoqing and asked, "I only want to tear off your wings." Du Shaoqing looked at the silver-winged demonic condor. Her ethereal eyes were cold. She did not take the silver-winged demonic condor too seriously. "Humph. Since that's the case, then you don't have to leave. I can feel that your bloodline is extraordinary. If you can be with me, maybe we can let our descendants have the best bloodline. That human girl seems to have a dragon aura in her body. She should be from the royal family of the human race. If she gives birth to my descendants, they will definitely be extraordinary." The silver-winged demonic condor sneered. He had extraordinary eyesight. As soon as his voice fell, his white clothes suddenly fluttered. A mighty aura spread out, and then he let out a loud screech towards the sky. "Gee, gee!" As the screeching sound resounded, a terrifying pressure spread across the sky. Chapter 505. Roar! As the roar resounded across the sky, the roar of countless beasts resounded across the mountain range. The ground trembled, and the mountains swayed. Du Shaofu looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Rustling sounds were emitted from the top and bottom of the mountain range as thunderous beast roars resounded. Rumble! Huge demonic beasts appeared on the mountain peak one after another. Huge demonic beasts immediately covered the entire mountain range. Ferocious birds that blotted out the sun flapped their wings and flew out from the towering trees. The towering trees rose and fell as a huge beast tide gathered in a short period of time. Roar! Roar! At the same time, dozens of demonic beasts that rushed out of the large hall also roared and transformed into their huge bodies. There was the flaming demon lizard that was covered in scales, the single-horned demon rhinoceros that had thick skin and sharp horns, and the howling sky ice wolf that was ranked among the demonic beast kings. Du Shaofu's expression turned serious as he looked at the demonic beasts that were densely packed and towering like countless mountains. It was not difficult to detect the aura of the demonic beasts at the Beast King stage. The flaming demon lizard, single-horned demon rhinoceros, howling sky ice wolf were all demonic beasts at the Beast King stage. There were also countless pulse spirit stage and pulse stage demonic beasts gathering on the mountain peak. The ferocious birds in the sky flapped their wings and blotted out the sun. Wave after wave of ferocious pressure descended, causing one's heart to tremble. At this moment, a huge beast tide had formed on the chaotic demon cliff. Even a martial king stage cultivator would have to retreat in the midst of the densely packed beast tide. Not to mention, there were also the blue flame red leopard, subduing tiger, tyrannical mastiff, and the silver-winged demonic condor. "Humph, this is the Chaos Demon Cliff. I am the king here, the commander-in-chief. None of you can leave today. All of you stay here." A cold smile appeared on the silver-winged demonic condor's handsome face. His aura was overbearing and demonic. After which, he said to the blue flame red leopard and the burly man beside him, "Second brother, third brother, let's work together to deal with this girl. The rest of the beasts can deal with the rest." Roar! Roar! As soon as the silver-winged demonic condor finished speaking, the injured blue flame red leopard roared and transformed into a gigantic blue flame red leopard. Its body was covered with blue flames, and it looked terrifying. At the same time, the runes around the burly man's body flashed, and he instantly transformed into his true form. It was a subduing tiger mastiff that looked like a lion. It was rumored that the subduing tiger mastiff had the bloodline of the ancient tiger tribe and the ancient wolf tribe. Its bloodline was definitely not weak and was even stronger than the blue flame red leopard. The two gigantic demonic beasts stood tall. Their auras were even more ferocious and terrifying. Roar! Dozens of terrifying demonic beasts surrounded Du Shaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Cheng Xingnan, and the little tiger. The dozens of huge demonic beasts were like dozens of towering mountains, making Du Shaofu and the first princess Cheng Xingnan look extremely small in comparison. In the sky above the square, there were many ferocious birds flapping their wings and looking down, their eyes sharp and frightening. Roar, roar. On the huge rocks around the square, the demonic beasts from the mountains climbed up and gathered on the huge rocks. All of them looked at Du Xiaofu and the others fiercely. Rumble! Suddenly, a dazzling light gushed out and a gigantic, blue-scaled, demonic snake swept out. Its whole body was emitting a cold and fishy aura. It spat out a poisonous airwave from its mouth like a burning flame. In an instant, it burst into the sky and enveloped Cheng Shengnan. The first princess, Cheng Shengnan, was currently surrounded by the terrifying demonic beast tide. Facing the mountain-like demonic beasts, her beautiful face changed color and her eyes lost focus. "Get out of my way!" Du Xiaofu shouted. Golden light burst out from his body, and he rushed to the front of Cheng Shengnan. A dazzling golden rune in his hand destroyed the poisonous airwave. His figure flew out like a rock, spreading its wings, and punched the head of the blue-scaled demonic snake. Bang! The fluctuations of the golden storm were extremely terrifying. Immediately, blood spurted out from the head of the giant blue snake, causing blood to gush out from the head of the giant blue snake, revealing a bloody hole. It suddenly let out a mournful hiss. "Be careful and pay attention to protect yourself," Du Xiaofu said to the first Princess Cheng Shengnan beside him. At this time his face was also slightly serious. The first Princess Cheng Shengnan came back to her senses and looked at Du Xiaofu with an apologetic smile in her eyes. Then she held the stone dragon Wind and Thunder sword in her hand. Wind and thunder roared, and under the mighty pressure, many of the surrounding demonic beasts that were about to pounce on them were filled with fear. Roar! Almost at the same time, a gigantic demonic bird swooped down. As its huge wings swept out, it brought along 2 whirlpools of wind. Its sharp claws were sharp and frightening, and they enveloped Du Xiaofu and Cheng Shengnan. Qila! This gigantic demonic bird swooped down as if it wanted to tear apart Du Xiaofu and the first princess Cheng Shengnan. Before its sharp claws, there was a sharp sound of the wind breaking, as if it could distort the space. If one was scratched by these sharp claws, even the top of a mountain would be directly crushed. It was terrifying. Roar! At this time, a soul-shaking tiger roar was heard, and it shook the heaven and earth. An ink-black flowing light rushed out of the sky like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a gigantic black flying tiger. Black runes soared into the sky, and the ink-black tiger flapped its wings. The tornado-like spatial airflow swept across the sky, and it was incomparably overbearing. The tiger pounced on its prey, and its speed was much faster than the demonic bird. Roar! The ink-black tiger roared ferociously, and it was like a black thunderbolt. It raised its tiger claws and suddenly waved them. The tiger claws directly tore the demonic bird's body, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Along with the overbearing and ferocious fluctuation, the surrounding space was shaken to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. Sizzle! At this moment, the ferocious and monstrous ferocious bird was directly swept by the ink-black, huge tiger's claw. Cracks began to appear on its enormous body. Its intimidating eyes revealed fear as its enormous body turned into a bloody fog in midair. What a powerful bloodline! The beasts were shocked. Even the silver-winged demonic condor, the pale flame-red leopard, and the subduing tiger mastiff were shocked. The ink-black tiger's body was densely covered in ink-black scales, as if they were cast from the deep night sky. On the ink-black scales, there was a faint golden color that was faintly jumping. The aura from its body was like that of a supreme being from the tiger tribe. Although its cultivation had not reached the Beast King realm, the bloodline pressure from it made them tremble, especially the subduing tiger mastiff, who had the bloodline of the ancient tiger tribe in his body. When facing the ink-black tiger, His bloodline and soul were suppressed by the bloodline. The strength of the bloodline was much stronger than his, and it was not much weaker than the bloodline pressure from the young lady in the green dress. It was too terrifying. Is it a supreme being from the tiger tribe? The subduing tiger mastiff was shocked. He could feel that the ink-black tiger had the aura of a supreme being from the tiger tribe, but he could not tell what kind of tiger tribe demonic beast it was. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky, and his expression darkened. His eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly his purple robe shook, and the light golden talisman secret inscription surged. In that short moment, a domineering and terrifying aura exploded like a flash flood. A dazzling golden light shot out from Du Xiaofu's body, and within the golden light there seemed to be a golden winged rock spreading its wings. The golden talisman's secret inscriptions were dazzling like a rising sun. Sizzle! In an instant, amidst the dazzling light, the talisman's secret inscriptions arranged themselves and formed a pair of golden talisman secret inscriptions wings on Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! At that moment, the talisman's secret inscriptions wings on his back flapped, and a domineering aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. His body floated in the air, and with a flap of his wings, he was like a rock spreading its wings, soaring to the 9 heavens. This was not a real golden winged rock, but at that moment, as the golden talisman's secret inscriptions wings flapped, golden light was released, and Du Xiaofu was like a real golden winged rock descending, bearing the domineering will and pressure of the golden winged rock tribe. Roar! Under the golden winged rock's domineering will and oppressive aura, the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts in the surrounding mountain peaks felt such a terrifying aura. All of them hissed and roared, and their bodies prostrated. This aura was something that no beast could resist. Woo-woo! All the beasts, especially, could not resist it. They hissed and fell to the ground, prostrating. How can that human have the aura of us demonic beasts? The blue flame red leopard was shocked. He could feel that the human's aura was definitely that of a demonic beast. What a terrifying aura! Why does it look like a golden winged rock? That's a supreme existence among demonic beasts. The subduing tiger tyrant beast's eyes were also shocked. He could not recognize the black tiger's origin, but he could feel the origin of the golden winged rock. This pure bloodline pressure was much more terrifying than the black tiger's. Golden winged rock. Could it really be the golden winged rock tribe? The silver-winged demonic condor was shocked. On his handsome face, his eyes were trembling. To the silver-winged demonic condor tribe, the golden-winged rock tribe was also a supreme existence. The silver-winged demonic condor tribe's bloodline could not compete with it. If the silver-winged demonic condor was the king of the birds, then the golden-winged rock was the supreme overlord of the birds. Roar! The little tiger roared again. The sound waves caused the space to ripple. It was like a huge wave shaking the sky and earth. The tiger paw stood in the air with clouds forming under its feet. The little tiger flapped its wings, causing a faint golden ripple to rise and fall like a vast tsunami. It was incomparably domineering, causing half of the forest on the giant peak below to collapse and gravel to roll down. It was a terrifying scene. At this moment, under the pressure of the little tiger, the blood and souls of the surrounding demonic beasts trembled. It was roaring in the face of the supreme demonic beasts. The little tiger stood in the sky, looking covetously. Its aura was rolling, and its voice was like thunder. It could move mountains and rivers and suppress tens of thousands of demonic beasts. After the little tiger evolved, it had the power of the dark sky tiger. The azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and other top 10 demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list were all supreme existences. The dark sky tiger was not inferior to the white tiger. That kind of aura was not something the other demonic beasts could resist. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's golden winged rock aura swept out. The aura of the little tiger, the dark sky tiger, and the golden-winged rock mixed and spread out. Under such mighty pressure, the surrounding demonic beasts had already begun to gradually crawl on the ground. Under such pressure, they did not dare to resist at all. Chirp, chirp, the silver-winged demonic condor roared, urging the other demonic beasts to control the demonic beasts. However, no matter how the silver-winged demonic condor roared, the surrounding demonic beasts crawled on the ground. They did not dare to move at all. Only the thunderous roars resounded on the Chaos Demon Cliff. Chapter 506. The silver-winged demonic condor's expression turned grave. The huge black tiger and the strange human with the aura of the golden-winged great rock had completely suppressed the beast horde with their terrifying bloodline pressure. The bloodline pressure was much stronger than the silver-winged demonic condors. Even though his cultivation was much higher, he was powerless now, especially the human with the aura of the golden-winged great rock. He could feel that if he could obtain that human, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to him. As a flying demonic beast, the golden-winged great rock was a supreme overlord. Even the slightest benefit would be greatly beneficial to him. You've angered me. I'll tear you apart today. At this moment, Du Xiaoqing's voice rang out. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she stared at the silver-winged demonic condor. Her hair fluttered behind her back as a green light flashed in her eyes. She pounced towards the silver-winged demonic condor. Boom! Clenching her delicate hand into a fist, the green runes around Du Xiaoqing's body burst forth like a green volcano erupting. Dazzling green light burst forth, boundless and boundless. She suddenly appeared in front of the silver-winged demonic condor. On the silver-winged demonic condor's extraordinarily handsome face, a domineering demonic aura flashed across his eyes as a bright light surged out. Without the slightest pause, his figure flashed strangely. Relying on the terrifying speed of the silver-winged demonic condor, he actually narrowly avoided Du Xiaoqing's punch. Chi. However, all of this did not seem to have much effect on Du Xiaoqing. Green light bloomed as her body floated in the air, curving gracefully. She unbelievably turned her fist around, drawing a graceful green arc on the Chaos Demon Cliff under the setting sun. Once again, she appeared in front of the silver-winged demonic condor. A terrifying aura was tightly locked onto the silver-winged demonic condor. The silver-winged demonic condor was stunned, as if he did not expect Du Xiaoqing to be stronger than he had imagined. He gathered his strength and immediately punched towards Du Xiaoqing. Boom! The low, muffled sound was like thunder. The dazzling symbols blossomed in the sky like fireworks, and the energy wind engulfed the vast sky like a storm. Puchi! Within the storm of strength chi, the silver-winged demon condor spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Roar! At the same time, the gigantic blue flame red leopard and subduing tiger mastiff in the air saw that the situation was not good and also attacked Du Xiaoqing. Qila! The subduing tiger mastiff was the first to arrive. Its aura seemed to be able to subdue a tiger and subdue a dragon. A terrifying aura burst forth as it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp teeth that were like Tao artifacts. A terrifying light burst forth as it instantly pounced beside Du Xiaoqing. Humph! Du Xiaoqing scoffed. At this moment, her devastatingly beautiful face was filled with anger. She completely ignored the subduing tiger mastiff's attack. A graceful arc streaked across the air, and after a few strange flashes, she actually appeared in front of the subduing tiger mastiff's bloody mouth. A dazzling green rune surged out of her slender hand, and like a green thunderbolt, it directly collided with the subduing tiger mastiff's terrifying sharp teeth. Chi-la-la! A few of the subduing tiger mastiff's teeth were instantly broken. Its mouth was dripping with blood, and those terrifying sharp teeth that were like Tao artifacts were forcefully exploded by Du Xiaoqing. As fresh blood spurted out, Its gigantic body also fell to the ground. Roar! The blue flame-red leopard's gigantic body finally pounced forward. It stretched out its claws and was about to crush Du Xiaoqing's back. Ayo! Suddenly, a roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a divine elephant resounded beside the blue flame-red leopard. A domineering aura caused the space to tremble violently. Its aura was overbearing and unparalleled, causing the heart of the blue flame-red leopard to tremble in an instant. Then, an unparalleled fist print, accompanied by an explosion of golden light, ruthlessly landed on the already injured blue flame-red leopard. As the fist landed, there seemed to be the sound of wind and thunder mixed together. A thunderous energy sound suddenly resounded on the Chaos Demon Cliff. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples suddenly swept out like stormy waves, causing the space to tremble. The blue flame-red leopard's gigantic body was directly sent flying in midair. Chi! Almost at the same time, a gigantic crystal, clear ape suddenly appeared in front of the blue flame-red leopard that was sent flying. Eat old Deuce Fist too. The golden ape's eyes were intelligent. It was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked everything in the world. It was like a terrifying lord had been born. A dazzling golden light exploded like the sun. A terrifying aura erupted as it suddenly threw a punch. This punch seemed to be able to push in all directions and suppress everything. It caused the thousands of beasts below to tremble for no reason. There was an inexplicable pressure in that terrifying power, as though it wanted to burst the souls of all living creatures. Boom! The punch landed directly on the blue flame-red leopard's body. A low, muffled sound resounded in the sky as the blue flame-red leopard's shrunk pupils shrunk. The sound wave was sonorous and ear-splitting. Runes and energy spread in all directions, following which the blue flame-red leopard's gigantic body fell to the edge of the square below with blood dripping from its mouth and the scales on its body cracking. Rumble! Many huge rocks shot out from the pressure. The ground cracked and turned into dust. The blue flame-red leopard was in a terrible state. The golden ape was naturally transformed from Little Demon Du, without a doubt. During this period of time, Little Demon Du's strength had once again improved by quite a bit. After beating the dog that was down, she joined hands with Du Xiaofu. The unlucky one was naturally the pitiful blue flame-red leopard. Gee, all of this happened in the short span of 2 to 3 breaths. As the subduing tiger mastiff and the blue flame-red leopard were injured, the silver-winged demonic condor finally could not help but transform into its gigantic body. A gigantic silver-winged demonic condor with silver-white, jade-like wings and a grayish-white body appeared in the sky above the Chaos Demon Cliff. Under the illumination of the sunset, the gigantic silver-winged demonic condor's body was suffused with an illusory luster. It was shrouded in an ancient light, and its aura was extremely terrifying. It had a domineering and dominant aura. Its eyes were intimidating as it looked disdainfully at the sky. Is this the true body of the silver-winged demonic condor? At this moment, under such an aura, Du Xiaofu, who was in midair, could not help but exclaim, "The silver-winged demonic condor of the Martial King Nirvana realm was truly terrifying." Compared to the terrifying aura of the blue flame red leopard and the subduing tiger mastiff, it was many times stronger. Chi! Seeing the silver-winged demonic condor transform into its true body, Du Xiaoyao's ethereal green eyes flashed with splendor. It was as if something was awakening. Then, her graceful body did not retreat. Instead, she charged towards the silver-winged demonic condor. Seeing Du Xiaoqing charging towards it, the silver-winged demonic condor's eyes were extremely ugly. Its domineering aura surged, and the demonic runes on its body surged. It released all of its power and roared furiously, "You have also angered me!" Chi la la! As the sharp roar fell, the silver-winged demonic condor flapped its silver-white wings. Not only did a monstrous demonic aura burst out, but there was also a storm that swept towards Du Xiaoqing in an extremely terrifying manner. It wanted to suppress and kill Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaoqing's graceful body was like duckweed in the storm-like power of the silver-winged demonic condor. It was unpredictable like a ghost. One was hard and one was soft. Suddenly, they engaged in a fierce battle. The sun was setting in the west, and the red clouds were in the sky. On the Chaos Demon Cliff, roars and screams shook the sky. Du Xiaoqing and the silver-winged demonic condor were fighting. The surrounding beasts were completely unable to interfere. They could only watch the terrifying battle in midair. Rumble! The silver-winged demonic condor's attack was domineering and fierce. The demonic condor overflowed and shook the sky. Du Xiaoqing made her move. Her graceful body was wrapped in green light. No matter how domineering and fierce the silver-winged demonic condor's attack was, it could not do anything to that graceful body at this moment. The speed of this battle was also as fast as lightning, especially Du Xiaoqing's delicate body at this moment. Under the silver-winged demonic condor's huge body, she seemed extremely small. Hence, people could only see the afterimage. Those with low strength could not see the battle at that speed clearly at all. Bang, bang, bang. However, there were continuous explosions in midair. Many huge rocks below were occasionally affected and instantly cracked. Some turned into gravel and powder. Strong, definitely very strong. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The silver-winged demonic condor was indeed not ordinary. With the cultivation of the Beast King realm at the Nirvana realm, this kind of strength was enough to make a martial king realm complete cultivation retreat. Little Qing is actually so strong. At this moment, the first princess Cheng Shengnan was shocked by Du Xiaoqing. Cheng Shengnan knew that Du Xiaoqing was very strong, but he did not expect Du Xiaoqing to be so strong. The power released from that small and graceful body could completely contend with that terrifying silver-winged demonic condor and even gain the upper hand. Bang, 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 there were continuous low-energy sounds. Du Xiaoqing's delicate body shuttled through the silver-winged demonic condor's violent attacks. No matter how domineering and violent the silver-winged demonic condor's attacks were, they were all dodged by that graceful body. She even took the opportunity to continuously land palm and fist prints on the silver-winged demonic condor's silver-white wings and grayish-white body. Walala! Finally, the huge silver-winged demonic condor's body had feathers flying off under Du Xiaoqing's bombardment. The huge body was constantly being suppressed and blasted back by Du Xiaoqing's delicate body. The power that erupted from that graceful body made the silver-winged demonic condor, who was using all his strength, unable to resist anymore. Screech, screech. The silver-winged demonic condor screeched. After being continuously suppressed by Du Xiaoqing, it became more and more irritable. Its eyes flickered with light, and it did not explode. A terrifying aura swept out. However, it seemed to be completely useless against Du Xiaoqing. It was still bombarded by Du Xiaoqing. Qi. Even when the silver-winged demonic condor was in a rage, Du Xiaoqing found the best opportunity. She waved her hand and a green light spread out. A terrifying and shocking energy fluctuation accompanied by a shocking aura spread out. That kind of aura was definitely not much weaker than the golden-winged rock's aura. Qi, 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 qi. In a short period of time, dazzling mysterious runes erupted from the green light. They were like countless threads of energy. In the end, they formed a moving green wing in Du Xiaoqing's delicate hand. Chapter 507. Mist spread over the wings. The wings were perfectly curved, as agile as the wings of a phoenix, and as domineering as the wings of a golden-winged rock. Countless dazzling green lights shot out. A huge wave of energy rushed out from the wings, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Finally, it landed on the left wing of the silver-winged demonic eagle. Swish! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the silver-winged demonic eagle was slapped down by Du Xiaoqing. The feathers on its left wing immediately fell off and blood dripped. The body of the silver-winged demonic condor, which was hundreds of feet in size, fell to the left under the impact of the terrifying force. Its right wing was unable to stop its fall, and instead it caused its huge body to spin a few rounds in the air like a whirlpool before it finally crashed into the mountain. Rumble! The huge body of the silver-winged demonic condor fell like a meteor, causing the entire chaotic demon cliff to tremble. Gravel shot out, towering trees were broken, and the ground cracked. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously, and the ground shook. In the air, Du Xiaoqing's body was shrouded in green mist. Her black hair fluttered in the wind as her slender legs fell. Her seductive and graceful figure fell like lightning and landed on the back of the silver-winged demonic eagle that had just crashed to the ground. Swish! The silver-winged demonic eagle panicked, trying to resist Du Xiaoqing. Its terrifying aura caused people to tremble violently. It screeched and roared as the light covered the entire chaos demon cliff. However, the silver-winged demonic eagle could no longer resist Du Xiaoqing. Her graceful body landed, and she grabbed the grayish-white feathers of the silver-winged demonic eagle with one hand. She clenched her other hand into a fist and punched the silver-winged demonic eagle's huge back. Bang! 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 When the fists landed, the energy rippled like water. The sound waves were terrifying, and the power was terrifying. It emitted a dazzling green light, causing the mountain to crumble and the ground to crack. Swish! 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 Under Du Xiaoqing's violent attacks, the silver-winged demonic eagle kept spurting blood from its mouth. Its aura became weaker and weaker, and it was completely crushed by Du Xiaoqing on the mountain. Gee! No matter how hard the silver-winged demonic condor struggled, under the suppression of Du Xiaoqing, it was unable to shake Du Xiaoqing's beautiful body. Especially now, under the suppression of Du Xiaoqing's aura, which was not much inferior to the golden-winged great pung bird, the silver-winged demonic condor found it even harder to resist. Bang, bang, bang! Under Du Xiaoqing's brutal beating, the domineering silver-winged demonic condor became pitiful. Its back was badly mutilated, dripping with blood, and it constantly let out miserable howls. At this moment, the subduing tiger mastiff and the blue flame red leopard were watching from afar. However, they could not help and did not dare to approach Du Xiaoqing. I said, "I'm going to tear off your wings." Du Xiaoqing shouted, moving her delicate body to the left wing of the silver-winged demonic condor that was already injured. She continued to bombard it with her fists, waving her hands to tear apart the feathers. Gee! In an instant, the left wing of the silver-winged demon condor was dripping with blood. Its flesh was badly mutilated, and it was a tragic sight. Goo! Seeing Du Xiaoqing's ferocious eye, Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse, monkey body, swallowed his saliva. This girl is actually so fierce. Du Xiaofu was not any less shocked than Du Xiaoyao. It was also the first time he saw Du Xiaoqing being so fierce. Gee! The silver-winged demonic condor let out a miserable shriek, and its wails continued to resound, causing the tens of thousands of beasts in the Chaos Demon Cliff to tremble in fear. Stop fighting, I surrender. I won't deal with the world society anymore. Finally, the silver-winged demonic condor, whose aura was weak and almost on the verge of death, could no longer be domineering and begged Du Xiaoqing for mercy. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. It's too late to surrender now. You made me angry. Today I must tear off your wings. Du Xiaoqing did not have the slightest intention of letting the silver-winged demonic condor go. She continued to beat the silver-winged demonic condor, determined to tear off its wings. The pitiful silver-winged demonic condor was on the verge of death, screaming and wailing. "Little Qing, stop for now. I want to say a few words to him." Du Xiaofu's figure was dripping with blood at this time. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he landed in front of the dying silver-winged demonic condor. The golden rune wings on his back disappeared, and his eyes regained their clarity. Hearing this, Du Xiaoqing stopped beating the silver-winged demonic condor, but she still suppressed the silver-winged demonic condor's back, making it unable to move at all. "Silver-winged demonic condor, how about you surrender to the World Society?" Du Xiaofu looked at the bloody silver-winged demonic condor and asked, "In your dreams?" The silver-winged demonic condor shouted dispiritedly. How could he surrender so easily? He was a silver-winged demonic condor, a beast king at the Nirvana realm. How could he surrender to a human force, to a small world society? He was planning to flatten the Chaos Demon City in the next few days. "Little Qing, then let's kill this big bird. We can barbecue it later. It should taste good." Hearing the silver-winged demonic condor's words, Du Xiaofu suddenly turned and left, not even looking at the silver-winged demonic condor. "Okay, let's continue to eat barbecue later. The bear paws and bird wings last night were really delicious. I want to eat more wings." Hearing this, Du Xiaoqing thought of the taste of the barbecue last night, and her saliva instantly overflowed. She waved her hands like rain, and once again, she landed on the silver-winged demonic condor's huge back. The silver-winged demonic condor kept howling in pain, looking extremely miserable. Hearing this, the poor silver-winged demonic condor's eyes were filled with fear. Thinking of the broken paws and wings of the blazing mountain-splitting bear and the iron-armored demonic condor yesterday, it seemed like they were really barbecued and eaten by these guys. He felt a chill down his spine. It seemed like these guys were definitely not joking. What the silver-winged demonic condor didn't expect was that the purple-robed young man wanted him to surrender, but he only asked once and then left without looking back. This made him lose his last shred of self-control. "Stop hitting me, I surrender, I really surrender." The silver-winged demonic condor was finally scared. He completely felt fear. These guys looked young, but they were all malefic. They definitely wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Under the absolute fear of death, he was also afraid. Du Xiaofu turned back and looked at the mountain-like silver-winged demonic condor in front of him. His eyes signaled Du Xiaoqing to stop again and said, "I want you to surrender, not you." "I can surrender, but I won't surrender to the World Society. I will only surrender to you. Otherwise, even if you kill me, I will never surrender to the World Society." The silver-winged demonic condor was just Du Xiaofu. Although he surrendered on his last breath, his eyes were still filled with arrogance. This was the arrogance of the silver-winged demonic condor clan. It came from the bloodline and soul. This kind of arrogance was something he was willing to protect with his life. The World Society was a human force. He was a silver-winged demonic condor clan, so he definitely couldn't surrender to the World Society. For the silver-winged demonic condor, these people in front of him were all monsters. Even the purple-robed young man in front of him looked like a human, but he had the aura of the golden-winged roc. The bloodline of the black tiger and the girl in green dress were also much higher than his. So even if he surrendered, the silver-winged demonic condor wouldn't feel too shameful. Subservience of the bloodline was the unchanging law of the demonic beasts. "All right, no problem." Du Xiaofu nodded. A smile appeared on his face. There wasn't much difference between surrendering to the World Society and surrendering to Xiaoqing and himself. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you. But I won't be able to eat your wings." Du Xiaoqing glared at the silver-winged demonic condor, and then looked at the subduing tiger mastiff and the gray flame, scarlet leopard. She then shouted, "What about you too? Are you going to surrender or are you going to be roasted?" The gray flame, scarlet leopard, and the subduing tiger mastiff looked at each other. At this moment, the silver-winged demonic condor had already surrendered. What else could they do? Were willing to surrender. The subduing tiger mastiff and the gray flame scarlet leopard prostrated themselves on the ground. They had no other choice. They didn't want to be roasted. Roar. At the same time, on the Chaos Demon Cliff, thousands of monsters were roaring and prostrating themselves on the ground. The three commanders had already surrendered. The remaining monsters couldn't resist at all. At dusk, the sun had completely set. Thick clouds covered the sky, and the setting sun could only take advantage of a small gap to shoot out rays of crimson light, rolling in golden waves in the sky. Eldest Princess Shengnan, stood on the square in shock. The curtains of a great battle had been drawn. The gray flame scarlet leopard, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the silver-winged demonic condor had surrendered. This result was beyond Eldest Princess Shengnan's imagination. Looking at the purple-robed young man and the green-robed young lady at the foot of the mountain, Shengnan was shocked. The unknown world society was going to be his. With Du Shaoqing around, the world society was already terrifying enough. Moreover, there was also the Medicine King Yi Wuming and the Eagle King Gongblade. Although the gray flame scarlet leopard, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the silver-winged demonic condor hadn't joined the world society, it was no different from joining the world society. There was also the monster army at the Chaos Demon Cliff. The power of the world society had definitely reached a terrifying level. From a certain perspective, the current world society was enough to become the #1 power in the Dark Forest. It was even enough to contend with an empire. The setting sun also lost its last trace of afterglow. The sky and earth darkened. The twilight was like a large gray net, quietly spreading down and enveloping the entire land. Night fell. The blue sky was dotted with stars. A round moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, in the huge and majestic building on the Chaos Demon Cliff, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Cheng Xingnan, and the little tiger were still in a state of excitement. There are so many spiritual herbs. This is enough to fill our stomachs. In a huge stone room, there were mysterious patterns of multicolored light. The fragrance of herbs assailed their nostrils. The energy ripples made people's hearts tremble. There were piles of spiritual herbs everywhere. There were also 7 or 8 spiritual weapons. Du Xiaofu even found many Qingquan bags among them. 2 updates in a row, looking for fresh flowers and recommendations, working hard to adjust the update time. Chapter 508. Du Xiaoyao stuffed a stalk of spirit medicine into her mouth and picked up a long sword spirit weapon. However, Du Xiaofu immediately snatched it away and said, "You wastrel! I still have use for the spirit weapon. Keep it for me." Petty. Du Xiaoyao glared at Du Xiaofu angrily and then continued to swallow the spirit medicine. Du Xiaofu kept all the spirit weapons into his Qingquan bag, afraid that Du Xiaoyao would ruin all the spirit medicine. Many of the spirit medicine had the effect of increasing mental energy. Du Xiaofu was thinking about his big brother, Zhen Qingchen. He couldn't let Du Xiaoyao gobble them all up. These spirit medicine were all collected from the Chaos Demon Cliff. The spirit weapons were left behind by the humans we killed. In the stone room, only the subduing tiger and tyrannical mastiff with the lightest injuries were with them. The silver-winged demon condor and the blue flame red leopard, who were riddled with wounds, flesh, and blood flying in all directions, stood at the very back at this moment. They looked at Du Shaoqing with fear in their eyes. Du Xiaofu collected the large pile of spirit medicine without hesitation. He didn't expect to have such a harvest from the Chaos Demon Cliff. Many of the spirit medicine were used to concoct high-grade pills. Their high grade and preciousness made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. Du Xiaofu recognized a few of the spirit medicine as the ingredients needed to concoct the Emperor Beast pill. They were extremely expensive and were even priceless. I'll take the ingredients for the Emperor Beast pill first. If there's a chance, I'll ask the Medicine King to help you concoct an Emperor Beast pill. Du Xiaofu didn't forget to comfort the silver-winged demonic condor when he collected the spirit medicine, spirit weapons, and Qinkuan bag. After all, in order to make the silver-winged demonic condor sincerely surrender, he had to show both kindness and power. However, Du Xiaofu was more at ease with the demonic beasts' surrender than with humans. Generally speaking, demonic beasts were much more trustworthy than humans. Among the demonic beasts, treachery and betrayal were rare. The higher the demonic beast, the more arrogant a demonic beast was. Once they surrendered, they wouldn't betray. The silver-winged demonic condor's heart ached when he saw Du Xiaofu took the spirit medicine. The silver-winged demonic condor's heart ached, but there was nothing he could. However, the silver-winged devil condor was very curious. He had placed these spirit medicines and some of the things he had obtained over the years in the secret room. How did Du Xiaofu and the others find out? Inside of the up in the main hall, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao little tiger, the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, the blue flame red leopard, and a few demonic beast kings of the extreme beast lord realm and the nirvana realm were present. The golden demonic python that Du Xiaoqing had trampled on in the afternoon was also present. But at this moment, it was looking at Du Xiaoqing with its scarlet eyes, full of reverence. However, the eldest princess Chengxing Nan was nowhere to be seen. She was not in the main hall. Silver condor, domineering mastiff, blue leopard, I plan to establish a heavenly beast hall. The three of you will be the commanders of the heavenly beast hall. What do you think? Du Xiaofu, who was sitting at the head of the hall, asked the three of them. There were many demonic beasts in the Chaos Demon Cliff. The silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard didn't want to join the world society. This gave Du Xiaofu a headache. He couldn't possibly be the king of the Chaos Demon Cliff. After thinking about it, Du Xiaofu thought of establishing a heavenly beast hall. If he could subdue some other demonic beast experts in the future, he would have a place to stay. After all, it wouldn't be easy to get demonic beasts to join the world society. Brother, I want to join the Heavenly Beast Hall too. If you become the Hall Master of the Heavenly Beast Hall, I will be the Deputy Hall Master. Du Xiaoqing pouted and looked at Du Xiaofu. She was interested in this matter too. All right, you will be the Deputy Hall Master of the Heavenly Beast Hall, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Greetings, Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master. The silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard looked at each other. Since they had already surrendered, there was naturally no reason for them to object. They immediately stood up and bowed, respectfully. Greetings, Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master. In the main hall, the golden demonic python and the other demonic beasts also bowed respectfully. Du Xiaofu smiled. He didn't expect that this trip to the Chaos Demon Cliff would have such a harvest. His original goal was to negotiate with the silver-winged demonic condor and the others. He didn't expect that he would be able to subdue the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard. These three demonic beasts. By subduing the demonic beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff, especially the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that he had gained a huge support. With the addition of the world society, he could be considered to have a real power in the dark forest. In the main hall, Du Xiaofu discussed with the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the others. The Heavenly Beast Hall would have the Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master, Commander, Elder, Protector, and other positions. There was a detailed hierarchy system on the Chaos Demon Cliff. Du Xiaofu also handed everything over to the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard. Silver Condor, since you have surrendered and are now the commander of the Heavenly Beast Hall, you are one of us. Take this and heal your injuries for the time being." After everything was explained, Du Xiaofu took out a jade bottle and threw it directly to the silver-winged demonic condor. A terrifying energy fluctuation passed through the jade bottle, and at this moment it seemed to be gushing out. A domineering and fierce pressure wanted to break out of the bottle. The silver-winged demon condor's heart suddenly trembled. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the jade bottle as his entire body trembled. The pressure that spread out from the jade bottle caused his eyes to ripple violently, as though he had obtained a precious treasure. The night was not pitch black. Instead, it was filled with a kind of inky blue. The blue sky flickered with the fluctuations of the stars. The moonlight was like a stream enveloping the cliffs. The towering trees cast mottled traces under the moonlight. The night was as cool as water gently sprinkling down. On the rock, the first princess Cheng Xingnan stood quietly. In the night, her eyes were like the stars, deep and moving. Her slender and graceful figure stood in the moonlight. The curve was alluring, like a blue orchid in the darkness. "Qi." Du Xiaofu's figure landed behind the first princess Cheng Xingnan. He took a few steps forward and quietly stood beside her graceful figure. He looked at the bright moon in the sky without saying a word. "Are you done?" Cheng Xingnan turned her head. Her red lips slightly parted, a faint smile on her lips. "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded gently. The matters on the Chaos Demon Cliff were almost settled. The silver-winged demonic condor and the others had already surrendered, so there shouldn't be any big problems. I'm also planning to go back. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Cheng Xingnan's bright eyes moved slightly. She waved her hair and her red lips slightly opened. Occasionally, a gust of night wind blew past, ruffling her hair and spreading a faint fragrance. "Go back to the palace?" Looking at the face in front of him, Du Xiaofu suddenly felt a little reluctant. He had never felt this way before. After going back to the palace, I should be going back to the Divine Light Court. After a period of time, it will be an important day for the disciples of the Divine Light Court. Maybe I can get some opportunities, Cheng Shengnan said to Du Xiaofu. "When will you be back?" Du Xiaofu asked. "I still don't know if you'll miss me." Cheng Xingnan's lips curled into a beautiful smile. "Yes, I will." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Although he did not like the Divine Light Court, the first princess was a disciple of the Divine Light Court, so there was nothing he could do. Anyway, he should not have too many disputes with the Divine Light Court. Hearing this, the first Princess Cheng Xingnan's beautiful face bloomed with a bright smile. Looking at that moving smile, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. At this moment, their eyes met, and both of them looked into each other's eyes. The atmosphere was already faintly different, as if something was rising in their hearts. Suddenly, the first princess raised her head, tiptoed slightly, and lightly kissed his resolute face with her red lips. Then she lowered her head and lowered her eyes. Her beautiful face was crimson. "When I'm not here, you have to behave. Otherwise, when I come back, I won't let you off." Before the first princess's voice faded, suddenly, a familiar breath assailed her nose. A pair of fiery eyes met, and then she felt her red lips firmly pressed against his. Although she had already experienced it last time, the first Princess Cheng Xingnan was still a little flustered by this unexpected love. But soon, she was intoxicated by this feeling. The thick and smooth fragrance rubbed between their tongues, causing the first Princess Cheng Xingnan's mind to go blank. She unconsciously closed her eyes, but instinctively wanted to hug the purple-robed young man in front of her. Her face was red and her heart was beating fast. Her consciousness was blurred, and she could only feel the gentle night breeze blowing by, mixed with the warm breath of his body, causing her to gradually sink into it. Her whole body was numb, and she reflexively kissed him back passionately. The next morning, everything was quiet. At the bottom of the demon cliff, A soft mist rose from the abyss and hovered in midair. The first rays of the morning sun shone into the sky, rendering everything hazy and illusory. On the square of the Demon Cliff, Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled as he watched the orange-red figure gradually disappear into the sky. Du Xiaoqing gently pulled her brother's arm and said, "Brother, has sister Shengnian gone back?" "And she's gone back. Let's also prepare to return to the Demon Cliff." Du Xiaofu said softly. The matters at the Demon Cliff were almost settled. If they didn't go back, the Medicine King and the Eagle King would be worried. Demon Cliff, World Society. In the side hall of the continuous pavilions, the Eagle King Gong Dao looked worried. They haven't returned yet. Could something have happened? The silver-winged demonic eagle is not to be trifled with. The silver-winged demonic eagle is not to be trifled with, but they should be able to protect themselves. Let's wait and see. The Medicine King said softly, but his face was slightly solemn. He knew very well how terrifying the silver-winged demonic eagle was. They are too bold. They actually dared to barge into the Demon Cliff. If we had known, we would have gone with them. The Eagle King Gong Dao was a little regretful. If he had known, he would have gone with the Medicine King. Chapter 509. Although he had been forced to join the world meet in the beginning, the Eagle King Gongblade had gradually integrated into the world meet during this period of time. Especially during this period of time, he had seen hope and anticipation in the world meet. I think we don't have to worry anymore. They've already returned. Just as Eagle King Gong Dao finished speaking, the Medicine King revealed a slight smile. The worry in his eyes also gradually dissipated. They're back. Eagle King Gong Dao raised his eyebrows. He still hadn't sensed Du Xiaofu's aura in the vicinity. However, it wasn't strange. In terms of mental strength, the Medicine King was naturally stronger than him. "Old Yao, Eagle King, why are you all here?" A moment later, Du Xiaofu walked into the side hall alone with a smile on his face. Then he sat down on the chair. "How was it? Did anything happen?" The Medicine King sized up Du Xiaofu. He didn't seem to have fought a big battle. He seemed to be a little puzzled. "Don't tell me you didn't go to the Chaos Demon Cliff? Or did you not encounter the silver-winged demonic eagle?" Eagle King looked at Du Xiaofu with suspicion when he saw that Du Xiaofu was unscathed. If he encountered the silver-winged demonic eagle, it was impossible for him to not fight it. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly when he heard this. Then he roughly explained what happened at the Chaos Demon Cliff to the Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Dao. When the Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Dao found out that the entire Chaos Demon Cliff had become a heavenly beast hall in just one day's time, not only had all the beasts surrendered, but even the silver-winged demonic eagle, blue flame scarlet leopard, and subduing tiger mastiff had surrendered. This left the Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Dao dumbfounded. They looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was a ghost. After a long while, the Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Dao came back to their senses. They naturally knew what it meant for the world meet that the Chaos Demon Cliff had become the Heavenly Beast Hall. Du Xiaofu chatted with the King of Medicine, Eagle King, and Gong Dao for a while and asked about their recent plans. The threat of the Chaos Demon Cliff had been removed from the World Assembly, but the threat of the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects still existed. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu decided to observe the situation of the four major powers for now. One pavilion, one fort, and two sections. If the four major powers want to deal with us, they should have some reservations. However, it will be difficult for us to deal with one pavilion, one fort, and two sections. It is best not to act rashly. Yao Wang said to Du Xiaofu, "Are you worried about the ban?" When Eagle King Gong Dao heard this, his single eye narrowed slightly, as if he had thought of something he was afraid of from the Medicine King's words. Looking at the Medicine King, Eagle King, and Gong Dao's expressions, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Prohibition? What prohibition?" Grandma Silverflower. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Grandma Silverflower's ban forbids the major factions from massacring each other in the dark forest. This ban has been rumored for a long time, but the major factions have been abiding by it. Otherwise, the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects wouldn't have been able to maintain the balance for so long. They would have swallowed each other up long ago, especially when Grandma Silverflower appeared not long ago. Grandma Silverflower. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. Not long ago, he had received an opportunity from his master, the revered equipment master, and it was a gift from Grandma Silverflower. Last time, when you were taken away by Grandma Silverflower, did you see her? The Medicine King asked Du Xiaofu. When Grandma Silverflower appeared last time, he was also beside him. I didn't see her clearly. Du Xiaofu shook his head. All he saw was an old voice. The voice was old and gentle, and he didn't see her face. He then asked the Medicine King, Eagle King, and Gong Dao, why did Grandma Silverflower forbid massacring each other in the dark forest? The dark forest has always been coveted by many empires. If massacring each other in the dark forest, I'm afraid that many experts will fall. This is not good for the dark forest. Grandma Silverflower has always been protecting the dark forest. This is probably the reason why she made such a ban. The Medicine King guessed. The three of them chatted for a while before dispersing. Originally, Du Xiaofu wanted to make a trip back to the college. However, he wanted to help his brother, Zhen Qingchen, concoct some elixirs to recover the primordial spirit. Such elixirs were hard to find. Therefore, it would be faster for him to concoct them himself. Therefore, he asked the Medicine King to help him concoct a few. As for the elixirs needed to concoct the elixirs, he had obtained many of them from the Chaos Demon Cliff. In addition, Du Xiaofu had also been collecting elixirs during this period of time. Therefore, he didn't lack elixirs for the time being. When Du Xiaofu asked, the Medicine King naturally nodded and agreed to help. He even asked Du Xiaofu to concoct the elixirs together with him, intending to impart some knowledge of alchemy and talisman masters. Du Xiaofu originally wanted to take advantage of the time when the Medicine King was concocting the elixirs to practice the profound soul eyes that his brother, Zhen Qingchen, had imparted to him previously. During the battle with Lu Kuan in the imperial capital, Zhen Qingchuan's primordial spirit had used his physical body to activate this strange technique to attack one's spirit. Later, when Du Xiaofu fought against Ho Buming, he had also used it once. However, he wasn't very familiar with it, and its power hadn't reached its peak yet. Previously, when his brother, Zhen Qingchuan's primordial spirit, had used his physical body to fight, it had been of great help to Du Xiaofu in his cultivation of the profound soul eyes. After a little guidance from Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaofu had mastered the profound soul eyes. However, if he wanted to achieve the power it should have, he would need to comprehend it properly and cultivate it for a period of time. But now that the Medicine King was willing to guide him, Du Xiaofu naturally couldn't ask for anything more. He also wanted to ask the Medicine King for some medical knowledge. Therefore, after handing over the matters of the world society to the Eagle King, Gong Dao, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaoqing left some instructions. They followed the Medicine King, Yi Wuming, into the secret room of the world society to concoct elixirs in seclusion, the imperial capital of the Stone Dragon Empire. From afar, the silhouette was vast and boundless. It was like an endless giant dragon that lay dormant, surrounded by rivers and rivers. It was majestic and majestic. The streets of the imperial capital were bustling with noise and excitement. The palace buildings were continuous, and the streets were crowded with people. A black figure stood in the middle of the crowded street. His entire body was covered in a black cloak that covered his face, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. The black figure looked at the Du household from afar and slightly raised his head. Within his eyes, there was a strange light that resembled lightning. Then the black figure disappeared like a ghost. In the dark city behind the Mu family's trading company, in a quiet study room, several figures were standing respectfully. A big man who looked to be in his 40s was sitting upright. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he had a heroic spirit. He had a well-built body and his eyes were bright. He had an imposing aura without being angry. At this moment, he was holding a message jade slip in his hand. He had a shocked expression on his face as he looked at the people in the study room. He bitterly smiled and said, "I never thought that the World Society with the Medicine King, Iwuming, and the Eagle King, Gong Dao, would actually have that brat as its president." In the dark city, in a vast hall, there was a skinny old man who looked to be in his 60s. Evil chi was fluctuating around his body, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. His deep eyes were filled with monstrous anger as he shouted, "The World Society, I never thought that brat would be the president of the World Society. I will definitely not let that brat off." Patriarch Du Xiaofu has already grown up. He is the brave god king of the Stone Dragon Empire. It is rumored that he defeated Lu Kuan, a martial king who had the potential to become a human king. In addition, the World Society also has the Medicine King, Iwuming, and the Eagle King, Gong Dao. I'm afraid that it won't be easy to deal with them. In the hall, there was an old man who was frowning. Evil chi was fluctuating around his body. "I don't care what kind of background that brat has. He killed my son, Yunming, and I will definitely not let him off." The skinny old man in black shouted coldly. He was the patriarch of the Black Fiend sect, Xue Tianqiu, one of the strongest cultivators in the dark forest. Reporting to the sovereign, someone wants to see the sovereign. Right at this moment, a burly man hurriedly entered the main hall. "I told you not to disturb us. Why did you barge in so recklessly?" An old man in the hall reprimanded in a deep voice. "Elder, that person is too powerful. The disciples outside can't stop him at all. Protector Ku is still in his hands. He said that he is called Mountain Man Wu Zhen. If Patriarch doesn't want to see him, he will leave immediately," the burly man said in a trembling voice. Mountain Man Wu Zhen. Xue Tianqiu's expression changed greatly when he heard this. Then he was puzzled. But after a short while, he immediately stood up and said to the burly man, "Quick, take me to see him." Night fell. A bright moon hovered in the sky. The moonlight shone on the winding river outside the Imperial Dragon City. The surface of the river occasionally glowed with silver light. The treetops swayed slightly in the night wind, casting ghostly shadows on the streets. The night in the Imperial Dragon City was as lively as usual. However, in front of the Dew Palace, the night was less noisy than during the day. It gradually quieted down. "Chi." At this moment, under the moonlight, a figure silently appeared outside the Dew Palace like a ghost. Chapter 510. Although the Dew household was mostly flattened by Du Xiaofu the last time, it had been repaired and restored to its original grandeur, proving that it had once been glorious. However, after the battle with Du Xiaofu the last time, the Du household was mostly flattened, and half of the strong practitioners were lost. Even the old Guardian King had fallen, and the reputation of the Du household had plummeted. All the major factions in the capital knew that the Du household had stood tall for thousands of years, but this time it would be difficult for it to recover to its previous state and was destined to decline. "Who are you?" Following the appearance of the black figure, outside the Du household, there were guards dressed in battle armor who rushed out. Although the Du household was not as good as before, it was still the old Guardian King's residence, and not just anyone could barge in, especially when this person was dressed in strange clothes, acting mysterious, and emitting an unsettling aura. Faced with the guard's question, the black figure did not seem to care at all, and slowly walked towards the Du household, as if wanting to enter the Du household. "Stop!" a guard shouted, and there were people who quickly blocked the black figure's path, all of them raising their weapons, and in an instant a fierce aura surged. The black figure raised his head slightly, and in the dusky night, His eyes emitted a dazzling light like lightning. It was not something that could be looked at directly with the naked eye, and just one look was enough to cause one's eyes to darken and one's soul to be injured. Crackle! Suddenly, within the bodies of all the guards, the armor on their bodies cracked, and destructive lightning flashed out. One by one, they did not even have the chance to scream before they were turned into pieces by the destructive lightning aura. The black figure did not even look at the guards and strode towards the Dew household. The vermilion door of the Dew household was directly shattered, and he stepped into the Dew household. Who are you? Who dares to barge into the Dew household? Some of the Dew family's disciples gathered around. Without a doubt, after experiencing 2 blows from Du Xiaofu, the arrogance of the Du family's disciples in the past was much better than before. Qi, the black-clothed man, did not speak. His face under the black robe slightly lifted as he looked at the surrounding Du clan disciples. He gently extended his hand, and a middle-aged, burly man was directly captured by his hand. Soon after, his body was covered with lightning glow. Finally, his body was directly turned into ashes in an instant. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. After searching for so long, I finally found it. This is a great merit. The heavens are really helping me. At this moment, the black-clothed man seemed to be extremely excited. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Quickly inform the elders to capture and kill this person. The surrounding disciples of the Du clan trembled. Some of them had actually been killed. After recovering from their shock, some of them shouted and waved the weapons in their hands, charging towards the black-robed man. Suddenly, a large area of dazzling light shone. Everyone attacked together. Their auras were not weak. Some of the more talented ones even had some lightning aura in their attacks. Chi la la, the black-robed man made his move. The sleeves of his black robe shook slightly, and a dazzling light of thunder and lightning swept out. Suddenly, it was like countless silver snakes flashing, directly enveloping the surrounding Du family members. Bang, bang, bang. A low-energy, muffled sound resounded. Dozens of Du family members were instantly destroyed. They did not have the strength to resist at all. They were like ants. Who dares to invade my Du residence? Kill! The surrounding Du clan experts leaped out. Suddenly, a large number of Du clan experts attacked together. All kinds of energy, rune attacks, swept out. I didn't expect the descendants of this clan to be so weak. Sai, the black-clothed man, sighed. Lightning gathered around his body and spread out, transforming into a brilliant sea of lightning. The terrifying aura was monstrous. It was terrifying to the point that it was frightening. It swept out in all directions. Bang, 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 lightning intertwined in the surroundings. Under the lightning, all the Du family members were killed. The black-clothed man only casually attacked. Even the surrounding walls and courtyards collapsed, turning into ruins. Smoke and dust soared into the sky. There's an expert invading. Quickly inform the elders. Hearing the commotion, the Du family members who came over suddenly shouted. More and more Du family members gathered. Quickly join forces and form a formation to suppress and kill. A Du family expert shouted. Immediately, the Du family members waved their weapons and formed a formation. Accompanied by a terrifying suppressive aura, they crushed towards the black-clothed man. They wanted to suppress the black-clothed man. Too weak. Your clan should no longer exist. Die. The black-clothed man sneered. The lightning aura around his body fluctuated. In a split second, the blazing lightning serpents linked together and violently spread out. Chi la la! In the midst of the shocking sound, the Du family members' attack was destroyed. The surrounding rubble soared into the sky. Dust filled the air. A large number of grand palace buildings exploded and the ground cracked. Many miserable shrieks resounded through the night. The Du family members were completely unable to resist. Everyone back off. Activate the formation. In midair, someone shouted. The remaining Du family members retreated. Then, rays of light soared into the sky. The formation array in the Du residence was activated. Immediately, the ground rumbled. The wind blew and clouds surged. A powerful formation array directly enveloped the black-clothed man. Can't even withstand a single blow. The black-clothed person looked at the large array that was enveloping him. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. His eyes moved slightly as he waved his large sleeve. The energy mat in his hand swept out along with lightning. An extremely frightening aura spread and spread. With a wave of his large sleeve, the symbol array was directly destroyed into shattered symbols with a bang. Rumble! The terrifying formation array was directly destroyed as if it was nothing. A large number of courtyards and pavilions were turned into ruins. Everyone back off to the main hall. Quick! In mid-air, dozens of figures descended. The Du family experts had finally arrived. A terrifying aura descended, shaking one's soul. Activate the second formation array. Suppress and kill. In the Du family, an elder shouted. The Du family definitely did not only have one formation array. The second formation array that was even more powerful was activated. Instantly, runes flashed. A light pillar gushed out, mixed with lightning. The light was especially resplendent in the night sky. It emitted an extremely shocking fluctuation. The aura was abnormally terrifying, causing one's hair to stand on end. Without a doubt, the second formation array was much more powerful than the first. I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Destroy! The black-clothed man was unmoved. The aura around his body exploded. A terrifying lightning ball appeared around his body. Boom! In a low muffled sound, the terrifying formation array was directly shattered under the shocked gazes of the crowd. After that, the terrifying lightning ball that enveloped the black-clothed man continued to spread. Like a thunder sun, it illuminated the night sky. The terrifying lightning wreaked havoc at an extremely strange speed. Rumble! The entire Du palace was trembling violently. The ground was shaking and rumbling like an earthquake. Terrifying lightning sealed off the entire Du palace. Ah! The horrifying scene was monstrous. Many miserable cries were heard. Even more disciples of the Du residents were silently destroyed by this terrifying attack and turned into ashes. Heavens! What happened to the Du residents? At this moment, the entire Imperial Dragon City was shocked. Everyone rushed to the streets and looked at the terrifying lightning aura in the night sky. It was mixed with destruction, causing people to tremble in fear. The terrifying aura spread. A large number of disciples of the Du residents were killed. That black-clothed man was too terrifying. Seems like your bloodline is already weak to the point of being no different from ants. This is only your aura, not your bloodline. Too weak. The black-clothed man raised his head and looked at the dozens of experts of the Du residents in the sky. He sighed slightly. His dazzling eyes were filled with a sinister smile. Let's join hands and kill him. The experts of the Du family were furious. A large number of their disciples were killed. They were extremely sorrowful. Their aura fluctuated as they joined hands to kill the black-clothed man. Their aura was also extremely shocking. It enveloped the sky and caused the space to tremble. Overestimating yourselves. The black-clothed man sneered indifferently. Lightning erupted. Almost without any movement, the surrounding area was turned into ruins. It was almost razed to the ground. Poochie! Poochie! In the sky, a large number of Du family experts suddenly spurted out blood. Their attacks were all destroyed. Some of them were directly killed. They were simply unable to resist. Who are you? In the sky, a tyrannical aura descended. Multicolored light filled the air. The aura enveloped the sky. It's King Gu, and Du Chang, he also came. The disciples of the Du residents saw hope. King Gu and Du Chang had come. They were undoubtedly the two strongest people of the Du residents. There is a bloodline aura. Can this clan really rise from the ashes? The black-clothed man looked at King Gu and Du Chong in the sky. He seemed to have felt something. Suddenly, his dazzling eyes were filled with astonishment. "Those who offend my Du family die," Du Chong shouted. He had a dignified appearance. A mighty aura suddenly erupted like an erupting volcano. In a split second, the wind rose and the clouds surged. Dark clouds gathered together, accompanied by rumbling, lightning, and thunder. Then it spread across the sky, and the black-clothed man's figure instantly pounced towards him. The peak of the complete martial lord realm. He has the bloodline aura of that clan. He should be an outstanding person. He really rose from the ashes. The black-clothed man looked at Du Chong, who was pouncing towards him. The strange, lightning aura in his eyes fluctuated violently. Boom! Du Chong's figure pounced down. Silver lightning flashed in the dark clouds in the sky behind him. Under the sound of lightning and thunder, a terrifying fist directly smashed down towards the black-clothed man. The mighty aura caused people's hearts to palpitate. His talent is not bad. As his voice faded, the black-clothed man waved his sleeve. A handprint stretched out, and a palm instantly collided with the fist. Rumble! Under such a collision, waves of invisible energy spread out. The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. Cracks continuously appeared on the ground. Terrifying lightning wreaked havoc, causing the countless gazes on the streets of the imperial city to be unable to restrain their palpitations and shock. Pucci, however, immediately after, everyone saw the body of the outstanding person, Du Chong, fly away. Blood dripped from his mouth as he wildly spurted out. In the end, he heavily fell into the ruins. He was unable to resist at all. Chapter 511. Boom! The King Protector made his move. The aura of a martial king exploded and the light was dazzling. The talisman runes surged and a dazzling silver lightning flashed. It was as if space was being distorted. A large amount of lightning flashed in the sky and suppressed the black-clothed man. Martial King Realm. Even the peak of the Martial King Realm is not enough. You are still far from it. The black-clothed man sneered. He waved his hand and a lightning aura exploded. The lightning spread and strangely absorbed the King Protector's lightning attack. Boom! The King Protector was shocked. However, he made another move in a short moment. He clenched his fists and silver lightning flashed on his fists. The wind and clouds behind him surged, and the lightning talisman runes on his fists raged. It was as if a lightning ball had struck down. Hee, you are still far from enough. The black-clothed man sneered. His figure soared into the sky, and a claw shot out like lightning. Rumble! A muffled sound of energy exploded. The lightning was dazzling and shot up into the sky. A mighty aura swept through the sky and stirred up the energy of heaven and earth. Crackle! Under everyone's gaze, the lightning fist of the King Protector was directly torn apart. At the same time, the black-clothed man clenched his hand and turned it into a fist. The lightning aura suppressed everything and landed on the King Protector's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, the King Protector's defense was destroyed. He was unable to resist the attack. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body fell. Rumble! The ground where the King Protector's body landed cracked and crumbled inch by inch. The courtyard collapsed, and he was severely injured. All the remaining Du family disciples were shocked. They could not believe that the King Protector could not even withstand a single attack. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Stone Dragon Empire? At that moment, several figures descended from the sky. There were a total of 6 figures, and 6 Martial King Realm auras burst out. Boom! The 6 of them seemed to have a great tacit understanding. 6 terrifying attacks gathered and formed a dazzling light in the sky. They intertwined like a dazzling sun. Terrifying might spread out, enough to collapse mountains and split the earth. This kind of terrifying might was too shocking, and then it suppressed and enveloped the black-clothed man. These were the kings of the various king manors in the imperial capital. At this moment, they had sensed the commotion and had all come to lend a hand to defend against the enemy. 6 martial kings are not enough. The black-robed man shouted softly. Lightning spread in his eyes, and a large area of lightning exploded. In an instant, a terrifying destructive aura was released. The lightning raged and turned into 6 lightning pythons. The lightning was like a tsunami, entrenched in the air and suppressed in all directions. Rumble! In an instant, the terrifying energy collided in midair. The vast power swept through the sky and could be said to be destructive. It caused countless gazes on the streets to tremble in fear. They were unable to resist at all. Under that terrifying power, the profound chi of those who were weaker started to stagnate, their chi and blood surged, and blood flowed out of their mouths. Chi la la! The air trembled as the attacks of the 6 martial kings were destroyed and dissipated in the air. Poochie! 6 figures were knocked back in midair, revealing 6 shocked faces. All 6 of them violently spat out blood. Ka ka ka! The courtyard below turned into ruins and collapsed one after another. Many of the onlookers screamed and retreated. The crowd in the distance was dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had seen. No one had thought that the 6 martial kings could not do anything to that terrifying black-robed man. Who is that black-robed man? He's too terrifying. Countless gazes were shocked. How terrifying was that black-robed man's strength? All disciples of the Du family quickly enter the main hall and activate the king-suppressing array. In the shocked Du manor, someone shouted loudly. The king-suppressing array was the Du manor's last resort. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my stone dragon empire? At the same time, above the imperial palace, there was a loud shout that reverberated in the night sky. Then, in the vast sky above the imperial palace, there was an explosion of golden light, illuminating the entire imperial capital as if it was daytime. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the sky. In the golden light above the imperial palace, there was a huge golden dragon that flew across the sky. It brought with it an immeasurable amount of golden light, causing the entire imperial capital to tremble. Its aura was terrifying and turbulent. Such a small place actually has such a cultivation. What a rich imperial palace dragon aura. The black-robed man was surprised. His eyes flickered and lightning erupted from his body. Suddenly, his entire body was like a miniature lightning ball. The surrounding lightning was like a silver snake that enveloped his entire body. It was destructive and overbearing, suppressing the golden dragon. Rumble! The terrifying collision was dazzling. The sky was chaotic and on the verge of collapse, as if it was about to be destroyed. Bang, bang, bang! Then there was a series of explosions in the sky. The golden dragon shattered and the earth shook. Chi! This time, the black-robed man, who was wrapped in lightning, was forced to retreat a few steps. His face darkened as he looked at the countless figures below. Lightning flickered around his body, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! When the black-robed man appeared again, he picked up the heavily injured Du Chang and the King Protector. His figure flashed, and he flew across the sky. Where do you think you're going? In the imperial palace, there was an old voice that swept out and chased forward like lightning. Suddenly, the 2 figures disappeared from the sight of the people in the imperial capital in a few flashes, leaving behind countless shocked gazes. That night, the entire imperial capital was shocked and trembling. The dignified Du household was razed to the ground. Almost all of the Du household's experts had fallen. More than half of the Du household's disciples were killed, and countless were injured. The Du household, which had stood for thousands of years, was already swaying in the wind and rain under Du Xiaofu's 2 attacks. Now, in front of the even more terrifying black-robed man, it was completely razed to the ground. The Du household was basically destroyed. The remaining Du household's disciples did not have any experts to speak of. The Du household, which had stood for thousands of years, was razed to the ground. In the Du household, inside and outside the ruins, there were people crying. Blood was dripping everywhere, and there were broken limbs everywhere. It was incomparably miserable. All of the Du household's disciples did not know what had happened. They had actually provoked such a terrifying opponent. That black-robed man was too terrifying. With just a raise of his hand, he easily razed the Du household to the ground. The dignified Du household was actually powerless to resist. That night, the entire Stone Dragon Empire saw that there was always someone better than them. How terrifying was a true expert! With just a raise of his hand, he could raise the dignified Du household to the ground and destroy it into ruins. The next day, the news of the Du household being razed to the ground and the capture of the king's protector, Du Chang, also spread like a storm. This was not a small blow to the entire empire, especially to the empire's army. One must know that all these years, the imperial capital's army was commanded by the Du household. In the dark forest, everything was as usual. The news did not spread here, so they did not receive the news of the Du household being razed to the ground so quickly. Moreover, even if this news spread, it would not affect much of the dark forest. However, the news that Du Xiaofu was the leader of the world society in the Chaos Demon City caused quite a commotion in the dark forest. For a moment, there were many discussions. Some were shocked, while others were astonished. There were also some who were worried. Du Xiaofu was the Courage King of the Stone Dragon Empire and a student of the Tianwu Academy. Now that he was the leader of the world society, would the Stone Dragon Empire and Tianwu Academy make a move against the Dark Forest? Or had the Stone Dragon Empire and Tianwu Academy joined forces to sweep through the Dark Forest and control everything? In the world society, the situation in the Chaos Demon City had improved. The city gates were wide open, and there were no more talisman arrays at night. There were also no more demonic beasts from the Chaos Demon Cliff to harass the city. Everyone in the Chaos Demon City guessed that the world society's leader, Du Xiaofu, must have severely injured the raging flame, mountain-splitting bear, and the armored demon vulture. That must have shaken the Chaos Demon Cliff. So the demonic beasts had restrained themselves. Just like this, time passed by silently. 2 days later, the dark forest fell into a kind of silence for no reason. The news of Du Xiaofu becoming the leader of the world society had caused the one pavilion, one castle, and 2 sects to fall into a state of silence. Their guesses about the world society had finally come to fruition. It was just that this outcome caused the other major powers to feel fear and a headache. In the dark forest, there was a continuous mountain range with luxuriant trees. The cliffs were steep and the rivers surged. The mountains were tall and green. Ka-ka, the mountain path twisted and turned. At this moment, there were more than 1,000 people standing quietly in the dense forest. All of them were wearing strange masks and cloaks that concealed their faces. The 1,000 people had concealed their auras, but the aura that spread out was extremely bloody and frightening. However, this atmosphere caused the entire space to fall into silence. There were no birds in the surrounding mountains, and the beasts on the ground were hibernating. There were several figures standing quietly in the lead. They were also wearing masks, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, each and every one of them had a faint chill in their eyes. They were as cold and sinister as a poisonous snake. If there were any experts present, the auras of these people would be enough to shock them. These people were all martial kings, and there were even 6 star soul symbol masters among them. With such cultivation, they could probably sweep through the entire dark forest. When the Vice Sect Master arrives, we will raise Tianwu Academy to the ground, a gloomy old man coldly said. His eyes were filled with coldness as he continued. Previously, we lost someone in this small, dark forest. It's time for Tianwu Academy to pay the price. It's the end of the month. Let's go. Chapter 512. Whoosh! In the World Club, 3 days after Du Xiaofu and the King of Medicine entered the secret chamber, the sky above the World Club was suddenly filled with wind and clouds. Boom! Immediately after, the sky above the entire Chaos Demon City was filled with wind and clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The aura made people's hearts tremble and attracted the attention of countless people. Fortunately, that change disappeared after a short while, and everything returned to normal. In a secret chamber of the World Club, the rich smell of elixir spread. A radiant and powerful elixir flashed with mysterious runes. In the end, it was put into a jade box by Du Xiaofu, who was shocked. The King of Medicine's face was pale, as if he had used up a lot of energy. He said to Du Xiaofu, "The profound god elixir has been successfully refined. It's a king-grade Nirvana realm elixir. I haven't refined elixirs of this level for a long time and am a little rusty." "Thank you, old Yao." Du Xiaofu put away the profound god elixir, but his face was filled with shock. In these 3 days, Du Xiaofu finally knew how terrifying the King of Medicine's name was. How many people could refine a king-grade Nirvana realm elixir? Even if it was in the legendary Zhongzhou where there were many strong people and countless geniuses rising up, a king-grade Nirvana realm elixir would be an absolute treasure. However, the King of Medicine refined a king-grade Nirvana realm elixir in one go. His every movement was filled with the aura of a supreme elixir. The profound god elixir is used to strengthen and recover the primordial spirit. Even with your current cultivation, you still don't need the profound god elixir. What do you need to do to refine this profound god elixir? The King of Medicine asked curiously. "I can't say much at the moment. Please forgive me, old Yao. When the time is right, I will definitely tell you." Du Xiaofu looked apologetic. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it from Yao Wang, but it wasn't appropriate for him to say too much about his brother, Zhen Qingchuan. He needed his brother, Zhen Qingchuan's approval. The Medicine King stared at Du Xiaofu as he recalled something. Back then, he had fought against a mysterious person. He smiled indifferently and replied, "I understand. I need to do some breathing exercises for a few days to recover. You can leave first. I hope that the pill concocting this time around will be of some help to you. You should properly comprehend it." "Thank you, King Pharmacist." Du Xiaofu nodded his head and left the secret chamber. This time, the Medicine King had concocted pills for him, and he had even received special guidance from the Medicine King. Naturally, the benefits were immense. In the entire Stone Dragon Empire, there weren't more than 3 people who could afford to invite the Medicine King to concoct a king-grade Nirvana-level pill. After Du Xiaofu left the secret chamber, he saw the little tiger who was guarding outside. Then he saw Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoqing in the World Society. After exchanging a few words, he entered the room in the courtyard. The Medicine King's attainments in concocting pills are really not weak. In the entire Zhongzhou, his attainments in concocting pills can be considered top-notch. Du Xiaofu's small pagoda floated out of his bosom. Light filled the air. Then, Zhen Qingchuan's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His figure was illusory. However, Du Xiaofu relied on his sharp spiritual energy to discover that Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure was becoming more and more solid. Brother Qingchun, the abstruse god pill. Du Xiaofu passed the jade box containing the abstruse god pill to Zhen Qingchun. A king-grade Nirvana-level abstruse god pill is quite beneficial to me. It can speed up my recovery. After I consume the abstruse god pill, I'm afraid I'll have to enter a recovery state for a short period of time and won't be able to keep an eye on you. Be careful." After receiving the jade box, Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure rippled. Then he mysteriously disappeared into the small pagoda. The small pagoda flickered and dimmed down. It fell into Du Xiaofu's palm and was kept by Du Xiaofu. I should return to Tianwu Academy and cultivate properly for a period of time. Du Xiaofu mumbled to himself. Ever since he left the Dragon City, he hadn't had the chance to cultivate properly. Although he defeated Lu Kuan in the battle in the imperial capital, Du Xiaofu knew that if he had relied on his own strength from the start, it would have been difficult for him to defeat Lu Kuan. This made Du Xiaofu realize that there were many experts in the outside world. Geniuses would compete for hegemony, and outstanding talents would emerge. If he were to go to the central region one day, would he have a place for himself? A moment later, Du Xiaofu invited the Eagle King, Gong Dao, Li Shuai, and Hua Fankong to the side hall. Du Xiaofu intended to make a trip back to Tianwu Academy. As for the World Society, it wasn't in any real danger yet. Even if the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects were to invade, they would still be wary. Furthermore, the Chaos Demon Cliff was secretly involved in the World Society. Even if the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects were to join forces, they might not be able to deal with the World Society. Du Xiaofu also had some confidence in the Mu clan fort. The chances of the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects invading the central region wasn't high. At the very least, the chances of the Mu clan fort invading the central region weren't high. Even if the other three powers were to join forces, they might not be able to do anything to the World Society. It's right for you to focus on your cultivation. The Tianwu Academy's Tianwu Talisman Realm is indeed suitable for cultivation. The World Society should be fine for now, so don't worry and go. Hearing that Du Xiaofu intended to return to Tianwu Academy to cultivate in seclusion, the Eagle King said, "Even if the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects invade the central region, it will take some time. If there is any movement, I will send someone to inform you. President, I've already planted some spies in the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be able to find out as soon as possible if the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects are plotting something against World Union," Li Shuai said. Du Xiaofu nodded. He was extremely satisfied with Li Shuai's performance. He had heard about Li Shuai's performance from the Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Saber. After familiarizing herself with the World Society, she gradually immersed herself in her role. Although Li Shuai didn't have much experience, her comprehension and observation skills were extraordinary. To be able to rank high on the martial ranking, she was naturally not an ordinary person. In a short period of time, Li Shuai had done many things for the World Society, especially gathering information and monitoring the movements of the various major powers. This was why Du Xiaofu handed the Moon Shadow Hall to Li Shuai. After delegating some matters, Du Xiaofu didn't have anything to worry about. A few moments later, he sat on the little tiger and quietly left the Chaos Demon City. The Chaos Demon City was quite far away from Tianwu Academy. Generally speaking, a Pulse Realm cultivator might not be able to travel from Chaos Demon City to Tianwu Academy in 1 or 2 months. An ordinary Pulse Spirit Realm cultivator would need at least a month. As for a martial marquis, it was naturally much faster. A few days was more than enough. With the little tiger's speed, Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and comprehended the profound soul pupil and the knowledge of alchemy taught by the Medicine King in less than 2 days. After that, he returned to the Tianwu Academy that he had been separated from for a long time. In mid-air, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. The cliffs were precipitous, and the mountain peaks rose steeply from the ground. There were surging rivers and lush trees that covered many buildings. The mountain range stretched far into the distance, appearing simple and unadorned, yet grand and ancient. "I'm back." Looking at the ancient land below, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Initially, he had high hopes for Tianwu Academy. Later on, he was somewhat disappointed. In the end, he had assimilated into the Tianwu Academy. To Du Xiaofu, this was the cradle of experts. It was a place that had produced countless experts that shocked the empire and were conferred the title of Marquis. In Du Xiaofu's heart, this place was his second home outside of Stone City. Roar! Amidst the mountain range, 2 lone peaks stood tall. They were like dragons with their heads held high. Surrounded by water on both sides, there was a wide path that led to the mountain range. The little tiger let out a low roar, and its massive body landed on the plaza. Senior Du is back. In an instant, the students of Tianwu Academy recognized Du Xiaofu with a single glance and exclaimed in surprise. In a short period of time, many students of the academy rushed out. "Greetings, Senior Du!" "Greetings, Senior Du." The students of Tianwu Academy crowded forward to greet him. The purple-robed young man before them was still the benchmark in their hearts. He was an existence that they looked up to. Du Xiaofu nodded with a smile. Then followed Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger, who had transformed into a black kitten, into a familiar place that exuded a sacred and ancient aura. The limestone floor, the ancient courtyard, and the ancient trees had all been there for thousands of years. Senior Du is back. Senior Du has already been conferred the title of Marquis in the Stone Dragon Empire. He defeated the human king of the Sky Snake sect, Lu Kuan. Senior Du is the pride of our Tianwu Academy. When Du Xiaofu returned to the academy, the news spread and the academy was in an uproar. After returning to the academy, Du Xiaofu slowly returned to the blacksmith department. He saw Han Chao, Bing Na, and Tu Tong. He was surprised to see that Bing Na and Tu Tong weren't cultivating in seclusion. "Junior Du, you're back? Are you tired from the journey?" "Junior Du, I heard that you defeated Lu Kuan in the Stone Dragon Empire. You're too powerful. You've brought glory to our Tianwu Academy." "Junior Du, we've missed you." Hearing Han Chao's words and looking at Bing Na and Tu Tong, Du Xiaofu smiled. He felt a sense of closeness that he hadn't felt for a long time. "You're back? It's good that you're back. I heard that the commotion in the Stone Dragon Empire wasn't small." After chatting with Han Chao, Bing Na, and Tu Tong for a while, Du Xiaofu immediately went to look for the vice principal. Chapter 513. Du Xiaofu smiled when he saw Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang's familiar savage face. He felt a sense of familiarity and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He said to Vice Principal Zhuge, "What happened in the Stone Dragon Empire was an accident. I didn't expect it to cause such a huge commotion. Even the Academy knows about it. Stop pretending to be innocent. You became famous in one battle. You defeated Lu Kuan of the Sky Snake sect with your ability. You have brought honor to the Academy." Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang glanced at Du Xiaofu and asked, "What are your plans this time?" "I want to enter the Sky Martial Talisman realm and comprehend in seclusion," Du Xiaofu said. He also wanted to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time to increase his cultivation and comprehension. That was why he rushed back to the Sky Martial Academy. It's good to cultivate diligently, but you must not be impatient. The path of cultivation is endless. Don't be self-satisfied. Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang looked at Du Xiaofu with admiration in his eyes. After chatting with Vice Principal Zhuge for a while, the two of them started discussing the secret soldier art and sacred body art. Unknowingly, the two of them discussed until late at night. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the courtyard in the Weapon Institute, the moon had already moved to the west. The bright moon hung in the sky and shrouded the mountains. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Du Xiaofu quietly stayed for a while before entering the courtyard. The next morning, after exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu got up and found Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoqing. He told Du Xiaoyao not to steal spirit herbs from the Academy's medicinal field. He also left a few extraordinary spirit herbs for Du Xiaoyao before leaving. In the morning, Du Xiaofu appeared at the plaza outside the Sky Martial Talisman realm. The ancient stone gate stood tall and was still spotless. An ancient aura spread out from the hazy space behind the stone gate. It was unknown how long the Sky Martial Talisman realm had stood here. Along the way, Du Xiaofu met some juniors. He also inquired about the general, Gu Xinyan, and Ghost Baby situation. From some of his juniors, Du Xiaofu learned that the general Gu Xinyan and the others had already returned to the academy. At the level of the general and the others' cultivation, the academy wouldn't say anything if they stayed at home for a period of time. It seemed that they couldn't put down their cultivation at all. It's Senior Du is here. Senior Du entered the Sky Martial Talisman realm. On the plaza, students in 2s and 3s saw Du Xiaofu and immediately surrounded him in surprise. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly to the crowd and looked around. Then he saw the middle-aged man who had told him some things to pay attention to and rules in the Sky Martial Talisman realm. He was taking a nap on the big stone beside the stone gate. The big stone was like a stone bed. It was unknown how many years he had slept on it. The surface of the stone was as smooth as jade. The middle-aged man seemed to feel that someone was looking at him. He opened his eyes slightly. His face looked like he was in his 40s. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He couldn't be considered handsome, but his face was very clean. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly to the middle-aged man. Then he stepped into the Sky Martial Talisman realm. The middle-aged man glanced at Du Xiaofu. Then he turned his body and continued to take a nap. Inside the Sky Martial Talisman realm, ripples of light spread out. An ancient aura spread out. It was shockingly rich. Du Xiaofu selectively entered the realm of enlightenment. Then, an invisible corridor appeared in front of him. The surroundings were dazzling. The sky was covered with divine radiance. Du Xiaofu stepped into the realm of enlightenment. In the realm of enlightenment, spatial ripples flickered. Demonic beast phantoms appeared everywhere in the light. Walking along the invisible corridor, there were many spatial ripples. There were fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, and so on. There were also phantoms of array flags, spiritual cauldrons, and talisman cauldrons. Everything in the surroundings seemed extremely mysterious. Rays of light flickered. It was illusory and blurry. The aura was ancient and boundless. Du Xiaofu entered the spatial ripples of a palm technique. His figure disappeared into the light. This time, Du Xiaofu didn't want to comprehend martial techniques. He just wanted to find a place to comprehend the mysterious move. In the realm of enlightenment, there were many martial techniques. It would be helpful to comprehend the mysterious move. Comprehending martial techniques and using the mysterious move to perfect them would be extremely beneficial to the comprehension of the mysterious move. As Du Xiaofu entered the heavenly martial talisman realm, the news immediately spread throughout the Tianwu Academy. No wonder Senior Du was able to become the Earth Rank 1 on the martial ranking. He suppressed everyone and defeated the Heavenly Snake Sex Human King, Lu Kuan. He immediately entered the heavenly martial talisman realm to enter seclusion. It seems like we haven't worked hard enough. If we want to become an expert like Senior Du, I'm afraid we have to put in even more effort. The academy was filled with discussions. Time slowly passed. Night fell. The dense forest under the night sky was dusky. The faint moonlight shrouded the dense forest, casting ghostly shadows. There were no less than 1,000 people quietly standing under the moonlight in a certain valley. All of them wore strange masks on their heads and wore no robes. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. Although they had restrained their auras, the aura that spread from them was extremely bloody, dark, and frightening. This was especially so for the few masked leaders. Their invisible auras caused the entire place to be silent. The surrounding mountains were devoid of birds and beasts. Tianwu Academy is just ahead. I just received news from the Vice Sect Master. We will definitely arrive at dusk tomorrow. Among the leaders, a plump man had a chilling gaze that was as sinister as a venomous snake. Kiki, we will raise Tianwu Academy to the ground tomorrow. A tall and skinny figure had a chilling gaze that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. He said in a sinister voice, Tianwu Academy should have a strong foundation. They might have already sensed us and surrounded the area. As long as anyone dares to come out, Kill them without mercy. Don't let a single one of them off. Night enveloped the mountain range. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on top of a mountain in Tianwu Academy. Under the moonlight, the figure was like a ghost before disappearing once again. All Academy elders, listen up. Head to the main hall immediately. In the night, a faintly discernible voice was transmitted into the ears of all the elders in the Academy. However, none of the students were aware of it. Swoosh, swoosh! Whooshing sounds could be heard all over the Academy as all the elders rushed to the main hall. What's going on? Who sent the notice? What's going on? In the ancient main hall, the elders rushed in and started discussing the matter. Following which, Elder Sun Biue, Elder He Hu, Elder Shangguan, Elder Liao, Elder Morongxi, and the other elders rushed in. Elder Sun, Elder He, do you know who sent the notice? Upon seeing Elder Sun Biue, Elder He Hu, and the others, the surrounding elders hurriedly asked. We don't know either. We only came here after receiving the news. Elder Sun Biue, Elder He Hu, and the others were perplexed. They had no idea what was going on and were as confused as everyone else. Everyone take a seat. Right at this moment, 5 figures arrived outside the main hall. They were the first elder, second elder, third elder, vice principal Zhuge Changbang, and even Elder Zhou from the medicine department were among them. Greetings, vice principal, first elder, second elder, third elder, and Elder Zhou. Upon seeing the arrival of the 5 people, all the elders immediately bowed. At this moment, they realized the severity of the matter. Even the vice principal, first elder, and Elder Zhou, who usually did not show their faces, had come out. This was enough to prove the severity of the matter. Within the main hall, all the elders were seated. Just as Elder Sun Biue was about to ask, Vice Principal Zhuge looked at all the elders in the main hall with a grave expression on his face. He took the lead and said, all elders from now on evacuate all the students of the academy, starting from the freshmen. Vice Principal, what's going on? Hearing those words, all of the elders were shocked and their eyes trembled. Calamity! This is the calamity that Tianwu Academy is facing. It's hard to escape from this calamity and we can only hide. Evacuate all the students and leave behind the legacy of Tianwu Academy so as to not let down the heroic spirits of Tianwu Academy. Vice Principal Zhuge sighed. It was hard to escape from this calamity. Calamity! To think that it would appear in our generation. Is Tianwu Academy going to die in our hands? The first elder sighed. Chapter 514. Vice Principal, first elder, what exactly is going on? Elder He Hu asked. All of this was hard for the elders who had just arrived to accept. Our Tianwu Academy had a glorious past. Our glory was enough to cause the entire central region to tremble. Tianwu Academy still has some things that are coveted by countless powers in the central region, which is why we are facing such a calamity. The first elder looked at the elders with a solemn expression. The first elder looked at the other elders present with a grim expression and said, Everyone, today's calamity has arrived. Tianwu Academy will not be able to escape this calamity. The ancestors of the Academy have long predicted that such a day would come. Thus, when the Academy started to decline, they had already made preparations. Some of the ancestors used the power of the Academy to set up a teleportation array so that they could leave behind a legacy for the Academy before the calamity. They hoped that the flames of the Academy would be passed down and that we would have a chance to rise again one day and regain the glory of our ancestors. Hearing this, the elders' eyes trembled. Even they did not know about this. They only knew that Tianwu Academy was extraordinary. Countless experts had emerged from the Academy, and every one of them was powerful enough to shock the entire continent. Many of the elders did not expect that the glory of Tianwu Academy would cause the entire central region to tremble. Let's begin. The Inner Academy will activate the Space Teleportation Talisman Array and send the Academy's disciples to the 4 corners of the Dark Forest to prevent them from being attacked one by one. Hopefully, they will be able to escape this calamity, the second elder said in a deep voice. His aged face was filled with anger. Ever since the decline of the academy, every student whose cultivation had stepped into the Martial King realm would have a spirit communication jade strip secretly sent out by the academy. Recently, there have been fewer and fewer students who are able to step into the Martial King realm. However, after countless years, the number of spirit communication jade slips has probably increased. It's just that we don't know how many of them are left. The Inner Academy has already sent out a notice that all the spirit communication jade slips will shatter. They will know that Tianwu Academy is facing a calamity and will immediately come to help. However, we don't know how many of them will arrive in time and how many of them will still care about the academy and come to lend a helping hand, the third elder said with a sigh. I didn't expect the academy to have such arrangements all these years. Many elders exclaimed in astonishment. All these years, all of them thought that the elders of the Inner Academy were only cultivating in seclusion. They didn't expect that the elders of the Inner Academy had been guarding Tianwu Academy for generations, waiting for the arrival of a calamity. Buzz, buzz, a deep and melodious bell chime resounded in the sky above Tianwu Academy. This was the emergency bell of Tianwu Academy. In an instant, a large number of figures rushed out from the surroundings of the academy. They looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what had happened. All students of Tianwu Academy gather in front of the Tianwu Talisman stage immediately. Freshmen, move to the front without any mistakes. Right at this moment, a hurried voice reverberated throughout Tianwu Academy. Quickly go to the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. Within the academy, numerous silhouettes immediately rushed out and rushed towards the Heavenly Martial Talisman. What's going on? Are we going to the Heaven Martial Seal realm? In the courtyard of the Weapon Institute, Du Shaoqing stared at the sky. Her ethereal eyes rippled as she asked Du Xiaoyao, who was beside her. Du Xiaofu is in the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. I think we should head there first. Du Xiaoyao felt that they should head to the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. Thus, she followed the little tiger and headed towards the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. So, numerous figures soared into the sky. In the dark night, the entire Heaven Martial Talisman stage began to tremble violently. The sound of wind breaking resounded in the sky. The students who were closer to the Heaven Martial Talisman stage didn't take long to reach the vast plaza in front of it. What's going on? What happened in the academy? Does anyone know what's going on? Why would the academy ask us to gather in such an emergency? In the square, the sound of discussion suddenly resounded. No one knew what was going on. The clamor suddenly spread, and everyone was in a state of panic. All students in the Heaven Martial Talisman stage, regardless of whether they are in the combat realm, comprehension realm, or spirit realm, come out. The Heaven Martial Talisman stage will be closed from now on. Within the Heaven Martial Talisman stage, a thunderous voice resounded in the combat realm, comprehension realm, and spirit realm. As the voice resounded, the students who were comprehending in the comprehension realm were immediately awakened. Boom! Within the Heaven Martial Talisman stage, it instantly shook as if it was about to collapse. Within the Heaven Martial Talisman stage, within the space that was fluctuating with multicolored light, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes narrowed as his figure flashed and left. In the plaza outside the Heaven Martial Talisman stage, more and more students gathered. Under the cover of the night, one couldn't see the end of it. Only the lively and noisy voices resounded in the sky. After leaving the comprehension realm, Du Xiaofu arrived at the small hall at the entrance of the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. He saw Gu Xingyan, Wu Kei, General, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, Liu Xiao, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, Chasing Cloud Swallow, Yi Feiyu, and the others who came out of the combat realm together. You're back. Seeing Du Xiaofu, General, Gu Xingyan, Ghost Child, and the others were a little surprised. Then they all revealed smiles. Do you know what's going on? What happened? After nodding to everyone, Du Xiaofu immediately asked General and the others. He didn't know what had happened in the academy. He had just entered the comprehension realm and was told to close the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. General and the others all looked serious. Then everyone nodded and immediately jumped out of the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. It's Senior Du and Senior General, Senior Gu Xinyan and the others. When the students in the square saw Du Xiaofu, General, and the others coming out of the Heaven Martial Talisman stage, they were all shocked and started discussing. Why are there so many people? What happened? Du Xiaofu, General, Gu Xinyan, and the others looked at the many students gathered outside the square. They lowered their heads and looked at each other. Their expressions became more and more serious. Everyone knew that if it wasn't something serious, there wouldn't be such a lineup. Brother. In the crowd, a beautiful figure flashed. Behind her was a little black cat and a little golden macaque on her shoulder. It was Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger. When they saw Du Xiaofu, they immediately passed through the crowd and came over. Seeing Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaofu immediately asked Du Xiaoqing, "Little Qing, do you know what happened?" Du Xiaoqing shook her head. Her ethereal eyes were also filled with doubt. She said, "I don't know what happened either." Whoosh whoosh. Just as Du Xiaoqing's voice sounded, there was a large amount of wind-breaking sounds in the sky, following which a large number of figures wrapped in flowing runes swept down like rainbows. The elders have come. Gu Xinyan looked at the people in the sky and softly said to the people beside her, "The elders have come." "Greetings, elders." Seeing that the elders had arrived, the students in the plaza immediately bowed respectfully. The clamor gradually subsided as everyone waited for the elders' explanation. The vice principal and Elder Zhou have also come. Du Xiaofu saw the vice headmaster Zhuge Qiangbang and Elder Zhou from the medicinal garden in front of the group of elders. Du Xiaofu's heart suddenly trembled when he saw the figures of these two people. An uneasy feeling vaguely surged into his heart. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess that if it wasn't for something major happening in the academy, Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang and Elder Zhou would definitely not come out so casually. Chapter 5:15. All students, listen up. Tianwu Academy is facing an unprecedented calamity. You are the inheritors of Tianwu Academy and the final hope for Tianwu Academy. The responsibility of passing down the torch of Tianwu Academy lies in your hands. In a moment, a spatial teleportation array will be activated. Instructors will lead you out in batches. Starting from the freshmen, you're not allowed to make a ruckus. Elder, he whose voice reverberated across the plaza. His voice was infused with profound energy, and it was sufficient for all the students present to hear him clearly. Calamity? Why would there be a calamity? What happened to the academy? Why would there be a calamity? What is going on? Who dares to go against Tianwu Academy? In an instant, even though the elders had strictly forbidden any ruckus, the students were still shocked when they heard that the academy was facing a calamity. Inner elders, please activate the spatial teleportation array. After Elder He who spoke, Elder Sunbua looked at the night sky and said respectfully, "Hong Long Long." Right at this moment, dazzling inscriptions appeared within Tianwu Academy. Terrifying ripples of energy spread out, causing the earth to quake and the air to tremble. That majestic aura struck fear into the hearts of all the students present. Amidst the rumbling of the earth, their bodies shuddered and their hearts palpitated in fear. Chi. Right at this moment, dozens of light pillars shot out from the square of the Tianwu Talisman Zone. Under the majestic aura, they gathered high in the sky. In an instant, the intense light was like a sun in the sky, illuminating the entire Tianwu Academy. It extended into the dark forest, and its aura gradually spread out in all directions. In the forest outside Tianwu Academy, thousands of figures were looking in the direction of Tianwu Academy. The majestic aura and dazzling light were sufficient to startle the surroundings. Kiki, they do have some foundation. Spatial teleportation array. To think that they really have a spatial teleportation array. Fortunately, we have made preparations beforehand. We must eliminate all of them. The leader of the group was an old man wearing a mask. His eyes were cold and murderous, and his aura was sinister. Chi la la, as the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, in the sky above the plaza outside the heavenly martial talisman realm. Dazzling, mysterious runes surged within the sun-like radiance, causing the entire sky above the plaza to suddenly distort. At the same time, a huge spatial door formed by mysterious runes appeared in front of the heavenly martial talisman realm plaza. Spatial wrinkles appeared in the surrounding space, and spatial waves rippled in all directions. It was as if an ancient giant beast had suddenly awakened, opening its malevolent mouth, wanting to devour the entire plaza. It's the legendary spatial teleportation array. I never thought that our Tianwu Academy would have such an array as well. Gu Xinyan's eyes were filled with astonishment. What is a spatial transfer array? Du Xiaofu asked curiously as he looked at the spatial door formed by mysterious runes. It actually tore space apart, and the majestic aura it emitted caused Du Xiaofu's mind to ripple the more he looked at it. It was as if he had fallen into a boundless space, and his soul was trapped in it. A spatial transfer array requires at least an 8-star talisman master to be able to construct it. It is able to connect 2 points in space and travel between 2 places. However, there are very few talisman masters who are able to construct a spatial transfer array. They require a certain understanding of special techniques. It is rumored that the most powerful spatial transfer array can travel unhindered through the entire central region, but that is just a legend. I reckon that such a spatial transfer array does exist, but activating it once would consume the resources of an empire. Gu Xinyan explained to Du Xiaofu, the first batch of freshmen prepare to enter the spatial transfer array. In the spatial transfer array, numerous instructors were shuttling back and forth, arranging for the freshmen to enter the spatial transfer array. The gate of the spatial transfer array was probably unable to transport too many students. At this moment, there were at least tens of thousands of students in the entire square. It would take more than 1 or 2 rounds of teleportation for all of them to enter the spatial transfer array. Under the instructions of the instructors, the freshmen began to line up and enter the spatial transfer array. Many of the freshmen were still in a daze and didn't understand what was going on. Under the instructions of the instructors, they gradually lined up and entered the spatial transfer array. Du Xiaofu, come with me. The elders of the inner court want to see you. At this moment, Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang's voice rang out in Du Xiaofu's ears. As Du Xiaofeng raised his head, Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang had already leaped into the air and left. Little Blue, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, wait for me here. Don't run around. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, profound energy surged beneath his feet, and he left with Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang. At this moment, dawn had already passed. In the sky, there seemed to be something stirring up the night clouds in the eastern horizon. Along with the faint flickering of a silver halo, it enveloped the entire horizon. The sky above Tianwu Academy was shrouded in mist, and the sky was bright. Under the cover of the morning sun, there was an ancient green pagoda hidden in the surrounding rocky valleys. This was the depths of Tianwu Academy, and no student of Tianwu Academy had the qualifications to enter this place. Even if they wanted to find it, it would be difficult. Du Xiaofu followed Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang into the ancient pagoda. The interior of the pagoda was vast, and there were over 10 ancient praying mats. At this moment, there were no less than 20 elderly figures sitting on them. Every single one of them looked old, but their eyes were bright and deep. An invisible aura spread out from them, causing the space in the pagoda to show signs of distorting. This is the number of words that can be typed on the train. Brothers, please forgive me. I will definitely return what I owe you. There are many matters at home, and my grandmother is gravely ill. Please forgive me. Chapter 5:16. They are all experts. These are the most powerful people in the entire academy. As Du Xiaofu entered the main hall, he sensed no less than 20 faint auras fluctuating. Among them, no less than half were martial king realm cultivators and 6-star spiritual talisman masters. The rest were all at the perfection of the martial marquis realm, and most of them were at the peak of the perfection of the martial marquis realm. This made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. Du Xiaofu's eyes swept across the old faces. Du Xiaofu also saw the great elder and second elder. The third elder was also sitting among them. However, at the most central position, there was a 100-year-old man sitting cross-legged. He looked like he was about to die. Although his hair was black, his face was already withered. He sat on the praying mat, appearing extremely thin and withered. He wore a plain robe on his body. It felt like a large robe covering a scarecrow in the fields. What powerful strength! He must be an expert. Facing this old man who looked like he was about to die, no aura spread out from his body. However, for no reason, Du Xiaofu felt an inexplicable tremble. When he glanced at the old man, it was as if he had suddenly fallen into a bottomless whirlpool. His entire body trembled. Du Xiaofu, these are the elders of the inner academy. They are the protectors of the academy. Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang introduced them to Du Xiaofu after entering the hall. Student greets the elders of the inner academy. Du Xiaofu already had some guesses in his heart. Therefore, when he heard Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang's introduction, he did not find it strange. Instead, he was slightly surprised. He did not think that there would be so many experts in the academy. This was the strongest force in the entire academy. This is the Grand Elder of Huiyu, the only remaining elder of the academy's headmaster. Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang arrived beside the old man who looked like he was about to die. He sat cross-legged on an empty old praying mat. Greetings, Grand Elder Huiyu. Du Xiaofu respectfully bowed. He was extremely respectful in front of this group of elders of the academy. As Du Xiaofu's voice sounded, Grand Elder Huiyu's withered face slightly raised. His eyes were as deep as the stars. After looking at Du Xiaofu for a while, he said with an old voice, "You are indeed extraordinary. As expected of the extraordinary little fellow's son. You have surpassed him. Grand Elder, you are too polite," Du Xiaofu softly said. At this moment, he was feeling a little pressured under the gazes of such a group of old men. This was especially so when he faced Grand Elder Qinyu, whose words caused his heart to inexplicably tremble. From the words of this Grand Elder Qinyu, it seemed that she was also acquainted with his drunkard father. Du Xiaofu, do you know why we asked you to come to the inner academy? The first elder asked. He was dressed in a gray robe, and his white hair reached his shoulders. He looked extremely old. His eyes were grave, and his brows were tightly knitted. Du Xiaofu shook his head and cupped his hands towards the first elder. First elder, please tell me what exactly happened in the academy. Everything is an unavoidable fate. Sooner or later, there will be such a day. Who would have thought that this day would happen to us? The first elder sighed softly. His aged face looked at Du Xiaofu as he said with a serious expression, "Although your father is ranked second on the academy's bounty list, us old people know about your father's feelings and intentions towards the academy. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your father would not have been able to truly snatch away the Lei Long, refined by Vice Principal Zhuge, and the mighty Huang Pill, refined by Elder Zhou." Pausing for a moment, the head elder continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. "The only thing that we did not expect was the Huangji pill. Originally, we thought that your father would use it himself. or give it to your mother to use. We did not expect that your father would actually give the Huangji pill to the Du household. However, no matter what, we do not intend to pursue the matter of your father, Du Tingxian. All these years, his name has been on the bounty board, and we also feel that we need to account for the Academy's rules. Du Xiaofu did not say anything when he heard that it was about his drunkard's father. However, he understood that with the strength of these inner Academy elders, no matter how powerful his drunkard's father was back then, he would not have been able to leave the Academy. Without a doubt, his drunkard's father owed the Academy a great deal. The reason why your father sent you to Tianwu Academy is probably to express his gratitude to us old fellows. That lad sure is considerate. He failed to fulfill his promise to me, so he sent his son here to repay his father's debt. Grand Elder Qing Yu sighed softly. His deep eyes stared at Du Xiaofu as though he was recalling something. After which he said to Du Xiaofu, "Fine, it's only right for the son to repay his father's debt. Lad, your father failed to fulfill his promise to me back then. Can you do it?" As the Grand Elder of Qingyu Island finished speaking, he looked at Du Xiaofu with eyes that were as deep as the stars. There was a faint anticipation in his eyes, as if he was an old man at the end of his life who knew that his time was up and was giving instructions to his descendants. Looking into Grand Elder Qingyu's eyes, thinking about his drunkard's father and the Academy, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate. He nodded to the Grand Elder and smiled bitterly. It's only right for the son to repay his father's debt. I await Grand Elder's instructions. Good. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Grand Elder Qingyu exclaimed 3 times in a row. His deep eyes landed on Du Xiaofu as he said, "Your words are enough. In the future, remember what you said to me today. From today onwards, you have to promise me that as long as you exist, Tianwu Academy will continue to exist. No matter how it exists, Tianwu Academy must continue to exist. We cannot allow its legacy to be severed." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu raised his head and trembled slightly. He did not expect such a heavy responsibility. His clear eyes stared at Grand Elder Qing Yu worriedly as he said, "Grand Elder, this student's cultivation is still insufficient. This responsibility is a little too heavy." It wasn't that Du Xiaofu was afraid of responsibility, but this responsibility was a little too heavy. Thinking about the calamity that the Academy was facing, as well as the words of Grand Elder Qingyu, Du Xiaofu could guess some things. How could he withstand the responsibility of the entire Academy? "Lad, have you forgotten your promise to me? No matter what, you have to promise me that as long as you exist, Tianwu Academy will continue to exist. No matter how it exists, Tianwu Academy must continue to exist. No matter how it exists, Tianwu Academy must continue to exist." Grand Elder Qingyu's deep eyes stared at Du Xiaofu as he said, "This is what your father, Du Tingxian, promised me back then. Are you going to reject me after your father failed to fulfill his promise and became a deserter? This student will remember that as long as I exist, Tianwu Academy's legacy will continue to exist. I will forever be a student of Tianwu Academy." Looking at Grand Elder Qingyu's gaze, Du Xiaofu could only grit his teeth and nod his head. His eyes were filled with determination. "This old man believes in you." Grand Elder Qingyu nodded. Her shriveled body trembled slightly with her gaze, after which her gaze swept across the many elders around her. Finally, her withered body trembled as she staggered to her feet. Her shriveled body looked as though it would collapse at any moment. Upon seeing Grand Elder Qingyu stand up, the first elder, Vice School head Zhuge Changbang, and the others also stood up. Their brows were tightly knitted together, and their expressions were grave. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen the surrounding space. There are some things that I should say. If we all leave, someone has to know about the past of Tianwu Academy. We can't let it end with us. Grand Elder Qingyu looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Lad, Do you know about the history of our Tianwu Academy? This student knows. Countless experts walked out of Tianwu Academy and were conferred the title of Marquis. Their light illuminated the world. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. That's right. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Grand Elder Qin Yu's eyes trembled. He then looked at Du Xiaofu, and a smile appeared on his withered face. You're right. Countless experts walked out of Tianwu Academy and were conferred the title of Marquis. Their light illuminated the world. However, to our Tianwu Academy, there was an even more glorious past in the distant past. The experts that walked out of Tianwu Academy back then weren't just conferred the title of Marquis. Their names were enough to shake the world, and their talent was unparalleled in the continent. Back then, our Tianwu Academy dominated the central region, and experts were as common as the clouds. Upon hearing Grand Elder Qin Yu's words, the gazes of all the inner elders trembled. How powerful was Tianwu Academy back then? However, they had only heard of the legends of Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He didn't expect Tianwu Academy to have such a glorious past. However, he didn't know why Tianwu Academy would remain in the dark forest. Even though Tianwu Academy continued to produce experts who were conferred the title of Marquis, it was obvious that it was a far cry from the Tianwu Academy that dominated the central region. It's a pity that our Tianwu Academy suddenly declined. After so many years, no one knows the reason behind our decline. However, through generations of inheritance, some of our seniors knew that a calamity would befall Tianwu Academy. Furthermore, it was a calamity that we couldn't escape from. Was this the reason for the calamity? The moment Grand Elder Qin Yu finished speaking, he took out a Qinquan bag and tossed it to Du Xiaofu. Chapter 517. Du Xiaofu involuntarily grabbed the Qinquan bag in his hand. It looked like an ordinary Qinquan bag. Other than the fact that it exuded an ancient aura, there was nothing special about it. He asked, Grand Elder, what is this? I don't know what's inside either. The ancestors of the Academy have said that if the Tianwu Academy were to face a calamity one day, it would definitely be because of the item in the Qinquan bag. The item in the Qinquan bag is related to the entire central region, as well as the rise of our Tianwu Academy. However, the ancestors of the Academy have placed a seal on the Qinquan bag. Only a fated person can open it, Grand Elder Qin Yu explained to Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu used his mental energy to probe the Qinquan bag. However, he realized that his mental energy was like a rock sinking into the ocean. Grand Elder Qin Yu seemed to have sensed that Du Xiaofu's mental energy was probing the Qinquan bag. He smiled and said, There's no need to probe it. All of us have already tried, including the ancestors of the Academy. In order to open the Qinquan bag, other than a fated person, it said that there are some special conditions that must be fulfilled. Otherwise, it's impossible to open it. What a mysterious item. Du Xiaofu retracted his mental energy and slowly exhaled. He planned to return the Qinquan bag to Grand Elder Qin Yu. Keep this Qinquan bag well. Don't let it fall into the hands of others. Remember what you said. No matter what, the legacy of Tianwu Academy cannot be broken. It must be passed on. Grand Elder Qin Yu looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Later on, there will be elders who will arrange for your departure in the teleportation glyph array. Because the teleportation glyph array can teleport a large number of people each time, and the exits are scattered all over the place, the ancestors of the Academy could only set up the teleportation glyph array in various parts of the dark forest. The distance can't be further. I'm afraid that the invaders will also take this into account. Since those people have come to invade, they won't let it go so easily. They will most likely eliminate the source of trouble. Therefore, after you leave, you must be careful. Grand Elder, who is it that dares to invade Tianwu Academy? Could it be that even the Grand Elder and the inner elders are unable to contend against them? Du Xiaofu asked. It doesn't matter who they are. Regardless of who they are, their target is the item in your hands. You must keep it well. That is the hope for the rise of our Tianwu Academy, the first elder said to Du Xiaofu. Qi! As the first elder's voice fell, a figure landed outside the door and walked straight in. The figure of the newcomer was also very old, at least 80 or 90 years old. His appearance was not much different from that of the Grand Elder of Green Island. His face was difficult to describe. His old face looked as though it had gone through 4 seasons: wind, frost, rain, and dew. His hair was messy, but his hair was extremely black, and his eyes were as vast as the sea. Greetings, Elder Zhou. Upon seeing this old man, Du Xiaofu immediately bowed. Du Xiaofu naturally recognized this old man. He was Elder Zhou of the Talisman Institute. However, to the elders, they all addressed him as Elder Zhou. Back then, he had to thank Elder Zhou for the benefits of the green bamboo spirit fruit. The Huangji pill that his drunkard father took away was also refined by Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou glanced at Du Xiaofu and nodded slightly. After that, his gaze immediately shifted to the Grand Elder of Green Island. With a complicated expression on his face, he asked, "Have you explained everything to this lad?" The Grand Elder of Green Island nodded and said to Elder Zhou, "Yes, I have." "How is the situation with the teleportation array formation?" "A little problem has occurred. The consumption of resources is much higher than expected. We've already teleported half of them, but the remaining resources are only enough for the last round. At most, we can only teleport about 100 people." After Elder Zhou finished speaking, he let out a deep breath from his throat. Hearing this, the gazes of all the Inner Institute elders turned extremely grave. The situation was grim. Then, all of their gazes landed on the Grand Elder of Green Island, waiting for his decision. "You make the decision," Grand Elder of Green Island said to Vice Elder Zhuge Changbang. Vice Principal Zhuge Changbang's gaze flickered. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Du Xiaofu, let's go." After saying that, he walked out of the door. Du Xiaofu glanced at the Inner Institute elders before following behind Vice Principal Zhuge Changbang. Seeing Du Xiaofu's departing figure, Elder Zhou's gaze flickered. He then said to the Grand Elder of Green Island, "Have you made your decision?" "He is the son of that brat, Du Tingxian. The student has surpassed the master. If our Tianwu Academy has any hope of rising again, I believe that he will be able to do it." Grand Elder Green Island said to Elder Zhou, "After so long, no one has been able to surpass him. Back then, I thought that his father could do it, but now he seems to be more suitable than his father. Moreover, didn't you choose him long ago?" Elder Zhou didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "I hope that they will be able to leave behind a legacy for the Academy and avoid this calamity." Grand Elder Green Island looked at everyone and said, "Since it has been arranged, it's time for us to exercise our muscles. All these years, the people outside have really thought that our Tianwu Academy is easy to bully." Grand Elder Green Island paused for a moment, and a flicker of light surged out from his deep eyes. His withered body, which seemed to be on the verge of death, was like a suppressed volcano. Surging energy gushed out from him as he said, "Even if our Tianwu Academy isn't as great as it used to be, it isn't something that anyone can touch. No matter who it is, if they want to touch our Tianwu Academy, they will have to pay the price in blood." It was already noon, and Du Xiaofu followed Vice Principal Zhuge Changbang all the way back to the plaza of the Tianwu Talisman Zone. Vice Principal Zhuge Changbang didn't say anything along the way and had a grave expression on his face. As such, Du Xiaofu didn't say anything and quietly followed behind him. On the plaza, after the teleportation array, there were over 10,000 freshmen, seniors, and write-in students. Only half of them were left. However, there were still about 7,000 to 8,000 people left. It was still a huge number, and all of them were standing on the plaza. Discussions could be heard from the crowd from time to time. Some were terrified, some were grave, and some were quiet. Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang landed and looked at the remaining students on the plaza. His gaze swept across them one by one. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, "All students on the martial ranking, step forward." Hearing this, Bujian Shanhe General, Ling Xian, Jade Maiden, Gu Xinyan, Nine Nether Jr., Ghost Child Black Eagle, Tang Wu, Demon Slayer Liu Xiao, and the others all stepped forward. Du Xiaofu had originally landed beside Vice Principal Zhuge. Hearing Vice Principal Zhuge's words, he also walked to the center of the crowd. He was also on the martial ranking. There were originally 100 people on the martial ranking, but people like Li Shui and Ouying Shuang were not in the academy. There were also quite a few people like Li Shui and Ouying Shuang who were on the martial ranking who weren't in the academy either. Just like the general, Ghost Child, and the others, they had all just returned to the academy. When the martial ranking disciples stepped forward, Du Xiaofu's eyes shone. Of the 100 students on the martial ranking, there were only about 60 people present. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu specially looked around and discovered that she wasn't there either. She should have returned home to visit her family after the Tianwu Talisman Zone went into seclusion. Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang glanced at the crowd and then at the plaza again. He said, "Students of the Talisman Institute, step forward as well." Hearing this, the students of the Talisman Institute also stepped forward. Han Chao, Tu Tong, Bing Na, and the others were among them. However, there were only about 40 people in total. "Little girl, and you guys come forward as well." Zhuge Qiangbang looked at Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Xiaohu and said, "Brother." Hearing this, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger went to Du Xiaofu's side. "You must remember that you are all students of Tianwu Academy and the pride of Tianwu Academy." Vice Principal Zhuge looked at the 100 people from the martial ranking and Talisman Institute and squeezed out a smile. He said, "Enter the teleportation array first." Vice Principal Zhuge, "What about the rest of you?" Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked. When he was in the pagoda, he had more or less heard about the general situation. It seemed like the teleportation array could only teleport the last round. If that was the case, there were still many students, teachers, elders, and inner institute elders who couldn't leave the academy. "We will make our own arrangements. You should leave first. Remember what you promised the Supreme Elder of Green Island. Quickly enter the teleportation charm array. There is not much time left. Don't waste any more time," Vice Headmaster Zhuge said to Du Xiaofu. Walala! The space teleportation glyph array was activated. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Amidst the sun-like light, there were dazzling glyph inscriptions surging. Space was directly distorted. In the end, the glyph inscriptions formed a space gate in front of them. Outside the spatial door, the surrounding space fluctuated like a tide. Spatial waves rippled in all directions. "Quickly enter the teleportation array. Quickly," Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang said to Du Xiaofu and the others. Everyone looked at each other. General Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others all looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to nod his head when he saw everyone's gazes. After which, he walked into the teleportation array. Chapter 518. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, General, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, and the others followed Du Xiaofu into the teleportation talisman array. Whoosh! Space rippled. Then, the teleportation talisman array rippled violently. Du Xiaofu, who was inside the teleportation talisman array, felt the entire space tremble. Within the dazzling light, there were faint distortions in space. Inside the teleportation talisman array, the talisman inscriptions in the dazzling light flashed and turned into dazzling divine chains of order. It seemed to be reversing space and time, causing the space to become more and more distorted. The entire space was chaotic, causing the profound energy in people's bodies to become chaotic and their souls to tremble. Whoosh! Inside the teleportation talisman array, the multicolored light talisman inscriptions blazed. In the end, it turned into a whirlpool, producing dense light and fog. The whirlpool was hazy, mysterious, and deep. Everyone could not help but tremble along with their bodies. They could clearly feel that their bodies had instantly left their original positions and lost the gravity of space. Their bodies were as light as a feather, as if they were about to float. The whirlpool around them reversed, as if they had returned to chaos. The densely packed mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. Around it were layers upon layers of messy, majestic, and strange valleys. Huge peaks protruded from the surrounding cliffs, and dozens of small peaks clustered around the valleys. The mountains were as dark as iron. Fog rose, and exposed cliffs and steep rocks were dyed red by the sun. However, inside the valleys it was verdant and lush. Towering trees had tall treetops that were like umbrellas, clouds, and cotton. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The surrounding forest was boundless. Whoosh! Suddenly, inside the valleys there was a slight tremor. Then, a large amount of dazzling light appeared. The talisman inscriptions surged. Under the scorching sun, it was still dazzling and gorgeous as it gradually soared into the sky. On top of a mountain peak that was as tall as the clouds, hundreds of figures stood together. They all wore strange masks and cloaks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. These hundreds of people had restrained their auras, but the invisible aura that spread out was extremely bloody, cold, and terrifying. However, in this kind of strange atmosphere, there were no birds in the surrounding mountain range, and the beasts on the ground were all hibernating. Only a few dozen flying beasts were crawling on top of a huge rock. There were several figures standing on the mountain peak. All of them were wearing masks, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Their eyes were looking all around as if they were searching for something. Suddenly, the eyes of the figure in the middle suddenly looked to the left in front of him. There seemed to be a dazzling light fluctuating within a valley surrounded by mountains in the distance. What a coincidence! They must be from Tianwu Academy. The masked face of the figure in the middle revealed a pair of eyes that were filled with coldness. He sneered, "Let's go. Leave no one alive. Kill without mercy." Woo, woo! On the mountain peak, the auras of the hundreds of people suddenly fluctuated. The bloody and cold aura no longer deliberately concealed and erupted. Boom! Instantly, hundreds of auras shot into the sky. Even the weakest among them was at the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm, causing the entire space to tremble. All of them let out low, strange whistles. Woo woo! The dozens of flying beasts crawling on top of the huge rock also raised their heads and screeched. They spread their wings and hovered at a low altitude. They were all ferocious, demonic vultures. One figure after another leaped onto the demonic vultures. The demonic vultures spread their wings and swept across the sky. In the quiet valley, the ground trembled, following which a dazzling light erupted. The inconspicuous, huge rocks in the valley suddenly erupted with dazzling talisman runes, following which rays of light linked together, forming a vortex of energy in the middle of the valley. The vortex rotated in reverse, emitting a terrifying aura, following which hundreds of figures appeared within the dazzling light. The dazzling light in the surroundings suddenly disappeared. The auras dissipated and disappeared in an instant. The hundreds of figures staggered. They were Du Xiaofu, the general, Du Xiaoqing, and Gu Xinyan. They were the students of Tianwu Academy. Where is this? After many students appeared, they looked around and observed the surroundings. We should still be in the dark forest. However, we should be at the edge of the exit of the dark forest, Ghost Child said after looking around. Big brother, there are many people coming. They are emitting killing intent. Du Xiaoqing looked at the sky and sensed that there were many people approaching. Upon hearing her words, Du Xiaofu immediately looked at the sky. In the space before them, a large group of demonic beasts appeared. After a few flaps, they covered the sky and covered the sky. Waves of energy surged into the sky, causing the dense forest to undulate. The beasts in the surrounding mountains howled and went into hibernation, not daring to move. Could these be the people who want to deal with Tianwu Academy? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. These people had arrived the moment they appeared. It was obvious that they had been waiting here for a long time. There's killing intent. Everyone be careful. General Buddy and Shanha, 9 Nether Jr., Ghost Child, Demon Halberd Li Yuxiao, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, and the others stared intently at the sky as their auras rippled. The vast aura before them was accompanied by a bloodthirsty aura. Anyone could sense the sharp killing intent coming from it. They didn't come with good intentions. Most of these 100 people were experts on the martial ranking. They had undergone tempering in the dark forest and were extraordinary individuals. Boom! As soon as General Buddy and Shanha, 9 Nether Jr., Ghost Child, and the others spoke, the Tianwu Academy students immediately split into groups of 3 to 5 and 7 to 8 to form a defensive formation. All of them whipped out their spirit artifacts, and their auras surged, causing the space in the valley to tremble. Walala! Dozens of massive demonic vultures flapped their wings and circled around the valley. Waves of energy surged into the sky, causing the clothes of the Tianwu Academy students to flutter loudly. So. Several hundred figures flew down. Some of them floated in midair, forming an iron cage around the valley. All of them wore cloaks and masks that seemed to be engraved with ferocious images. Waves of bloodthirsty auras burst out, causing everyone's hair to stand on end and their hearts to turn cold. Some of the weaker students from the Talisman Institution felt their profound energy stagnate and their faces turn pale. It's them. They're from the Dark Nether Sect. When the General Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child Wu Kei Guo Xiaofeng, and the others saw the oddly dressed people, their expressions turned grave. Back when they were fighting for the profound spirit Heavenspan Vine in the Dark City and Dark Forest, General Buddy and Shanha and the others had seen these oddly dressed people with chilling auras. It was said that they came from a place called the Dark Nether Sect. It's the Dark Nether Sect again. Du Xiaofu looked at the several hundred figures in the surroundings. He couldn't be more familiar with their attire and aura. They were exactly the same as the people from the Dark Nether Sect. Kill. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Several experts with exceptionally powerful auras descended from the sky and hovered in the air. Their eyes were cold as they looked at the Tianwu Academy students. They didn't even bother to speak and chose to kill. Kill them all. The several hundred masked men in the surroundings shouted in unison. Several hundred waves of bloodthirsty auras spread out, causing the air to tremble. Swoosh! One of the Dark Nether Sect's disciples was the first to make a move. His cultivation base was at the early stage of the martial marquee stage. A wave of sharp and cold runic aura shot out, and a strong gust of wind swept out toward the Tianwu Academy students in the valley. You're courting death. Ghost Child made his move. After the incident with the profound spirit Heavenspan Vine, he bore a grudge against the Dark Nether Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was shrouded in faint, black, profound energy that was accompanied by a wave of murderous aura. It looked like a strange liquid as it shrouded his body. A dark color covered his eyes as he waved his hand. Black, profound energy and runes flashed and carried a murderous aura as they formed into a claw that tore at the sky. Swoosh! Dazzling energy, runes bloomed. Ghost Child's claw tore through the energy and nearly tore the early stage martial marquee, stage Dark Nether Sect's disciple into pieces. Boom! However, at the same time, the densely packed Dark Nether Sect's disciples had already surrounded them. There were several hundred Dark Nether Sect's disciples, and the weakest among them was at the Meridian Spirit Realm. Such a lineup was much stronger than the entire Tianwu Academy's martial ranking. A battle was on the verge of breaking out. Tang Wu, Yi Feiyu, both of you protect Master Gu Xinyan and set up the talisman formation, the general ordered. His voice spread out as he instantly came up with a countermeasure. Mountain River Seal. As soon as the general finished speaking, an aura that could suppress mountains and rivers erupted from his body. A palm print shot out along with a dazzling light, causing the air to rumble. Boom! The palm print shot forward, and a vast amount of runic energy swept out from the general's body. It was like a torrential flood that swept out in all directions. Ah! The few dark nether sex disciples who were at the front were instantly swept away. Their defenses were destroyed, and their bodies were blasted into pieces. Kill! Li Yuxiao, Guo Xiaofeng Wu Kei, and the others were no strangers to the dark nether sex disciples. All of them made their moves at the same time. Their attacks were launched, and their energy exploded. Dazzling runes spread out in the air. Bang! 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 Under such an attack, the impact of the energy seemed as though it was going to shatter the valley. It was terrifying. When Li Yuxiao, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others made their moves, they immediately suppressed and severely injured many of the dark nether sex disciples. Kill! At this moment, the other students from the other academies activated their celestial energies and charged in all directions. At this moment, they had no choice but to fight. These dark nether sex disciples were here specifically to deal with them. The third night watch has arrived. Watch. Chapter 519. Damn it! Let us deal with these few. Everyone, deal with the others. Kill without mercy. A gloomy shout rang out. At the same time, more than 20 vigorous, chilling auras surged out. More than 20 martial marquee realm cultivators unleashed their terrifying auras. Their figures shot out like afterimages. Instantly, they surrounded General Gui Wei, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, and the others. These dark nether sex experts could tell that General, Ghost Child, and the others were not ordinary. Therefore, they were prepared to kill General Budian and the others. Waves of terrifying, chilling auras spread out and covered the sky. The auras of the dark nether sex experts were much stronger than that of the entire Tianwu Academy. TSK, looks like we're quite lucky to have encountered a group of Tianwu Academy's most elite students. They should be the so-called martial role students. High up in the sky, a figure with a mask on his face revealed a pair of cold eyes. The aura on his body was the most vigorous and fierce. He was the leader of this group of dark nether sex experts. His gaze then landed on Gu Xinyan, who was in the middle of the crowd gathering formation flags. With a chilling aura, he sneered, "You want to set up a talisman formation? Don't waste your time." The moment his words left his mouth, the leader of dark nether sect with a mask on his face made his move. A vast and mighty chilling energy spread out from his hand. It seemed to have distorted the entire space as it instantly pressed down on Gu Xinyan. When this vast energy pressed down, it was not something that Gu Xinyan and the others could withstand. Initial Martial King Realm Cultivation Base. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu looked at the leader who made his move in the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. His face was already gloomy as he ordered coldly, "Little Qing, kill him!" "Yes, brother." A clear and ethereal voice suddenly rang out. A graceful green figure had already strangely appeared in the sky above with lightning speed. The graceful green figure seemed to have affected time and space as she instantly appeared in the sky above Gu Xinyan. She directly blocked the attack of the dark nether sex initial Martial King Realm cultivator. Die! Du Xiaoqing's ethereal voice was accompanied by killing intent. She stretched out her fair and slender hand, and a green glow erupted. Instantly, a circle of faintly discernible marks appeared in the air. Then, a fist imprint directly collided with the cold energy of the dark nether sex martial king expert. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When Du Shaoqing made her move, the leader of the dark nether sect, who had just broken through to the martial king stage, seemed to have sensed something. Horror dawned on his face immediately. In the next instant, his Yin energy was instantly destroyed. Boom! Then Du Xiaoqing's seemingly delicate punch, accompanied by a terrifying force, suddenly landed on his body under many shocked gazes. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force poured out. At this moment, a muffled sound rang out from the body of the dark nether sex initial martial king realm cultivator. His eyes were filled with horror. Then his body was sent flying like an impact cannon. However, his body had already exploded in midair and turned into a bloody mist. A martial king realm cultivator who had just broken through to the martial king realm was instantly destroyed by Du Shaoqing with just one move. Goo goo! When this scene appeared, many of the dark nether sex disciples who were wearing masks looked at each other and gasped. Their eyes were filled with horror as they stared at the beautiful green-robed figure in front of them. It was as though they had seen a ghost. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, Gu Xinyan formed her last hand seal. Waves of heaven and earth energy instantly fluctuated rapidly in the air. Her delicate figure stepped out. Her figure under her red robe was graceful and beautiful. 17 formation flags were formed in her delicate hands. All of them were emitting a terrifying fluctuation. Spirit suppressing heavenly phoenix formation. Without any delay, Gu Xinyan started to form the formation. The 17 formation flags surrounded the area in front of her at lightning speed. Then they turned into dazzling light pillars and disappeared. Rumble! In an instant, a powerful formation appeared in midair. Endless energy from the formation lights distorted the space. In the end, it faintly transformed into a gigantic heavenly phoenix's silhouette that was several thousand feet tall. Goo! The heavenly phoenix's silhouette was like a living creature. Its entire body emitted an ancient aura. An earth-shattering cry resounded in the air. Its aura suppressed the sky. Its power was enough to send chills down people's spines. The terrifying formation hovered in midair. The heavenly phoenix's silhouette was like a living creature. It caused people's hearts to tremble. Then it enveloped hundreds of dark nether sex disciples. Swoosh! The heavenly phoenix flapped its wings. Its claws were like hooks. Terrifying energy swept out and distorted the space. It spread out like lightning bolts and struck the hundreds of dark nether sex disciples. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds rang out continuously. One by one, the dark nether sex disciples were killed in the spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation. Kill! A cold and indifferent killing intent spread out. The greenish-gold light in Du Xiaofu's hand shone brightly. The greenish-gold tyrant shadow appeared in his hand. The greenish-gold light shone brightly. Runes swirled around it. It looked like it was formed by nature. A domineering and sharp aura filled the air. Du Xiaofu made his move at lightning speed. Layers of light shone on the tyrant shadow. In just a blink of an eye, the sword transformed into a greenish-gold sword whip that was separated from the sword. Layers of greenish-gold talisman inscriptions bloomed. Swish! The greenish-gold sword whip transformed like a spirit python, a WYRM dragon, and a great rock. It shot toward the dark nether sex disciples from an unbelievable angle. Swish, swish, swish! The greenish-gold sword whip shot out swiftly. It was agile and demonic. The terrifying and agile sword whip pierced through the chests of the dark nether sex disciples. They could not resist at all. Wherever it passed, the dark nether sex disciples could not resist at all. Golden light erupted from their bodies at lightning speed. Then their figures exploded in midair. Bam! 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 The speed was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. The dark nether sect's martial marquises were annihilated like ants under the sword whip that resembled a great rock flapping its wings and a WYRM coiling around it. Even the martial marquises could not withstand a single blow. Roar! The little tiger soared into the sky and transformed into a gigantic black tiger before it flapped its wings. The dozens of flying demon vultures from the dark nether sect could not withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. They were torn apart by the little tiger's claws. Roar! The little tiger roared. Its ferocious mouth opened and swallowed the dark nether sect's disciples one by one. Roar! Du Xiaoyao's golden macaque body transformed into a red-bone horse ape. A terrifying aura erupted from it. It was as though a terrifying lord had been born. The talisman inscriptions around her body surged, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Du Xiaoyao threw out punch after punch. It was as though the world had just been created. It swept out in all directions and suppressed everything. The souls of the dark nether sect's disciples exploded, and their bodies were reduced to pieces. Kill! Du Xiaoqing continued to attack. Wherever her beautiful figure passed, the dark nether sect's disciples would be reduced to blood mist. It was impossible for them to put up any resistance. As Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaofu, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao attacked, the dark nether sect's disciples became nightmares wherever they went. Amidst countless wails and cries of agony, the dark nether sect's disciples were killed without a complete corpse. Even their souls were destroyed. All the Tianwu Academy students were shocked when they saw Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaofu, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao. Kill! However, in just a short period of time, all the Tianwu Academy students were pleasantly surprised. One by one, they attacked with all their might and killed the dark nether sect's disciples. Among the hundreds of dark nether sect's disciples, the martial king leader was killed by Du Xiaoqing in a single move. More than 20 martial marquises were killed by Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing. The remaining Meridian Spirit Realm cultivators were no longer a threat to the Tianwu Academy students. Moreover, there were also extraordinary individuals like the General, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, Tang Wu, and Yi Feiyu among them. The hundreds of dark nether sect's disciples could only wait to be killed. With Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger around, it was impossible for them to escape. In just a short period of time, the hundreds of dark nether sect's disciples were all killed. Perhaps these dark nether sect's disciples would never have imagined that the Tianwu Academy's disciples that they would kill would be their final nail in the coffin. This batch of Tianwu Academy's disciples was definitely not something they could kill. The valley was drenched in blood, and corpses were scattered everywhere. One by one, the Tianwu Academy's disciples landed in the valley. Their clothes were stained with blood. Only a few of them had minor injuries, but their injuries were not serious. Du Xiaofu's figure landed in the valley. The azure gold long whip in his hand was bewitching. In the end, it spun around and transformed into a natural, simple, and elegant azure gold longsword. His eyes shone with a terrifying golden light. What's going on? Why are the dark nether sect's disciples here to kill us? Is the calamity the Academy is facing related to the dark nether sect? The General, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, and the others immediately gathered around Du Xiaofu. Only Du Xiaofu had returned with Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang, so he might know more than them. Du Xiaofu looked at the blood-soaked valley before he looked at the students around him with a solemn expression. In the end, he said to General Bushan, Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Netherworld Princess, Wu Kei, Heaven Luo Sword, Guo Xiaofeng, Black Hawk, Tang Wu, Demon Extermination Sword, Li Yuxiao, and the others. I don't know if the Dark Nether sect is behind the great calamity of the Academy. However, the moment we appeared here, the Dark Nether sect tried to kill us. I'm afraid the junior brothers and sisters who were sent away by the teleportation talisman array are probably dead as well. Since we managed to escape this calamity, this might be the last legacy of the Academy. All of you should leave quickly and leave behind the last legacy of the Academy. The general looked at Du Xiaofu and asked seriously, "What about you?" "Today will be the day I explode. I'll make up for what Xiao Yu owes and apologize to my fellow readers once again. There are only 2 days left at the end of the month. Although it's a little shameless, Xiao Yu will shamelessly ask for fresh flowers. I'll continue to write. Today I'll explode to repay my debt.